Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build space
So let's get so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Let a monster kill! An enemy has been slain! An enemy has been slain! First blood! Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure?
For a while, the field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including models and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move models flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by go models.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to models using go models and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using falling, cast go models to bind models to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Models hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! An enemy has been slain! An enemy has been slain! First blood! Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary pet.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal heritage under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Taste leave it to me! Taste my royal station! Killing spree! Imperial justice! Taste the frostbite!
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree!
Second skill, go, Muddles! Melissa throws muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! An enemy has been slain! An enemy has been slain! and tide wait for no man.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL Season 3 Qualifiers. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Scrubby Cheeks. We will be your casters for this qualifiers. In fact, this is day number 2. Day number 1 ended already, which is yesterday, and then, we kind of reduced from 70 teams all the way to the top 4 teams.
Yeah, top 4 teams. I mean, they've made it so far, and some surprises along
Yes,
which
that's
we can
right.
talk about later, but really exciting. It's the start of a new season, and we're here playing these games. So, of course, a huge thank you to our sponsors and partners for making today possible. Thank you to Singtel 5G. Unlock ultra-responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's fastest and most powerful 5G network. Get the edge you need while gaming on the go with Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network.
And of course, not forgetting PvP Esports is the ultimate region platform where gaming lives. Guided by its core values and passion of sportsmanship, healthy gaming, PvP Esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments. So thank you very much for lending the support for actually making this happen. And we got to talk about this qualifiers right now, how it actually works, right?
Yeah.
So for day number 1, in fact, it is a double elim best of 1. So therefore, best of 1, it's like, I always liken it whenever we go into best of 1. It's like, I always imagine 2 guys, like naked on the top and then just brawling in the muddy pit, because that's how savage it is. There is no way that you can make any mistakes. If you make one mistake,
that's it.
That's it. You will just get steamrolled. There's no second chance. There's no comeback mechanism even in the series. But at least it's a double elim, so you go all the way down to lower brackets. Now lower brackets is like even dirtier as compared to
more
that.
More muddy, more violent, and you throw everything in and then you brawl it out, basically.
Yes, exactly. And maybe they just added in some ladders or something like that to spice things up, right? But enough with that kind of bloody analogy as well. We're going to be going into basically these are the top 4 teams that enter. And with that said, we do have the schedule for today. It is going to be a best of 3 this time around for our top 4 teams. And they are, of course, Evil and Forsaken SG. They are in the upper brackets. And, of course, we also have the lower brackets currently. Here is schedule. We'll be watching the first Vikings first going up against Science. And then after that, we'll be Forsaken. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think I did a slip of a tongue right there, because these 2 teams, these 2 teams, like Notorious Vikings and Side SG, I see very, very, very familiar names with them. So, I mean, when you're around the community for a while now, you just slip of a tongue and say, hey, they're that team.
Basically notorious villains in
Yep,
last
they
season.
were.
So they are notorious Vikings now.
Yep.
And the difference is, well, we have Koldia on the team. So essentially, I think, it's about whether or not he can bring this new team into the MPL season. Like, is he going to make it through this qualifiers?
Yep, and I like the fact that you mentioned about this as a qualifiers, right?
Yeah.
I like the top 2 teams will be able to compete in our MPL Singapore. So this is going to be like the stakes right here, right? These 2 teams, especially the one in upper brackets, the one who won, Evil or Forsaken SG, will be going into basically securing a slot in MPL SG already, right? For the lower brackets though, even if you won, like this particular, if it's Notorious Viking going up against Science SG, even if you win, it's still, your story did not end there just
You got to play in a less muddy pit. So you battle in a really muddy pit, and then you go play in a slightly less muddy one, but you're still going to play again.
Yes, it is. Yeah. But at least it's a best of 3, right?
Yes.
You do get counter strats. You get to learn. You get to learn the play style of the enemy first, and then after that you can draft accordingly. So there's a lot more macro game to be played this time around.
And that can be a pro and a con, right? Yep. In a best of 1, you get 1 chance, but that also means if you manage to pull it off, then you basically win that set. But now in a best of 3, you have to pull it off 5 times, so you can't get lucky.
5 times?
3 times.
At least 2 times.
At least 2 times.
Yeah, at least 2 times. But you pointed out Notorious. Let's talk about the teams right now, right?
Yeah.
Notorious Vikings going up against Science SG. Like I said, familiar names all across the board. Even and if you guys are actually followers of MPL SG, Kolya still in the Notorious Vikings, currently leading the charge as the de facto tank all the time.
Yep.
We've seen him as Notorious Villains in season 1 and season 2.
Season
as
2,
well.
yep.
Season 2, he brought in I think there's a moniker that we're like joking around saying that there's a lot of streamers on their team. Apparently, unfortunately, they weren't able to actually stay inside the slot, so that's why they need to go through the qualifiers once again. But it's okay because Kolya, he has the experience, he has the veterancy card right there to lead completely new team. So really excited to see what he has this time around.
Yes. On the veterancy card note, though, they're going up against Scythe SG, who has even more of that veterancy card. I mean, you have players like JS Love, Too Easy for Angelo, Rum, and Pebble. All of these people have played in the real MPL seasons before. So they have even more of that veterancy card. And I think this is a matter of like, Envy is kind of like the challenger team here. You know, Kolya's bringing this whole team into the match, and it's whether they're going to make or break it. But they're going up against this super experienced team who are here to just, you know, stand firm and show that they are going to go, like, basically, they have the better cards.
Yeah.
If you just put it on the table like that, it looks like they have the better cards.
Yeah, just by name tags alone, right? Like you mentioned Pebble and Rum. These two are, in my opinion, are like the star players from the draft. I've seen them grow in season 1, season 2 as well. Rum has proven himself very strong with the Esmeralda. Pebble, I think Lysander was talking about it in season 2 as like the Singapore sniper using the Selena, not the Beatrix. But
you don't need guns to be a sniper.
You don't need guns, you just need traps, right? You just need arrows. But also another point to note is that JS Love joined MPL Season 2 under the wing of Kolya. So you can tell that there's a bit of a grudge happening right here, right?
Rivalry.
You got like what? Padawan versus Jedi Master. That's correct, right? So JS Love brought into Notorious Villains in last season, now going up against Kolya, which definitely has guided him before. So I think really there is some emotions going to play this time round. This is the lower brackets, right? If you're knocked out of this, that's it. Your dream to MPL SG Season 3.
At least for this season,
For the season, is gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, so that's the stakes that both these two teams are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, love me some drama. Jedi, turning your back on your Jedi Master is definitely going to cause some stir there. But I mean, it's up to them to prove themselves, right? And if you kind of leave that apprenticeship, you really have to show that you're better. That's why you deserve to have left that apprenticeship.
Yeah, it's like, you know, Anakin Skywalker going in and start murdering all the Jedi babies. Something like that, I don't know. But I think also something that I have to take note is JS Love and Too Easy for Angelo, right? I've seen them, you know, in not only just community tournaments outside, but also in MPLSG's cases. They always love to work around together. So expect
like a power duo.
Yeah, a power duo. Expect the chemistry between these two should be very strong. But I also have to mention the big elephant in the room that we kind of like just skim around. Both these two teams apparently faced Stellar Esports before in the previous games, and I don't know how Stellar Esports basically just was able to win Scythe SG. Remember the ones that with the veterancy card, the ones that with all that, you know, JS Pebble, Rum.
People you expect to win, basically.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And then Stellar Esports won them. That's why Scythe SG found themselves in the lower brackets. And then Notorious Vikings was the one who kicked the Stellar Esports out of the qualifiers.
So you have the veterancy card, whom you expect to win, but then they lost the game to someone that Envy beat.
Yes.
So the question is Envy going to be able to take that momentum and that win to also go over Scythe SG's head?
Yeah, remember we were talking about this earlier just now. I think that was an interesting observation. It's like, it's not a food chain anymore. It's like a food web. No, sorry. It's not a linear relationship. It's like a triangular and multi-angular relationship as well between all these teams as well. So you can expect a very fierce fight coming in to basically join in the ranks of MPL SG.
And again, like we talked about, this is a best of 3, not like in the previous round where it was a best of 1. So even though Envy did beat Stellar Esports, who Scythe SG lost to, now they get 3 chances at it. So question whether or not they can pull it off 3 times, and Scythe SG actually has more opportunity in that sense to be able to prove themselves.
Yeah, and it's just very, it's like a flip of a coin. It's so annoying, in my opinion, right? It's like, best of one, you can use all these cheese strat, right? You can
Yeah.
just go in with something very obnoxiously awkward,
Yeah.
and then your enemy wasn't really well prepared. So that's why best of one, it's always all these kind of issues. So
Yeah.
that kind of factor is eliminated in best of three.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to show all your cards in that first game. You probably have to hide some cheese strat or basically it's like some aces up your sleeves.
Yeah.
And now you got to take this as like I feel like it's like more mind games being involved, especially when we go into the draft phase.
Yeah. And for those strategies, right, you can probably only use them once. They're
Yep.
not going to take your opponents by surprise
Yep.
again. So you need to be able to win that a second time. Are you going to use that same strategy, or do you actually have something more sustainable to carry you through in the second game?
Yeah, there's two lines of thoughts right here, right? So if you actually use your cheese strat in your first particular game, you caught your enemy guard, great. You break the momentum. You have the momentum. You have the tempo
Yeah.
in the whole series. But then if the second game they realize that your enemy realize, okay, this is the strategy they're going, they manage to crack it. Now you're at a 1-1. So you're in a very interesting predicament, and then you're like, okay, if you were to go back to the cheese strat, I think that would not be advisable anymore.
They've predicted it, and they've won
Exactly.
you with the next game, so they
Yep.
adapted.
Yep. So it's also about how these teams were able to adapt very quickly on the
Yeah.
fly, and it's just very, very, very scary. Like
Yeah.
it's very nerve-wracking because look, this is the lower brackets already,
Yeah.
which we'll be showing right now later on, guys. So I think there's some nerves involved in this particular
Yeah.
series as well.
There should be. There should be.
A lot
High
is-
stakes here.
Yep, higher stakes. A lot is riding on this. Don't forget, these two teams, ex-MPL players as
Mm-hmm.
well, were trying to go in for the third season again.
Yeah.
So I think they really need to, maintain the calm, play it cool, play it. I don't want to say play it safe because
Not necessarily.
not necessarily, yeah. But I think something to take note of is from the playstyle of Notorious Vikings all the time, it's just very hyper aggressive because
Yeah.
Kolya, he plays a very aggressive tank. He likes to go around and scout into bushes, basically walk into bushes. You think that he's going into suicide, but he's not. He's providing a lot of information over to the rest of the team. And it's about how the remaining 4 players plays around that. So that's something that we have to totally look out for in Notorious Vikings draft.
Yeah. I mean, of course, Scythe SG doesn't lose out. Too easy for Angelo, really known to be on that fanny. So I think we're going to see that either as a pick
Oh
or
my
as a ban for sure. But you can be assured that these are going to be exciting games coming up for you.
That's right.
Lot at stake on the table. Not just in entering MPL, but reputation as well.
Yep, of
Yeah.
course, because I feel like other community players are also watching this stream as well, so it's really exciting. And you mentioned about the Fanny, which is actually kind of interesting because it's like, I think Fanny should be a must ban for the side of Notorious Villains. It's like, you're not, Notorious Vikings, my bad.
Yeah.
You're never going to give Too Easy for Angelo that Fanny because he's just utterly ridiculous on that. But then you got to think about that you only got 3 bans. So you really have to be careful. This is not a 5 bans as of yet, it's just only 3. That's why when you go into the actual MPL, then yeah, we're going to go back to the 5 ban.
You have a bit more leeway, but when you think about it, Fanny itself banned already, and then if you put it in the hands of Too Easy for Angelo, you definitely don't want to even open that opportunity.
I don't think that Fanny will be able to see the sunlight this time round in this particular series, not inside SG hands. Right?
Yep.
You gotta have to take it out. But that's the thing. Notorious Vikings, I think, in terms of the upcoming bans, they have to be careful because Pebble known for the Selena that I was talking about, Ram known for the Esmeralda that I was talking about as well. And then it's just how I feel like it's about what Notorious Vikings choose to ban. It's like basically pick your poison. Do you want to go up and face a Fanny, or do you want to face a Esmeralda from the side of Ram? But speaking of which, Notorious Viking takes away the Esmeralda.
Exactly what you said. They're going to actually be the ones to take away that Selena on the side of SSG.
Yeah, and something very interesting is the Yves goes in for the second ban. Cecilia gets taken out as well. The Fanny is wide open, which we were basically talking about for the side of Too Easy for Angelo, but instead they're just going to lock in the Phobias right on in, just countering any form of like the land slots that Too Easy for Angelo could pull out, the Ling. and even the Fanny is like just countered that by that one hero, which is first pick almost immediately.
Here we go, the Valentina as the first pick. Now the question is, are they actually still going to go into the Fanny with this Phoveus on the table?
I think if you want to play against a Phoveus, you can actually pick a Fanny, but you're going to give a lot of procs with the ultimate, right? I think Phoveus, the ultimate is not more like a damage ultimate, it's more like you get to sustain in the fight a lot longer in this particular scenario. But now the Valentina being picked up by the side of side SG, I think, they're just going to anticipate, okay, if you want to pick a very OP hero, I get the Valentina this time around. So I get to take away any key ultimates. And then instantly you see, Notorious Viking picking up the Ruby. So what I feel like is side SG Valentina could just immediately go ahead, take that Ruby, and then take that Ruby ultimate away, and then just use it as a very good engage to try to stall Notorious Vikings.
Yeah, and on the side of SSG, they actually picked the Lancelot. So it looks like we're not going to see Fanny see the sunlight today, but it's because the teams have just chosen to give them up and not because they've taken it off the board.
Yeah, both sides, it feels like they're really just like, going around this Fanny problem, right? They're not even actually trying to pick up Fanny this time around. 2Z for Angela has already settled down the Lancelot. Feels like Sean picking out a Paquito, but don't forget, okay, at least the Phoveus is already locked in, so definitely that's going to the XP lane. This Paquito is clearly going into the jungle. I feel like Notorious Vikings has already shown all their cards. It's up to SSG to try to counter that.
Yeah, they've also picked up the Beatrix on the side of SSG and banned out the Clint. So actually, I feel like these are quite standard picks now. Phoveus maybe a little less popular, but still kind of works out, and they're trying to prevent, like kind of show their cards and say, don't pick into certain heroes here. So how, between these two now, where are you standing?
Between what I'm looking at, right, I feel like SSG currently packs a lot of punch. The Valentina will look to scale very quickly in the early game. You have the Lancelot. It's kind of powerful in the early game parts as well. Pretty hard, but Paquito is there to stall the track. It feels like the Estes gets locked in by the side of Notorious Vikings and now, SSG, and now the Notorious Viking immediate snap picks the Brody and Kugura. Feels like they've done the homework and they know what to go for. They're just gonna play their own style. They're not going to go in and fall back in, the mind games. They're just gonna play their own game going up against side SG.
Side SG though, on the other hand, they've chosen to go into Estes and now hovering over the Uranus. If they do that, that's like, how are you going to kill them, You have the Uranus who just on his own doesn't die, and then the Estes.
Yeah, it's actually very good, right? Because whenever you pick an Estes, you really want to have someone that could benefit from that burst heal. Usually it's someone who has a lot of HP. If it's not a Uranus, I think the glue is still not too bad. Now, as we take a step back and take a look at this whole drop once again, I favor side SG because the fact that they do have the earlier parts of the game. Once, Notorious Vikings accidentally, I'm just going to say accidentally, let this Valentina scale, it could be almost easily game over, whereas Notorious Vikings, they need to try to use the Paquito to try to slow down, try to gank maybe the Beatrix. At least that's one lesser evil that you have to deal with around the mid parts of the game. But they do have the Kagura to find the Estes, hopefully try to bust it down, but they do pack the Brody to try to push down turrets quickly.
Yeah, I think on both sides of the game, it looks like the draft looks like they're quite self-sustainable, but they also have that sort of team fight potential, especially with the Estes, like you said. But ladies and gentlemen, this is now game number 1 between Notorious Vikings and Scythe SG in this MPL Singapore Season 3 Qualifiers.
Yeah, basically the first game of the day, we're going to have one of the very strong early picks. Right? Valentina is something that we always have to pay attention for. And Tolia, going back into his own MO, we'll be able to scout a 2EC for Angelo is starting at a purple site. Notorious Vikings actually also starting at a purple site. You can see JS Love on the Estes. He loves his Estes, by the way. just trying to harass Crystal, trying to slow it down. I think both these two things, especially, it's Kolya going up against JS Love.
Yeah.
It's basically like what we mentioned right now. Prentice going up against the Jedi. In
Yeah.
fact, mirroring the moves almost equally.
Yeah, I mean, you've learned from the master. So you're bound to, pick the same strategies and deploy them at some point. But in the mid lane, you can see the already aggressive onto Kolya, putting out the damage. Can he get away in time? Flicker gets him to safety.
Yeah, and it's so obnoxious, right? You got the Estes heal and also Pebble on this Valentina. Valentina can heal as well in her kit with a passive. It's gonna be something very hard to kill. And this Valentina could start to build a slightly tankier with the clock coming into play. And then you also have the glue that Notorious Vikings have to watch out for. I feel Kenny, the pressure's on Kenny. You have to try to burst down this Estes quickly to prevent anything happening. If not, Notorious Vikings may use an edge in the team fight.
If they're not bursting now, Kenny is going to be Milindo on the top lane, putting some pressure, pincering him right under the safety of his turret, and nowhere for him to go.
Nice.
It's going to be first blood to Scythe SG.
Yep, nice rotation coming out from Scythe SG right there, identifying that the Brody is currently, still a little bit behind. Beatrix usually should be able to win against this Brody, especially in the mid part of the game. Notorious Vikings currently will take the turtle initiative right now. Kolya will scout, JS Love Pebble going in.
They're coming down though. They're trying to contest this turtle here. Gets the stun onto them, but will they be able to get the objective is the question. It's Pebble that's going to go down in the meantime. Too easy for Angelo. It's the one that's going to slay the turtle. They actually come back down to take this, but they lose Pebble in the meantime. They're still trying to chase down Kolya. Just one hit away. Too easy for Angelo. Racks up 3 kills now to his name and make that 4 on to 2 die for you.
That is going to hurt Notorious Vikings a bunch. So first of all, it's that Scythe SG, yes, it was Notorious Vikings that started the turtle, but Scythe SG comes in and it's too easy for Angelo. It's like, nope it away. And not only just that, he noped away one of the key objectives from Notorious Vikings, especially in the earlier parts of the game. He goes in, kills 4 people from the side of Notorious Vikings. These are juicy gold. War Axe already being built. This Lancelot should try to press on his advantage.
Kenny being pressed onto the tower as well. The slows for days. The Scythe SG now, they're putting up an extremely strong front. They went up to the top lane. They got that kill, but still, they didn't lose out on that bottom objective. And to top that off, they got 3 kills, and that's putting them at already a gold lead of about 2k.
A lot of damage here. Slow it down. Here, Spring just forward so aggressively. We'll be able to pick up Kolya for free. Has 2 in general, looking for Milim.
Gets the kill. JS loves his heals, just sustaining the entire team, and it's making it so difficult for Notorious Vikings to get the kills off of them.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier just now, right? Notorious Vikings should be the one that's more aggressive, but it feels like Scythe SG is the one that's leading Notorious Vikings by the leash. Pable just stepping forward, just forcing Sean away. Now this Paquito should be the early game menace. Doesn't look very scary at all because JS Love, the Q, has been allowing Scythe SG to be a lot more aggressive as compared to Notorious Vikings. They do have the early game powers by Wind Pebble, and of course, too easy for Angela has already picked 4 kills, by the way. Just have to remind you, this is a Lancelot that you don't want to mess with. Just look at the damage.
Oh, managed to catch him out, just hiding in a bush, and I don't think he was expecting that. Just immediately melted to the ground. Kolya is not having a good day. I feel like this is getting a bit personal, Jace. He's had 10 kills round at this moment.
Yeah, it feels like, JS Love not only just scouted a lot better than compared to Kolya. Remember what I was talking about, like,
Red team has slain the turtle.
Information that Kolya has actually, probably died for. But in fact, even if Notorious Viking has this information from the side of Scythe SG, the heals is just immense.
Exactly, and it keeps up the whole team. But in the mid lane though, trying to get a stun onto Pebble. Connects, but they don't have enough damage to pull it off. And instead, Kenny is the one that's being forced back into the turret.
Yeah, the joke that I love to cry all the time, you can bring the fountain to your heroes, you become the fountain. That's basically what JS Love did.
Yep.
Take a look, just now, as Kolya managed to slip off with like 1 single pixel of health, Sean is completely getting cut out from his own jungle, and that's not a sight that you want to see, especially if you have a beetle jungle.
Yep, he was supposed to be the aggressor here, but not the one. Kenny once again falls. It's going to be another kill, and they press on to die for you. His next Sean is the target, but I don't think they're going to be able to get him. They do, however, get his red buff, and again, that's putting him further behind.
Yeah, complete massacre coming out from
Blue
the
team
side
turret
of
has
Notorious
been
Vikings,
destroyed.
right? Like side SG has been putting this very lethal, hyper-aggressive step at their doorstep. Notorious Viking unable to hold.
Too easy for Angelo. He's just bullying everyone here. Sean manages to escape, but it's going to be Collier. Rum takes the kill for that. Collier again, 4 deaths, and they get the mid-tier 1 turret together with it, as well as this blue buff, because why not?
Yeah, Notorious Vikings, right? Sean probably losing out all the jungle, getting cut off the resources. Compared to too easy for Angelo, a level 10 Lancelot picking up a Hunter Strike already, 504. You got a JS Love that's constantly healing, and you know, side SG walking around as a extreme unit. Notorious Vikings, they have to try to play pickup on top of side SG, but if they collapse on someone from the side SG will just take away another objective just via the macro game. Just take a look at the turret. Notorious Vikings doesn't really have lane tempo already. In fact, all first tier turrets are gone. There's a very weak bottom lane turret for the side of the Notorious Vikings. Side SG, they can just take this turtle without any problem at all.
Again, too easy for Angelo onto Collier. But they take some damage, but JS Love here popping the blessing of the Moon Goddess. It's going to be enough for them to take down Kenny. They continue on to do side for you, and he falls too. It's 3 down on the side of Notorious Vikings. Make that 4 as Collier is the next to go. Minim, the Lone Ranger here. Nothing much he can do. They also take the turtle along with it.
Yep, basically you go into a store, you order one thing and you get 4 extra things for free. That's exactly what happened in that particular fight. Oh! With the ultimate managed to just catch too easy for Angelo out, but the damage has been done. Turtles going into side SG like for the 2nd time already. The Notorious Vikings back against the wall, only the turret, but inhibitor turret left at the bottom lane. Nibiru Passion shreds Kenny to bits.
I mean, look, right now it's just a consolation prize for Notorious Vikings. You know, Side did obviously overstayed their welcome, and that's the only reason why Envy could take the kills off of them. Side, even though they have the numbers disadvantage, is still pressing on this pressure onto the blue buff, and it's gonna be, they're doing everything they can. You see JS Love, the I'm Offender gets him, but still it's gonna be Collier that's the one to fall. Notorious Vikings, what can they do at this point? Look at that heal.
Not enough tank, not enough range. They've got an assassin, Lilith, and Live. It's just very hard for the Notorious Vikings to bounce all the way back. The only insurance plan that the Notorious Viking has already subscribed for is just on that Phobius. There's a lot of dashes, yes, coming up from the side SG, but if the Phobius constantly just overextends and get busted all the way down, and don't forget, whenever he tries to dive, there's always JS Love at the back line, healing everybody up. It's just so hard.
Extremely hard, and now they're playing the objective game. They get Sean along with that tier 2 turret in the middle. And this is only 3 people in the mid lane, Jace. They have too easy for Angelo, just farming his jungle, and up there Rum is farming the top lane. In the meantime, they're suffocating Notorious Vikings out so much.
Yep, just take a look at the XP game right here. All of side SG is already over level 10, whereas Notorious Vikings still struggling around level 8 or level 9. Sean, the jungler from the side of Notorious Vikings, only at level 9 right now. So Notorious Vikings, they may sneak this Lord away. Very cheeky play, but it's more like a denial coming out for, sorry, it's side SG that actually sneak away the Lord, but Notorious Vikings though, playing on pure defense, they don't have the range, they don't really have the damage power from Kenny to burst down and the Estes. If you see an umbrella coming at you, all JS have to do is just respond with an ultimate.
Exactly, and that's what he's been doing as well. I think this Lord was about 5 minutes coming into the game. You already saw that happening. Granted, it's not the, you know, the real Lord like we say. It's kind of like the level 1 Lord that we're playing with.
The fake Lord.
Yeah, the fake Lord. But Side SG, with how they've been playing so far, I'm sure they will be able to make extremely good use of this to push even further onto Notorious Vikings.
Yeah, I'm not going to discount this fake Lord. Right?
Yeah,
So
it's a real one in their hands.
It's a real one, and it's a threat for the side of Notorious Vikings, because not only that, you know, there's super minions marching down Notorious Vikings all 3 lanes at a time. Just take a look. They know how to put down the 2 lanes pressure right now. Side SG is definitely trying to wave clear at bottom side. Nice defense coming out of Notorious Vikings, but this Lord that's marching down, Side SG focusing down the bottom lane.
It's gonna be a free bottom inhibitor at this point. All 5 of them crowding at the bottom. Here we go, already down. And Notorious Vikings, they're just trying to put up a fight now. It's going to be the Eye Offender catching them, and one down. KX Springs goes down, but too easy for Angelo. The revenge kill onto Sean. Here comes the healing on the side of Scythe SG, and they're good as new. Too easy for Angelo. Comes all the way down again. Man, they managed to catch Collier in that fight. It's gonna be still a good trade in the side of Scythe SG. I'm surprised they didn't take more though.
I think what Side SG has already taken more than they need. In fact, I was only expecting bottom lane.
Oh, they've got the mid
They also
inhibitor
took
as
the
well.
mid-lane
Yep.
The inhibitor, they picked up 4 members from Notorious Vikings as well. Basically, Side SG, just take a look at a gold lead. That's not a very healthy gold lead that you want to be in, especially if you pick up a Paquito jungle now falling apart, unable to burst down KX Spring. Just take a look at items as well. War Axe and Hunter Strike is not going to be doing enough damage, especially if you just take a look at Beatrix item. If this Paquito were to walk up to this Beatrix, the Demon Hunter Sword, the BOD, is going to do a lot of damage just in this Nibiru and just melts down Sean like it's butter.
Yeah, I feel like, sometimes in games there's a point where you have to call it. Jace, do you think this is the game for Notorious Vikings to already start calling and rethink their strategy for the next one?
I think they may have to go next game. Don't forget, this is the best of 3, right? I think Notorious Vikings situation is really hard to salvage. Collier tries to make the play. You saw earlier just now in that team fight at the bottom lane when Notorious Vikings tried to put up a defense. Collier tried to go in conceal and try to hook, remember the side SG. But, JS Love could just purify, activate the heal. Yes, Notorious Vikings do have everyone hooked up together, but there's not enough damage to overcome that amount of heal now. Side SG right now is going to work on this Lord, and I believe this is also an enhanced Lord right now. So Notorious Vikings, they do have to brace themselves, trying to protect the top bastion that they do have, but they are having a lot of minion problems in the mid and the bottom.
Yep, without the Lord, they're already charging down to the top inhibitor, and it's going to go down really quickly. Milim just escapes with a slither of health, makes it back to the base, but here's too easy for Angelo on the bottom side, just zoning them out. I'm not even sure if they might just end this game before the Lord comes, but it is charging down the middle lane. Here comes the stuns and the I'm Offended. They do manage to get KX Springs though. Here is the fight back that you've been waiting for. They managed to get Sean. It's 1 kill to Scythe SG, but the Lord is here and they're charging down onto the base here. They're starting to do some damage and trying to get the kills here. 4 down, 1 lone man is not enough to protect the base. It's gonna be game to Scythe SG.
It feels like a battle of attrition, right? From the get-go, from the first minute on. JS Love constantly healing up Pebble, walking around and trying to gank. Once you get Pebble and the Valentina just scaling harder than everyone else. Just take a look right now. Pebble already at level 15 as compared to Counter at level 11. In fact, the only level 15 right here on the side of SSG is the Lancelot and the Valentina. You can tell because of her innate kit, she gains a lot of XP and then after that just wins everyone just in XP and scaling. Don't forget with the clock as well, does a lot of damage. But also, I think the game has already been set. Like, the bricks has already been set for this particular storyline, especially at that first turtle fight. Sean on that Paquito tries to start the turtle, unable to kill it, gave it away to SSG, and they overextended just a little bit, giving 4 kills over to Lancelot. Yep. Lancelot spiked, and then everything just went to hell for the side of Notorious Vikings.
I mean, too easy for Angelo. He was basically being obnoxious and he could get away with it, right? or maybe not. He went once to the base and then that cost him his life. But still, that's the extent of how much he can flex, basically. So it was really, it was difficult to watch them try to come back from this. But Jace, I think the biggest takeaway for me was that Collier had 8 deaths. Come on. The guy didn't deserve 8 deaths. Right? That felt personal.
I think, on other games, yes, you tell me that, I'm like, wow, Scrubby Cheeks, you're on a roll right here. But yes, it feels like, if the apprentice can kill the Jedi Master over and over and over again, I would do that too.
I mean, we said yes, prove that you have what it takes to leave the Jedi Master, but then you turn around and kill your master 8 times. That's a bit brutal, I think.
Yeah, especially if your Jedi Master comes back to life every minute or so.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Also another point to take note is that I feel like the Notorious Vikings draft, they don't really have a solid hard tank, right? Yes, they're thinking that the Phobias may dissuade Too Easy Angelo away, from actually using any dashing heroes, try to, using these phobias to try to close in. Because the main target is not to land the ultimate onto the person that you're trying to target. You're trying to land this ultimate so that you get shield, so that you last longer into fights. If you notice, it's always, too side for you, actually overextending way too much. So far away from team. Kolia went down first, then after that you see two side for you just jumping all the way in. Milim and Sean is unable to find a form of entry point, and whenever Kenny tries to use the Kagura to try to burst down JS Love, JS Love just pops the ultimate. So I feel like what Side SG has done is they have the tool set to be aggressive from the get-go. Once they are aggressive from the get-go, they have basically a portable fountain that is constantly healing all throughout the board. It's like an ambulance going to the top lane. Oh, KS Spring's a little bit low. I just got to go up to the top lane, healing them up. Pebble's a little bit low. It's okay. I'm just gonna, people all the way down to the mid lane, heal them up. So the Taurus Vikings gets out-rotated and outpaced.
Yeah, I guess, we talked about their strategy, and both of them, they have that aggressive play. But the difference is you have JS Love as the sustain. So you have that second chance at life. So I guess we're going to see how Notorious Vikings are going to look to adjust their strategy in a second game. Remember, it's a best of 3, so they still have that chance.
Yep, and with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away. Game number 2 between Notorious Vikings going up against Side SG. We'll be back shortly. No worries, 听不到，因为刚才那个 the first blast right the game audio 进来很大声，所以我不到。
Thank you. Sag. I'm bad lah. No man. I'm not looking at the fights properly.
Yeah. It's fine. You focus on the correct one. Then the color will cover you like what you missed out. Because I'm always constantly pointing out things, right? So it's and that basically just for that.
So I'm trying to provide some entertainment.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Fetch Elevate. Sing Fetch Elevate is here. It's Min. Sukiyo Min. I don't think you know her.
Sukiyo. I know. I mean, I've heard of her name lah.
Yeah, Sukiyo Min's here.
I've not met her in person lah. She was the production side.
Yep. Yeah, when I saw this story, I'm like, wait, this is the gym items.
What gym item?
This is, I was like, Sukiyo Min's like,
oh.
This is the gym stuff. Wait,
How do you get the...
I didn't know that she's coming in. Momo-chan got married?
Oh.
Oh no, it's not. It's
Jay. Progress.
Wait.
We need to open with OSIM? Because we didn't do it just now.
Can.
Oh, I stopped hearing you on the mic.
name is Jay. Joining me right here is Scrubby.
Excuse me.
I don't know. Like whenever I hear, I want to say your name. I remember the last time when we casted and someone calls you with another totally different name that I'm not gonna say.
We weren't even casting. It's like, hey, is that? I'll say it. Is that Chubby Cheeks? And I'm like, yeah.
I thought I'm the one with the chubbier cheeks because I've actually ballooned up for the past 2 years before we go in. But enough about our names. It's about Notorious Vikings going up against Side SG. If you guys missed that game number 1, it is Side SG taking game number 1 going up against Notorious Vikings. I would say it attributed to that Valentina and also the Estes duo. It's just so OP in the hands of Side SG. Notorious Vikings should seek to ban at least the Estes out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we talked about it. 3 bans. You know, you really have to pick and choose which ones you want.
Pick your poison.
Pick your poison.
Pick your Pokemon.
And they chose to take out, you know, Esme, Diroth. I mean, okay, by that time it was gone, but they chose to take out Esme instead of picks like Valentina and Estes, and there you go. I'm pretty sure you would be right, and that they would have to take out either one of those.
Yeah, I think Notorious Vikings should respond, right? Like, but then you have to give away these kind of respect bans over to the side SG. Yes, you open up the Esmeralda. I think the reason why they banned away the Esmeralda is also because they also already have a game plan in mind.
Yep.
They want to go for the Phobias. They know that Too Easy for Angelo loves dashy heroes because he has the fastest thumbs or fingers. You know like how people play with ML, right? They use like 4 or 5 fingers on the phone. I don't understand. I'm more of a thumbs guy. But the point being,
that's why we're here.
But the point being is this: Too Easy for Angelo on that Lancelot has proven a very, very tough challenge for Notorious Vikings to fight.
Yeah, well, we'll see. And Notorious Vikings, like, yes, they can ban out the either Valentino or Estes, but what are they going to do with their draft? Like, did that Paquito jungle work out for them? I knew they needed like a tankier front line at least to begin with.
I feel like what they could have done now, rather than going for the Paquito jungle, I think the Barrage jungle would be better because, you know, your Ruby has transformed into a utility tank. You have a more of a damage-based
Your team
Elena in the Phobias. Yes, slightly tankier, but not tanky enough. But let's take a look at game number 2 right now. Looking at the draft on the side of SSG in the blue, going for first pick. Selena and Cecilia gets taken away. And then you got Notorious Vikings as well, taking away the Valentina and the Esmeralda.
So they still let the Estes go, but he might not be as effective, you know, without the Valentina. So that could be the better band to go for.
I think Estes is very flexible, right? The Valentina also has proven a bit of problem against Notorious Vikings earlier just now, but now Side SG, you have to pick. They're gonna snap pick Too Easy for Angelo's Lancelot right off the bat. Don't forget, they haven't revealed a lot of information yet. Lancelot has been picked for game number 1 and game number 2. And now it feels like Notorious Vikings going back to the same playbook, banning away the Esmeralda, picking up the Phobias, and at least securing the B-Chicks for themselves.
So I guess the thought process here is, yes, we can kind of run with the same strategy as long as we don't have that Valentina.
Yeah, but now I think Side SG should pick up an Estes for GS Love immediately, and then, you know, Notorious Vikings could actually not ban it away because I think Side SG's, it's in their interest to secure this Estes for themselves, but no, they're going to change it around. They're going to pick up the Lolita instead.
Lolita, so directly going to counter that Beatrix, and that might set them back a little bit.
Your team is banning.
That Paquito jungle, so it looks like they are kind of running that same draft.
Yeah, they don't want to reveal a lot as well. Don't forget, this is being streamed as well. I bet other teams are basically paying very great interest in their side of the draft. But Natalia getting taken away, the Yves getting taken away as well from both these two teams. Just eliminating any cheese strats coming out of Selena and Natalia. And then of course, you know, these just cheese strats just taken away.
And to be fair,
your team is picking.
These are my domain.
Kind of a Johnson Kadita kind of strategy, but it's gonna be hopping over Lydia on the side of SSG for now.
I like the Kadita. It feels like, you know, SSG, they decide to go for the Lolita, the shield, right? Now only counters the Beatrix. The sniper can block the snipers, can block Nibiru's passions, but now you can build a wall, but Kadita is just going to go underground below the wall and just surprise you and try to blow up the clan as quickly as possible. But I like what the Lilia pick coming out from SSG. Yes, Kadita can blow me up, but I do have the black boots to reset and just blink away.
think that's a perfect pick going into the Kadita. Yes, you have the burst damage, but I don't need it. And here we go. It is the Johnson and Kadita combo that we're gonna see in this game too, Jace.
Oh my goodness, this reminds me of my epic epic rank journey thus far. But it's viable. Notorious Vikings has gone for a cheese strat, so hopefully they will be able to cheese at least one score away from side SG. But now it feels like, you know, SSG, they do have to cling towards the late game. They need to use the land slot to just jump in and try to find the B-tricks as quickly as possible. So there is a lot of ways to counter that. But I feel like compared to game number 1, Notorious Vikings do have the better draft. Well, as compared to themselves.
Yeah, at least they have like that tanky front line. They have a game plan in mind. You can see that with the draft that they're going for. And you never know. I mean, Johnson Kadita also played in MPL stage, so maybe this is something that they can pull it off. And if they do, this is the time to do it because this is a best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this might potentially be game point for Scythe SG going up against Notorious Vikings.
Yep, but of course, you know, Notorious Vikings could actually deliver a little bit of an upset with this very interesting strat with the Kadita and the Johnson pick. Yeah, I think remember just now, as long as Pebble gets caught out, Pebble stands a very low chance to get caught out by the Kadita ultimates. But now you add on with the Johnson stun to make sure that this person stays dead.
Yep.
So I think that's a lot of investment just to basically pull that off. So Notorious Vikings should see to try to gank the side in as much as possible during level 4. So it's up to Notorious Vikings to quickly scale this Johnson to level 4.
Scythe SG already playing the aggressors again onto Kolia. He's gonna fall as first blood. No wombo combo is gonna be pulled off yet. Now they're gonna have the space to take this blue buff. It's gonna be just a bump in NV start once again.
Yeah, and you know, at least Sean was able to clear off the other side of the buffs. It feels like, you know, this invade will definitely stall Sean a lot. Not only just Sean, right? Kolia actually went down to sacrifice to try to block. Remember, Kolia needs to hit level 4 as quickly as possible, and you can't hit level 4 quickly as possible if you are dead. You're not actually absorbing XP, but at least you still have the robe items to help you out. This Lolita from side of JS Love has proven to be very, very aggressive. Just take a look. Once he sees Sean, he's going to go ahead and stun you.
Yep, stunned him. He does have the shield, and I mean, he's a Paquito, not gonna die that easily. But Scythe SG, they're not gonna give up. And the turtle is spawning in just under 10 seconds now. So that means that you can see Scythe SG starting to create the space for themselves.
Yep. Creating space is very important now. On the topic of space, right? Scythe SG, they saw that, you know, the Kadita and the Johnson being picked up, but JS Love taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, taking some damage, dropping below half of his health here, but manages to get out alive.
I think it's a good deterrent, but it's now JS Love has to force the back away. Notorious Vikings do have a very small little window to try to sneak this turtle away, but Sean is not in position. It's too easy for Angelo at the turtle pit already.
Oh, he does get the turtle, and now they're just pressing onto NV. They do get 2 kills. Kenny and Kolia falls. How can they pull this again? They get the turtle as well as 2 kills.
Yeah, Scythe SG snap pick the land slot right off the bat. This is what they expect. They want too easy for Angelo on that land slot. Duty has proven himself very broken in game number 1, now game number 2. And of course, yes, JS Love on the Lolita was a little bit low, but he was unfazed. He's going to land down on the trust and provide some vision, but here we go.
Here we go, dropping below half health now, JS Love, but the shield is out. Here comes the Numina Blast, connects with Kolia again, stunned out for the second time, and he's trying to run for his life, but here comes too easy for Angelo, picking up the kill. He chases on the Thorn Rose, gonna get Kenny as well as Sean. It's gonna be a triple kill already in 3 minutes of the game, Jace.
Oh, killing spree is so broken. You even use the black purple shoes to just jumping away. Tuzai for you, the Phobia's unable to catch him. Run. It's just making Tuzai for you to run, and it won't be able to run anymore. Seriously, it's just a massacre going to the side of Notorious Vikings. This is their final game to prove if they really want to try to make it all the way into the qualifiers. Kolia just goes on to a spin.
Too easy for Angelo, steals off the buff, but is he going to pay the price for his life? Yes, he will. They do get some consolation here on the side of NV, but this is not looking good for Scythe. They know that NV has this cheese strat, as you call it, right? And they're going to pull it off, but they're putting out so much aggression before they even hit their ultimates.
Yeah, and of course, not to forget, Science SG, you know, you talk about, Notorious Vikings strat is really obvious. It's like an open book. It's like, you know, the examiner left the answers right in front of you, and yeah, here you go. Don't try to cheat, right? Science SG just packed 3 purifiers for this particular game in order to prevent themselves from getting stunned out, getting cheesed out by this, as KS Spring just, you know, tears Kenny apart.
Just blows him up with a few shots of that gun. Minimis, the next he will be chunked out, but the flicker is enough to get him away for now. So you said Envy has an open book strategy, and Scythe SG, they have the perfect counter for it. Does this mean that Envy strat is just gonna fall flat from this point on?
It's gonna be it's all about the rotations, right? Like right now, Notorious Viking feels like, you know, they're all already down here, but they need to try to back it all the way up. You know, try to use Collier as the Johnson to try to find these pickoff, but Million getting fallen apart. Kenny gets blasted down once again. Science SG is just slamming Notorious Vikings down to the ground.
This is just obnoxious, downright obnoxious. Too easy for Angelo. Yes, they had the numbers advantage, but he just dived, he dove under the turret, used the Thorn Rose, and just chunked them out, basically. And off of that, they're gonna get the mid-tier 1 turret as well. Look at tier 2 easy for Angelo. Again, another kill onto Sean. It's gonna be 12-2, already 6k ahead of Notorious Vikings.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough because you already have a losing lane in Beatrix, and don't forget, Beatrix by right should have the better and easier early to mid game, but Collier comes out from nowhere.
Here is the strategy they've been waiting to pull off. They get the stun as well as the Kadena damage, but is it going to be enough? It's Collier that falls actually, and Kenny as well. It doesn't look like it's working out for them. Too tight for you, trying to make a break for it, but nowhere for him to go. Gonna fall to the damage of Pebble.
I don't know what that was, Scrubby Cheeks, because I was just looking at the purifiers, right? I was expecting at least all 3 purifiers to get blown up, but here we go.
I don't need it, but here we go. Another stun from Collier, going to be able to take out JS for the moment. Too easy for Angelo. Just, what was that? 1 Thorn Rose and they took out half of their HP?
And then after that, you know, from the mid lane, he just zip-zaps all the way down to the bottom side and managed to get out of the turret. He's a smooth criminal.
He is a smooth criminal. Definitely helps that he's Lancelot with those iframes. Pebble pops the black shoes to get away from Sean. They're so far and so deep in their jungle trying to contest this here, while Too Easy for Angelo just takes his time, you know, farming all over the map.
Someone called for a meeting right here. To both XP laners just having a gentleman's agreement, but I think that's a trap. Collier just trying to go in and disrupt that meeting. But here we go. Science SG will try to take an initiative, takes down a chunk of 2-4U's health, but look at the damage coming out from this. Uranus is actually kind of scary right now. Notorious Vikings should not give any chance over to Science SG because they seem very poised to try to go into the grand finals.
It's just brawling it out here on the bottom side. The Numenor Blast actually does connect onto 2-4U, and now they're trying to put out the damage to actually take him down. They do. Pebble gets the hit, and here comes Too Easy for Angelo to join the party. Oh no, he's actually on the mid lane, but they do manage to take down Pebble. Notorious Vikings, they get 1 consolation prize onto Scythe SG.
Yep, without Too Easy for Angelo right there, I don't think Scythe SG wants to really fight. They just really want to push, you know, Notorious Vikings away and then just take down the turret and then just move on. And they did exactly that. Taking a look at items once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a very early endless battle. And then after that, going in the Malefic Roar for the Clint, and now going next to the Thunderbelt right off the bat. I think it's not bad of an item, especially when you got things trying to crash on top of you. But if you notice Science SG not really building any Athena shield as of yet, because if I were them, I would be scared about the Kadita, but I don't think they are.
Envy, they collide into Rum here, but is this the play? Numenor Blast connects onto 2-4U, and now Scythe SG, the rest of them are on the chase towards the members. They manage to take Collier down, and now their front line is gone. They can kind of chase down the rest of them. 2-4U is the next target. They're just running through their draft now, and on the top side, Too Easy for Angelo. Just one takes on Minim all by himself. Yep,
it's a 4-1 strat coming off of Science SG right now. Too Easy for Angelo was actually doing all the damage in the earlier part of the game, the mid part of the game. This is where KX Sprint should shine as the Clint, right? You can see it's a 4-man trying to basically fight against 5 Notorious Vikings all the way down the bottom side. Science SG tried to flip push, but I think I see the car being activated right now.
but he doesn't even have to go far. The mid inhibitor turret is gone now. He manages to get the stun onto JS Love. Is this the right target though? Kadita does pop the ultimate and enough damage to take out Pebble as well. It's 2-4-2 in this fight, but still doesn't feel like Notorious Vikings is getting anywhere. They're just defending themselves at this point.
Yep, Side SG does have the tempo. They cracked open the mid lane already. Now Notorious Vikings, they could just rotate over to the Lord and take it for absolutely free. On a 3v3 fight, looking at Side SG and what Notorious Vikings has left, I don't think they may actually want to contest, but Notorious Vikings, they do have the payload on the Collier to basically just send it all the way to the Lord. I think Notorious Vikings knows this, but Side SG has already cleared the Lord very quickly, and now Notorious Vikings just seems a little bit lost, not too sure what to do.
Yep, I think Collier was trying to see if he could maybe stop that Lord fight there, but too little, too late, and they're gonna have the Lord marching down that mid lane now. They didn't even need that Lord to take down the mid inhibitor, and now that they have this objective, they're gonna be able to take even more.
I would say Notorious Vikings this time around, they shouldn't be using this Johnson to try to crash into anyone right now. They need all hands on deck to try to defend on top of this Lord. It's going to be Collier ringing around the roses around the base, the bombs going in for the side of Milim. I feel like it's a little bit too premature, but Side SG is going to focus on the top side, mid lane. It's the Lord slowly encroaching. Collier will try to rapid touchdown on at least someone. KX Spring flickers over the wall, dodging that car once again.
They go all the way to the deep into the bases to get it, but it's not going to be needed as Scythe SG. They end this game in a quick and convincing fashion.
Well, GG over to Scythe SG and GG over to Notorious Vikings as well. Scythe SG will be going up into the upper bracket, is going to be fighting against the winners of Evil, going up against Forsaken, but Scythe SG. You got to comment about what they've accomplished right here. First of all, it's the apprentice, the young Padawan managed to fight over the Jedi Master. Second of all, it is also too easy for Angelo, just shining so brightly all throughout the draft. This Lancelot is super hard to fight. Sean unable to keep out the tempo, the momentum, and you can start to see some not say stark contrasts, but the opposite of stark contrasts. You can see mirrors. JS Love playstyle and Collier playstyle is almost exactly identical in terms of being aggressive as a tank to try to scout out the enemy, try to poke at Sean earlier in the earlier parts of the game. This time around, I don't really notice Collier actually poking in the enemy jungle, and then too easy for Angelo just going in, stealing that buff away, slows down the tempo of this Paquito, and then after that, everything just starts going very bad for the side of Notorious Vikings.
Yeah. I think they couldn't, right? On the side of Notorious Vikings, you said their strategy was an open book. So they were basically waiting for their strategy to be able to come online. They needed the Johnson out, the Kadita out to be able to pull that off. But before that, if they didn't have the same kind of aggression, they just let too easy for Angelo kind of run over them in the jungle and quickly start to farm his way up actually.
Yeah, exactly. So Notorious Vikings wasn't able to hit that level 4 mid-game power spike. I think Scythe SG already knows it, so that's why you saw them hard invading, because Notorious Vikings is not going to try to fight, not trying to pick up fights until level 4. And Scythe SG just read them like an open book, basically just taking the answers away and then just starting copying over into their answer sheet. So Scythe SG, I think, too easy for Angelo. I like the power dynamics of that whole fight earlier just now in game number 2. Too easy for Angelo was the one leading in charge in the earlier parts of the game. Then after that, you see, KX Springs slowly shining as the Clint. That's where the Clint's just 4-man versus 5-man. And then too easy for Angelo just, on the sidelines looking for an opportunity to flank. If I can't flank, I'm just going to split push.
Yeah. And I think they understand that so well. The roles of each of these individual members and your spikes and what you're supposed to do in the later part of the game. Even though it wasn't that late into the game, but they made it the later part of the game. So congratulations, of course, to Scythe SG. I think Envy really put up a great fight and they tried to adjust their strategy a little bit in the second time around, but I guess it didn't work out. Would have loved to see more, actually. More of like changing up what they could potentially do.
Yep, but unfortunately, this is the end of the chapter for the side of Notorious Vikings. Side SG will be staying in the MPL qualifiers for just a longer time, but it also depends on the upcoming matches that we have in store for the later parts of the day. But of course, we'd like to thank OSIM as well, you know, featuring the U-Throne gaming chair, which we're sitting right now. I believe this is the one that we're sitting on, is OSIM U-Throne S. But the gaming chair comes with the massage series with over 43 years of experience. OSIM has integrated its time-tested massage technology, so you know, you get to massage yourself while you play games, so it's actually kind of cool as well. The patent B-hand technology within an ergonomic design chair that provides you the great comfort and help you combat and relieve neck, shoulders, and back pains for prolonged gaming.
Yep, so they really understand, you know, gamers, you sit on these chairs for a long time, you need something like the OSIM U-Throne gaming chair with massage, because then you get to play and you get to be comfortable.
Yep, up your game, of course. But let's take a step back and just, you know, just taking a look at this particular series. I think it's a little, I would say it's a bit sad for me. I like to see Kolia actually jumping into the MPL ranks again, but unfortunately it is going to be Side SG that has a better chance this time around. So we got to take a look at the upcoming series, and with that said, don't go away. We do have more games coming up for you.
Nor girl.
Adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's sport is always on time. Let's create some miracles.
You have slain an enemy.
Guess what's in my bag? A homemade
Monster kill.
Cinnamon is no ordinary pet.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go, Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go, Muddles! Is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemy's bound by Go, Muddles!
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needle.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! An enemy has been slain! Airgun enemy has been slain! First blood! Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles.
You have slain an enemy!
Guess what's in my bag? A homemade
Monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
We march on. We will survive. Taste the frostbite. Back off. The snow shall rain. Legendary.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL Singapore Season 3. This is the qualifiers, and unfortunately, it's very sad to see someone unable to proceed on. But I mean, this is a tournament. There is definitely winners, and there's definitely people that have to pack the bags go. My name is Jace. Joining me right here is Scrubby Cheeks as well. We'll be your casters for this series.
Yep, and of course we have to thank our partners and sponsors for making today possible. So a huge shout out to Singtel 5G. Unlock ultra responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. So get the edge you need while gaming on the go with Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. Yep, never have to complain lag and never have to complain anything at all. But of course, we also have PvP Esports is the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. Guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming, PvP Esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments, such as including this one. So very grateful for, PvP Esports are actually providing us a platform to basically watch these games going on. But now we gotta move on to, the next part of the match. In fact, we're gonna show you the draft right away. It's EVO going up against Forsaken SG. But, well, it's gonna be called Forsaken this time around because it's a lot easier. But point to take note of right now, EVO first pick, Forsaken second pick. Baxia getting banned away. These are not your common suspects, by the way. The Lancelot and the Hayabusa, I feel like EVO has PTSD from Assassins at this rate. Very, very targeted at the junglers here, and it's going to be the first pick, like you said, to EVO. But let's zoom out a little bit, right? I mean, these two teams, we're looking at EVO that it's kind of like a bit like an underdog team. They fought their way through and they landed themselves still in the upper brackets. Both these teams have not dropped a single game. Yep, perfect run throughout the brackets as of now. So this is technically like the upper brackets, right? Don't forget, one of these teams that basically won will immediately automatically qualify right into the MPL Singapore as well. Of course, based on name tags, we prefer Forsaken because they do have the veterancy card, but EVO, it is their chance to prove that, hey, I am not, don't count me out just because of the name tag. Just count me out because that, I get a good fight. But taking a look at the draft, this is a very scary draft coming out from the side of EVO. Yep, they have locked in already the Beatrix Sicilian as well as the Paquito. So they have, Beatrix kind of throughout the game pretty stable. Yep. And then once you hit the late game, if they get to the late game, you're going to get the Sicilian just shooting out bolts of damage at you. On the other side though, you have that Lilia. So even if you take some damage from that Bat's Feast, you can just kind of pop the Black Shoes to evade that all and top to the Kufra to be able to mitigate some of the, people coming at you basically. Ooh, very interesting pick coming out from the side of Forsaken. The Thamus getting picked up right here. A very good lane bully, especially in the XP lane. But like I said, right now, because EVO hasn't picked a solid, not say a solid, but like an obvious XP laner as of yet, that's why the Paquito, very flexible, could go into the jungle, could go into the XP lane, so don't count them out just yet. But, the Beatrix has always been my stable personally because I'm a gold laner, very flexible, you can use it for every single thing. You have zone denial, and now you can also battle against Lilia's zone denial as well. But I think what EVO has to be careful about is, Forsaken's Kufra could jump from absolutely nowhere, just bouncing ball, and basically slow down, especially Paquito as well. That's kind of like a pseudo counter as well. Now, Forsaken takes away the high loss this time round. High Loss has shown a lot of interesting plays, especially not only just as a tank, but also as an XP laner, so it's also kind of wise for them to take that away. But EVO right now, I think they're really lacking this tankiness. Forsaken, I think they've got the tankiness in their bags. I mean, I don't want to say it, but I feel like Estes would look very well for Forsaken, but I mean, they've already picked up their tank already. So EVO making a great choice to ban away the Clint. Yeah, I mean, Estes always looks good. It's
Yeah,
always nice to have a healer on your team, right? That basically gives you a second life. So it's going to be the clean ban out, and so Forsaken opts for the Roger. Now that means they're looking to basically snowball this Roger into the late game. And they have the ability to do that because the Lydia and the Themis, they can hold their lanes really, really well. If they do that and they manage to lane bully, then that's going to open the way for Roger to be able to basically make the most and farm his way in.
Yeah, and you know the thing about whenever I see a Roger being picked up, right, I'm looking at, okay, what are the people who could actually peel for this Roger? You have the Kufra, right? You jump in to bouncing ball, and then after that stun. Then also you have the Lilia with the burst, AoE denial, and that's where the Roger's queue to come in. So I think Forsaken has already checked everything that you need to use a Roger, so that pick is safe. However, if you take a look at the side of Evil, they don't really have any hard CC, well, except for the Ruby's hook, but it only relies on whether Ruby lands this hook. Remember in game number 1, when the Thirst Vikings tried to use the Ruby, it wasn't really working very well because they don't really have a solid tank. At least Evil brought in the Esmeralda this time around. So, okay, I think this Ruby pick is okay. Evil has a very solid strategy in terms of the draft. They have the early game parts where they allow the Paquito and use the Beatrix to scale. Then mid game spike, technically you have the Esmeralda picking up the level 4 already, and the Ruby has a level 4 power spike. Then the Sicilian will come in as that monster. But Forsaken does have to choose to find the backline. So I think Evil has to path very carefully. And in fact, is that a carry being picked up for the side of the gold laner?
Which I think is quite interesting, right? Because it was the last pick. And you've seen that Evil's draft is very mid to late game oriented. You have the Esmer, you have also the Sicilian. So that gives them the opportunity to draft a bit later into the game as well. With that carry pick, they're not going to lose out in the late game.
Yes, but you see, that's the thing, right? For the side of carry, you will want to shred through, tanks very quickly. I don't see a lot of tanks coming on the side of, for the side of Evil, which is spawning in the blue side. Of course, in the red, it is going to be Forsaken. But I think this carry, because of the recent buffs, I think this is a very good experiment that we can take a look.
Yep, it's going to be game 1 between Evil actually and Forsaken SG. Gonna set the tone for this set now, and already we can see Evil pulling out the aggression onto Forsaken, basically forcing them back into the jungle.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you notice, the members of Forsaken is actually focusing on the top side, but whoa, Chesty just blasted powerful right off the map. They're looking for a carrot as well, the slow from Thamus. And this is the power of Thamus, right? It's such a very annoying lane bully, especially in earlier parts of the game. And that's how Forsaken was able to roam all the way to the top, and then after that to the mid, just picking up fights left, right, center.
Yep, and because they know that not just a lane bully, they basically take him to pressure the jungle. And you can see that's kind of like the veteran card that they're playing here, right? They know how to play to their draft and their advantages in the early parts of the game.
And another point that I really have to point out is that, yes, the carry at the bottom side going up against this Beatrix, technically speaking, lane prio should go into the Beatrix, so they're not going to try to bother. They're going to bother on the top side where they do have more priority. So Forsaken, they do know how to play around this draft, and while all that shenanigans happening, right, you don't see Evil C basically popping out. They're looking to scale this Roger as quickly as possible, and now they're looking at the bottom side.
Yeah, they're looking at every fight they can get, On the side of the Forsaken SG, they had double, just pressuring the jungle, just hanging out, putting as much pressure they can, and now it's going to be Evil C picking up yet another kill onto Salmon in the mid lane. They know that Sicilian's weak, and they're capitalizing on it. They're so sharp to know what they have to do.
Yep, Forsaken identifies the win condition, identifies what they need to do. Basically going through going to a supermarket with a shopping list, right?
Yeah.
And now they're doing everything in terms of the macro checklist absolutely right. They use double to force away Evil from actually having even the thought at that of that objectives, and now Evil cannot find an entry point. This is basically a free turtle over to the side of Forsaken.
It's a free turtle over to Evil C, which is what you don't want to be seeing as Evil, because now they're going to be able to start the farm exactly what they're doing. You don't want to let them check things off on their shopping list.
Yep. You're basically trying to make sure that the thing is basically out of stock.
Yeah.
That's basically what Evil is trying to do. But it has proven it very difficult because Forsaken can wave clear mid lane very quickly because it's a Lilia. And you know, if you notice Forsaken, they don't really care about the bottom side. They don't really pay a lot of focus at the bottom side unless the turtle is spawning at the bottom. Just exactly, basically checking every single thing in the macro playbook.
Yeah, and you can see Roger's just free farming. Evil C, he's just free farming in his jungle while the rest of the team, Double, Chesty, they put so much pressure in preventing Evil from getting their farm, and they've been so effective at it. I mean, yes, granted it's just a 1k gold lead now, but this is gonna start building up.
Yeah, I know it's a 1k gold lead, but let's take a look at the comparisons between Powerful and Evil C. Powerful currently at level 5, Evil C having the level advantage, and not only just that, it's also have a Q advantage. So basically you can tell, yes, this Roger should be able to scale, and this is not a very comfortable spot for Paquito.
Carrot though flickering out, trying to get the safety under his turret, Double taking too much damage, having to back out, but here's Evil C diving the turret. He's gonna pay the price for it, does not get out alive. He does get Carrot in the meantime, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade, I think that's why Forsaken is not really keen on ganking at the bottom side, because they know OPS needs ops, needs more farm, needs more levels, and needs more equipment in order to pop off. But I think Forsaken has bitten a bit more than the kid chew at the bottom side. That dive coming up from Evil C is a little bit too much because the Nibiru's passage spreads a lot of damage. Now, Forsaken SG prepping at the bottom side because Turtle will be spawning pretty soon.
Yep, and on the top side you can see XF just pressuring down Jace's here, and that creates space for his team to start contesting the turtle here, which is exactly what they're doing.
Yep, they're going to actually start it out once again, just basically Forsaken telling Evil, thou shall not pass. None of Evil is actually around the turtle pit, and Forsaken once again picking up another turtle for free.
And that's the disadvantage of having, yes, you have the Esme, but Esme only gets up in the late game. In the meantime, who is your front line that's basically doing the job of Double right now? Double is just zoning the entirety of Evil out so that they can't get anywhere near his teammates.
Yep, the bouncing ball just prevents Carrot from basically gap closing, also prevents Powerful from actually using his combos. That's very, very important. I feel what Evil should do right now is exactly what they're doing right now. Focus at the bottom side. That should be Forsaken's weak spot, and they need to focus on that. While Forsaken is actually focusing on the top side where the turtle should be spawning. That's basically how they should play. If you notice, they're leaning towards the top. Thanos just hard shoving into Esmeralda's lane. Wow, this is actually a very, very interesting game.
Yep, you can see them rotating, and Double basically he's doing two roles, right? He's keeping them safe and pressuring them, but here we go, Jace is being forced into the turret, and like you said, they're trying to create that space for the next objective, but the backup is here on the side of Evil. They managed to put out enough damage. It's Carrot actually that's going to go down, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's a two-pronged fight. Well, we're actually observing on the top side right now, bottom lane, Ops was able to shred Carrots to pieces at the bottom lane, and this is not a gank that Evil kind of wants, right? Yes, Powerful was able to send one person all the way up top side, was able to hold down the lane, but then you lose and you give a late game marksman some kills and some farm. That's exactly not what Evil should want to do. Now, Forsaken SG pathing around, focusing at the bottom side right now. I think they know Evil wants to focus at the bottom side, want to focus on top of Ops. That's why they're just, zoning around. They're just lingering there, looking for pickoffs right here.
Yep. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage and the revenge onto two members, Carrot and Coconut. It's not going to be great for him as he falls to the members of Forsaken SG. Going to be able to trade out for Double, though. The fight goes on as they pick up 3 on the side of Evil. Still a plus for Forsaken SG.
Yeah, okay, Forsaken SG probably overstayed a little bit. That's an incorrect pathing, but I like how Evil was actually it's only 2 members, right? Looking at Chesty and it's free food. And that's actually kind of cute. But now, Ops is already picking up the golden stuff. Now more damage. She's starting to pick up more items that you absolutely need, as Evil will lose the top side once again, cracking that defense open. Bottom side for the side of Evil also looks very, very juicy. Expect a lane swap happening for the side of Forsaken SG, but now they're looking at the turtle.
Yep, setting themselves up XF, you can see he's just managed to take down the top lane turret, and that's exactly what you want to be able to do for your team to be able to start contesting this objective. J-Sis though, just going at double and chunking down his HP to half. He's forced to back now, and that's not a good timing.
Yeah, that's not a good timing. Finally, Evil will be able to try to taste a bit of the turtle damage right now. Half health is that turtle. Look at Jace's actually just becoming that pseudo tank as the fight ensues.
Chesty pops the black shoes in response to the black feet, but it's going to be JC's that falls as the first. They're going to forgo the turtle and go for the kills instead. It's going to be two. Actually, Evil almost falling here in the mid side, but they managed to trade out.
Yeah, not only just that, right? The turtle was actually half health, and then the Lord just decides to spawn, just denying the objective away to Forsaken. In fact, that fight, if that is a Lord, right, I think Forsaken should have fought that. But I mean, Evil was able to deny that turtle over to side of Forsaken. But Forsaken picks a good fight. That was a very good choke point where Evil just funnels everything through there, and that's where, you know, Chesty just lay down the bombs, area denial, everyone gets a lot of damage and just melts down the whole entire draft.
Yeah, they almost did manage to get some kills, but Evil, I think they managed to sustain that fight a little bit more. They're not giving up though, and you can see that both teams are still on the top side here, looking to put the pressure and take the fights. Double one, just one person zoning out, but here comes the rest of his team. Jay says again, the first one that falls to bad feast is Pop, but Chesty also has the black shoes in return once again. So now they chunk through the draft of Evil as they go one by one. Carrot is the next target, falls as well. It's a triple kill for the carry. Ops, you don't want to see him snowballing.
Ops, you don't want to see him snowballing, but he is snowballing, right? Evil unable to hold down the fort. Evil C jumping in on top of the Esmeralda, getting shredded away. I think Forsaken knows who is the bigger priority, the biggest target painted on their back from the side of the Evil is Jace's. He's starting to pack up a lot of tankiness, pack up a lot of punch, but Jace's cannot overextend, because when he overextends, there's no damage to back you up. You need to fight and hold down the fort for Salmon as well as Coconut, and just take a look at the items. Already picking up Dominance Eyes as well to try to restrict the healing that, you know, the Roger may pick up by the end of the day with the Endless Battle, but then you lose Jace's, you lose the team fight. That's exactly what happened in the previous one.
Yeah, it's not over for Evil yet, but it is looking really dire. The Lord is charging down the top side now, and they're syncing up the lanes with XF on the bottom side. Now remember, Evil, they fought their way through the upper brackets and they're finally here, so they need to be able to make something of this game.
Yep, jump coming out, Double will not be able to stun down Salmon. Salmon will be able to back jump, run away. Only a little bit of health left, but Chesty was trying to chase all the way down. Nice defense, at least it's a 5v4, but Evil will be able to take down this Lord on the top side without problem at all. But the map kind of resets, the damage has been done. Just taking a look at the damage, you know, turrets for the side for a second, still standing pretty strong.
Yeah, that's the response that we want to see come from Evil. You know, the team that's made it through so far up until this point. They got a good pick off onto Chesty, and now they're trying to capitalize on that. XF is the target, gets knocked up, but here comes Double with the Tyrant's Rage, manages to knock up two as well, and now they have the chance to run through the draft. He's zoning everyone. He gets shut down, but he creates so much space for his team in the back line.
Yeah, he lost his life right there, but I think that was a fight that Forsaken almost lost, but I think it's a little bit too scared, right? Once again, Evil cannot fight Forsaken SG near any walls, near any choke point. The last time we saw it, which is actually around on the top side of the mid lane, you know, that small little alleyway into the first tier turret of mid tower, that's exactly where they chose to fight. And once again, Forsaken has been picking up these battlefields where they won. Evil just walks into these traps, gets bombed by the Lilia bombs as well, and then after that, all Evil C has to do is swoop in for free kills.
So it's looking, I mean, it's 7-13 now, right? And they have a gold lead of about 5k on Forsaken SG. Double, no, in the mid side, a bit of trouble, but he's been doing a great job in zoning out for his members and picking off these fights. How is Evo going to look to adjust their game plan from this point?
I think it's just exactly what I said, right? Jace's needs to start to stick towards his team. Become that strong Esmeralda front line and try not to get shredded out down by Ops. If you notice, the Dominance Eye should be able to help reduce the attack speed just a little bit of Evil C as well as Ops. And now they just need to hunker down, and allow the Sicilian to scale. You have Jaces that could actually pick up a good fight right now, but for second SG, once again, fighting at the choke point.
Again, Double manages to get 2 stand down and knocked up, and now they have the opportunity. It's going to be Carrot that's the next to go down. This is not looking good. The Bats Feast does manage to zone them out for now to prevent them from sieging any further, except he gets clawed in and will be obliterated by the Sicilian.
Yeah, but it's a Sicilian and the Beatrix against the whole world. They're not going to try to contest. They have to fall back. They just need to... They lost their peel, they lost their front line. These two are very squishy. One Lilia Bomb, and then after that, one Like a Pal should be able to do the trick for side Forsaken SG. Double has been picking up all these team fights very, very well. He knows how to catch Evil all the way out in the open, and it's actually very, very hard for Evil to fight back. They do have the stun in that hook. It kind of slowed down Double just a little bit, but you don't really have any true hard CCs, whereas Forsaken SG that's been getting away with all this Kufra jumps, and it just makes every Kufra main really, really proud.
Yeah, and seriously, I think Double is for now. He's definitely the MVP in my eyes, right? He's been doing so much with this Kufra. Again, catching Jaces at the buff, and even if he doesn't get a kill, it's very preventative. The rest of his team knows to back off.
Yep. Preventative, they know where to back off for second SG. They don't need to pick up a fight here because they do have, you know, a 3-prong attack that Evil has to hold on. The Lord has charged and Double jumps all the way in.
They get the top tier inhibitor turret now. The Lord is gone, but they continue fighting for Forsaken. They seem to want more, but Double's already gone and they lost their front line. They do manage to get Coconut though, so is this enough? They're still gonna go on actually and try to make it right all the way to the car with the minions, but they're slowly falling on the side of Forsaken SG. I don't think they have enough firepower, but they're slowly, they just know to get 4 actually, and they're already going on to the base. They actually make it with this one Lord all the way to victory.
Oh my goodness, I actually sense the hesitancy from the players, right? I think Forsaken wasn't actually prepared to actually go all in. And then after that, for some weird reason, they were hesitating, they're walking back and off. Okay, is this the GG push? Is this not the GG push? And then after that, you know what? This is the GG push. Let's go all in. This is the teamwork that Forsaken was able to walk on away. Double has been setting up all these fights so well. Yes, ignore the silver medal that he picked. He's basically the MVP in our eyes, setting it up for Evil C, setting it up for Chesty, and even, you know, very aggressive in the earlier parts of the game, just trying to stall Jaces. But, you know, if that fight lingered on at least one more additional second, I think, you know, Evil may actually hold on the defense.
Yeah. I mean, it was also the creeps that they recognized were to their advantage. Like, they were basically at the base and they could make that push. I felt like the comms was probably going like, let's go. No, wait, we have to back off. And then like, wait, we have the creeps, let's go back in and end this game.
Yeah, it's like, you know, is it a little bit too cold? No, it's not too cold. Is it too cold? It's like, you know, when you're adjusting the heater at home, and then you're like, too hot. Wait, too cold, it's too hot. It's just... I think it's kind of cute, but at least for Forsaken SG, they identified the key timing to go all in. They also identified the key timing, especially early parts of the game. You saw it's so textbook the way they rotate. Evil wasn't able to keep up in the rotation, of course, and also Jace's at least adapted just a little bit from the side of Evil, right? He realized that he, as Esmeralda, was able to hold down the fort to try to be that solid tank. You know that the Ruby doesn't really have the tankiness in her. Then you can start to see Forsaken, you know, struggle a little bit, especially when you start to see the Sicilian hitting down the pain. The Lilio, just one bad impact, half health gone, forced to pop black shoes. And then, you know, it just goes all the way. But there's also another unsung hero is Ops. Ops basically held on to the gold lane, even though it's not a winning lane for him, was able to scale all the way to late game, which they desperately needed.
Yeah. I mean, I would give that both to Ops as well as Double, because Double was just consistently there. You know, he was between the mid lane and the bottom lane, just providing that support because they knew exactly what they had to do to allow Ops as well as Evil C to have that space to farm themselves.
Basically, you know, checking everything on the grocery list, right? And basically checking out. They checked it off and then checked out with their Frank card as well, because we also, Frank is also part of our sponsors as well. So register the Frank X MPL SG S3 collectible card campaign to collect all 10 MLBB cards featuring Angela. yeah, one of my friends actually loves Angela skin a lot. Ruby, Lunox, Roger, and Lancelot when you spend with your Frank debit or credit card. So simply go on to Frank by OCBC website, click on MPL SG S3 banner to register and find out more. And on top of that, you get to stand a chance to win attractive loot such as the time-limited Epic skins, Apple iPhone 13, and OSIM gaming massage chair that we're sitting on.
We always want more skins, so why not, right?
Yep.
And you know when you bring like something like in the game
The skin
to
buff.
real life,
The skin buff.
when you the skin buff, but you also have a card that has like your favorite hero on it. Like
Yep.
how cool is that?
Yeah, you get to flex whenever you pay, right?
Yeah, like look at my Angela card
Angela's
here.
card.
That's so cool.
Yeah, of course. And with that said, we should be going on into the second game very, very soon. Evo taking a hit. Forsaken SG solidly strong in game number 1. Identifies the win condition, executed to the T. It's just so satisfying to watch. But Evo, they do have the Sicilian that was basically making sure that they're relevant in the game. But I think what Evil has to watch out for is to not step into these small little traps. Don't step
Yeah.
into any all this, choke points, because that's where the Lilia should get its
Yeah.
money's worth.
Well, and you have double that's gonna basically stun you and knock you up in that bush, and then you have the damage piled onto you.
Yeah, and not only that, when you walk into a choke point, that means that there are walls around you, and where there's walls around you,
You get stunned out.
You get stunned
Yeah.
out by Kufra. I think Evil with that Ruby tank or Ruby robe should look to initiate fights, but unable to do so because because it was double. That's the one that's
Yeah.
constantly stunning people left, right, center.
Yeah. I mean, going into this next game, yes, Evil, they had a draft and they kind of had that game plan, right? But they had to wait a little longer because they needed to wait for Esme to scale, they needed to wait for Sicilian to scale. The Paquito was supposed to, be able to
bridge.
put be that bridge for them to get into the late game, but it didn't quite work out.
I feel like what Evil was actually quick on the adapt. That's what I feel like. They're very adaptable. They know Jace's realized that he could actually tank. Then after that, if you notice, I actually mentioned during the stream, during the cast earlier just now, at the bottom side, they realized that Ops is basically the weaker part of the lane. They tried to gank, but I feel like what Paquito should have done, because that time there's 2 fights happening, right? And one at the top, one at the bottom side. What the Paquito should have done is to basically gank the bottom side instead. Leave Jace's alone. That's an Esmeralda. Should be able to, sustain and fight all throughout the board.
Yeah.
But you win again. You basically deny Ops from that scaling. You allow your Beatrix to scale, and then you should be able to win. But then again, hopefully Evo should be able to catch upon this going into game number 2, identify which has the priority lane, which one doesn't have priority lane, because what Esmeralda should do is just be passive and just farm under turret.
I mean, you need to identify what's most important.
Yep.
Yes, you get XF in the top lane maybe, but then you lose Beatrix. And that's even more important because that's your win, that's where your damage is going to come from in terms of the mid to the late game.
Yep, and of course, going to the late game, Sicilian should shine. And you see Forsaken SG was struggling just a little bit. But, like I said, that last team fight was like very cute, right? Like whether I should go or not go, that's the question, right? That's what William Shakespeare kind of asked, to go or not go. But then, the Sicilian starting to hurt. At least had Forsaken did not end that game earlier there, right there and then, I think it would be a very uphill battle for Forsaken. But Forsaken does have the tempo because they do have very healthy turrets all across the board. So, Forsaken did a wonderful job in terms of these rotations.
Should they still go on the side of Evil, something as contingent as Sicilian? Because number 1, you need to wait for him to scale to the late game. And then number 2, if you have someone on Lilia, like Lilia on the other side, she basically pops the black shoes and nullifies your ultimate. So it doesn't make him as relevant in the game anymore.
I think there is still a space for Sicilian to squeeze in because 1, he scales indefinitely, right? 2, yes, he should have more range, in my opinion, as compared to a Lilia. But what Sicilian needs to be careful about is to pathing and then positioning is very important if you want to fight against a Lilia. In the earlier parts of the game, you can see the Sicilian struggling a little bit in terms of picking up the scraps because it's always Lilia, bomb, 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 and then after that I rotate, bomb, 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 and then after I rotate. Sicilian is left there. If he tries to clear very quickly with the bad impact, he'll find himself running out of mana pretty early on. But then, that is where for Forsaken, taking advantage of that, rotates very quickly.
Exactly.
But, I think the Paquito should have just started ganking with the Beatrix earlier just now. You have a winning bottom side of the lane and you don't react. It's always Evo reacting to Forsaken's pathing all throughout this game number 1.
That being said though, EVO as we know it, they've gone through the entire upper bracket and they actually won Stellar Esports. No, they actually almost lost to Stellar Esports, but they still won them in that series. So I feel like there's something more that they have that they've yet to show us. So at least that's what I'm looking to see in this next game.
Of course, it's gonna be a very interesting storyline for EVO, right? If they actually take at least not say at least one game, but at least take this whole series from Forsaken SG as well. It's gonna be like this dark horse rising from the ashes and that sort of stuff. But then again, you know, you gotta have to talk about, you know, Forsaken SG. They do have the veterancy card. They've been, you know, participating in a lot of community tournaments, and they do have a taste of MPL SG. They know how harsh it is because they always get beaten all the way down, especially in season 1. But then again, you know, Double feels like a different beast this time around on this Kufra. And then Evil C this time around going in with their Roger, and it feels like they know what to do in terms of textbook. It's all about maintaining that calm and maintaining, you know, that nervousness, which I think all of these players just now, based on their what they do, it feels like military drill. It's been drilled into their brain to do this so that they don't get stage fright. You know?
But they know it, they remember it, and they play exactly to that. So we're going to see if they manage to pull this off. It's potentially match point between Evo and Forsaken. Forsaken, they have to prove themselves, you know, that they're worthy of this veterancy card to make it, and they want to be able to do that because they weren't able to do so last season as well. Forsaken did make it, but on the side of Evo, it's for them to prove themselves as the underdogs, the dark horse that potentially can get into MPL and play at a higher level.
It's either the dark dogs or under horses.
Dark dogs?
I was thinking about, you know, underdogs and dark horses, you know.
Oh, and then you mix them up.
Oh, yeah, mix them up, something like that. But of course, with that said, we should be going into the draft very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like for Forsaken, if they really want to go and tackle game number 2, taking away Sicilian should be key because it has been Evo's trump card or just in case card, right? Like that, just in case if anything happens, they still have a Sicilian to dish out the damage. I feel like Sicilian should be taken away, and it's also one of the must bans going into this current season and meta right now. I think what Forsaken SG could also secure for themselves, if they really want to beat Evo all the way down to the ground, they really need to take away the Esmeralda for them because Jace's was starting to scale with the Esmeralda. Is actually getting very freaky, but you know the Thamus should have earlier game, so they was able to actually abuse it to rotate the top side, invade the jungle, and then you know taking a look at the jungle role, right? We've always seen the Paquito rotating in, going into the jungle role in the past few games that we saw that was being streamed, but then again, you don't see the Paquito being very, you know, game-changing or, you know, being that early game menace that we always used to know and love. I remember a period of time where he was like
straight out bully,
constantly banned in the previous season, and now, they got nerf him a little bit now, and then now it's just getting straight out ability because I feel like people know how to deal with the Paquito jungle again. So we need to see other jungles coming out from the side of Evo. Yeah,
and you basically know him as like, he's like a one-trick pony, right? You have the 1-2 punch combo and you know how he's gonna play. So yes, he might be like a good pick, but when you have a good pick, you also know how comfortable you might be with it and what kind of strategy you're gonna play it with.
Yeah, and of course, just judging by how Evo plays the Paquito earlier just now, I feel like the Owlers feels like a better pick. Can you imagine like it's an Owlers going into the jungle instead? Actually, he does have, due to the recent buff, in my opinion, he kind of spikes at level 4. You bring the jungle emblem in, you farm even faster than anyone else in the game, and then you just emerge even victorious. So I think Owlers could have been better because judging on how Powerful was playing, the Paquito was constantly farming the jungle instead. So putting the Owlers should be a better idea in my opinion in that particular game number 1. But going to game number 2, I think it also boils down to how they react towards Forsaken SG's draft.
Yeah, on the side of Forsaken SG though, I mean, do you think they would, if it's not broke, don't fix it, they can still go with, I think definitely the Kufra was a big advantage for them, but do the others still play in the same way?
I think they could continue on. I always have this, like, I really agree with that saying. If it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Yes, you can, like, tweak it to make it better, but you don't try to fix it. Don't try to change it. So I think what Forsaken has built thus far in terms of their pathing, in terms of their draft. I don't think it's really about the draft that matters. I think it's the understanding of the winning conditions, right? Like I said, you can change it with any other heroes out there. I think they will still play to that T. They identify the win condition. They know they have a losing gold lane. I'm not going to try to help. I'm not saying not going to try to help, but like, you just play safe at the bottom side. I'm going to push on with the Thermos because I'm a lane bully at the top side. And then after that, the Lilia just wave clear very quickly in the middle lane. Just proceed on left, right, center, like what we said earlier just now, rotate like crazy. So I think Forsaken can continue on with the same, not say strategy, not even the same. They can make some minor tweaks, but as long as you can, just complete on what you want to do in the macro textbook, you should be fine.
Yeah, or even if they adjust their draft, right, they basically just need to also adjust their shopping list, right? So yeah, they can adjust their draft, but as long as they know what exactly they have to check off and play to their strengths, then they'll be able to do that. And I think judging from the previous game, they will be able to, because yes, you have the carry that you need to wait until the late game 4 and you're gonna lose in the game basically, but then you pick strong picks like the Thermos to bully the lane so that you can compensate for that lag in the early game.
That's correct. Sometimes, when you go into ranked games, right, and then you see lane, like, your friends basically picking up, oh, I have a passive side lane, XP lane, I have a passive gold lane, which is like, the Clin, for example, being passive in the earlier parts of the game. You don't want to abuse him very quickly until you hit your level 4. That's where you really pop off. And then you have 2 passive side lanes. So then it falls back into the jungle, like, what should you do? Should you, like, press on one lane or the other? So it really depends on what kind of heroes you pick. So what I felt like is Forsaken SG, they really would like to pick one strong lane and then one slightly passive lane. Whereas for the side of Evil, it was the Beatrix going up against the carry. Beatrix should be the winning lane. So I don't really require Evil to start ganking the bottom side. Esmeralda can just, like I said earlier just now, just farm on the turret, let the Thermos bully, you're going to regen. The heal is there to basically allow the Esmeralda to heal up.
Yeah. So I guess that's where the strange part is, right? You actually had the Esmeralda and the Ruby and the Beatrix. So if you could hold your fort, you should have had enough ability to start looking at the jungle, to start looking at the objectives and be a little bit more aggressive. But I think that's something that I didn't quite see come out in Evil's playstyle.
Yeah, I think really in terms of understanding the macro, Forsaken does have the better macro. But in terms of, Evil, and they know what to draft. I think it's the innate kit of the Sicilian, it's the innate kit of the Esmeralda that allows them to, battle all the way in. But Forsaken, near the end, they do face a bit of trouble. So Forsaken, at least they do have the carry to help them out in just that. But let's also talk about in the middle parts of the, the earlier parts of the game where I think the Roger picked up the first blood. Was it the first blood against Sicilian in the mid lane? So
first or second?
Yeah, first or second kill. I think that's also one turning point for the side of Forsaken SG to know that, hey, I got this game and, I've hit one of my key objectives and I should be able to snowball.
Yeah. So definitely, I mean, this is going to be Evil's game to prove. And again, this is the MPL SG S3 Qualifiers. This means that all stakes are on the table for this game, because whoever wins this set is going to basically qualify for the actual regular season.
Yeah, but of course, you cannot count out. I think that's the benefit of it, having a double elim.
And being in the upper brackets.
And being in the upper brackets. You have this +1 up, is it? I remember when I was a kid playing Super Mario, you pick up a +1 up, you get additional life, right? If you fall off, hey, you can try it again. At least Evil or Forsaken, touch wood, they do have that comfort zone that they could actually, maybe just lose out this series, go down to the bottom side. But of course, at the bottom, it's side SG that they have to take good care about. JS Love, Too Easy for Angelo, Pebble, Rum. And just judging by how Side SG first picked the Lancelot for the first 2 games, or the first game or the second game, that Side SG is prioritizing Too Easy for Angelo. So
They're playing around him.
Yeah, they're playing around him as well. So I think whoever one of these two teams going down to the lower brackets, I think that's the snapping jaws of the lower brackets that they have to worry about.
Yeah. Well, remember we said, right, if you go down to the lower brackets, you're playing in the muddier pool, the dirtier pool, the more violent pool.
The violent pool, but this time round in the this pool is actually like a 45 degrees funnel right into a snapping jaws of Side SG. So
it's a trap.
It is a big trap that I don't think any of these teams would want to fall into, because that's a very scary lower brackets you need to fight in order to try to qualify again. But of course, I feel like for Forsaken SG, they're really, really close to qualify, because you don't need to beat anyone else anymore. This is the game that you just have to win, and that's it. You've already locked in your slot for MPL SG. So I think this is a really good position for Forsaken to be in. They do have the momentum, and I don't think they'll be changing up the draft anymore unless they they really want to show that how comfortable they are playing other strategies.
Yeah, well, either that or they might be reacting to whatever Evil picks, because Evil definitely has to do something about their drafts, right? So aside from execution, but I think that's also the important thing. So if Evil choose something else, then Forsaken's going to have to kind of rethink their strategy as well and react in accordance. But like you said, this is the game they want to win. This is the series they want to win, because they don't want to drop into the lower bracket and that snapping jaw, muddy pool of sumo wrestling fights.
I think sumo's fight in sand. Sand, not mud. Sand. I was thinking more on like, Paquitos. I'm thinking about two Paquitos. That's how I imagine two Paquitos fighting in the muddy
like
pool.
a bloody boxing match.
Yeah, and of course, it's a very scary lower bracket that they don't want to be in. Of course, I think it's just it's just Evil, Forsaken, and also Side SG that's left in the qualifiers right now. So these three really, really tough, and also kudos for them. They had a very long day yesterday, to play, and it's a best of one. So you need like a lot of focus. So stamina is key. But at least this is day number 2. This is basically the first game that Evil or Forsaken has played. So at least they should be refreshed. Don't forget, it is Side SG that has to play more. But Veterancy card, they should have the stamina to stay focused this long in order to at least. It's not only just qualifying for MPL SG S3. This is going to be an analytics going into MPL SG proper, because we're definitely gonna bring this up. Oh, do you remember in qualifiers this team beat that team? That sort of idea. So we will still analyze this game even after this. So I don't think but I think they still do have to bring their A game on this board.
Yeah, they definitely have to. I mean, the stakes are that whether or not you get into the regular season, right? So they definitely have to bring that. And Evil, I think, as we know, none of them, neither of Forsaken or Evil has dropped a single game. So this is big for them. But the difference, as we said earlier, is that this is a best of 3. Previously, they've only played best of 1s. So I think that was the big question of, can Evil actually win this game and this set? Because you need more persistence, you need more resilience in a set that's longer.
Yes, that's correct. And I think Veterancy card also comes into play, right? Like, I always like to play the Veterancy card because it's very important to have experience, and Evil community players actually, making it this far is really, really commendable as well. Fighting the likes of, ex-MPL players looking through, Evil.
It's very intimidating.
It is very intimidating if you put the name tags on each of every of these heroes and you're going into these fights as well. So really, really commendable effort. Even not only just Evil, right? Also, even for Notorious Vikings or even, the other teams that has fought thus far. So really kudos for actually, working all the way to the top 16 or even the top 4.
Yeah, and when we host or cast for community tournaments, we always talk about how we might see some of these players in like the pro scene, get into a semi-pro or even the MPL regular season. So this is exactly what it is. This is like the spirit of it, where a community team comes together, they play enough, and they can actually face off some of these pro
Titans,
teams.
right? Like the Titans
Veterancy
that
card,
Veterancy card. People with Veterancy cards, right?
Exactly.
They're working towards building their own veterancy card as well. And I would like to point out some of these community players that we see in other community tournaments, right? Like Milim that you recognize as well, and KX Springs as well, very powerful. I would say KX Springs really proven himself very powerful as a gold laner in my books when I'm doing community tournaments. But then again, you know, KX Springs now teaming up with SG. I think that they do have a very good chance of actually qualifying, but that's just me doing some predictions earlier just now. But of course, gotta be careful about the caster's curse, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's actually true, the caster's curse, you know, they can always come back and be like, hey, you know, I lost because you said that.
Oh my goodness! Like I don't want to be like the reason why someone doesn't really manage to make it
I lost
into
because
the
of
qualifiers.
Jace.
I lost because of Jace. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 between Forsaken going up against Evil. A lot of knee-jerk reactions coming up from Evil, with Lilia getting banned away. Forsaken taking away the Lolita this time round. Kind of hints that they may go for, you know, this like the
Beatrix,
kind of thing, right? Or even the Clint. But what Forsaken has constantly banned away is this Baxia, which actually boggles my mind a little bit. We haven't seen Baxia for the past few patches, but Forsaken is banning it like it's the bane of their existence.
Yeah, and it's very strange. I mean, okay, I caught your pun there. yeah, and it's strange because their draft doesn't quite point to that as well. But look at that. On the side of Evil, they recognize that Kufra was really the MVP, or at least in our eyes, in the previous game, and they have taken that out. That's a great move. You don't want double on that Kufra.
Yeah, but that also means that it opens to a lot of things, right? The Sicilian, the Esmeralda that they may actually pick up for, and I don't know why they're hovering about this Bane, because they probably heard me actually cracking that.
I'm not sure if they could hear you.
I don't think they can hear me, right?
That's
cracking all these jokes.
It's like Custer's curse in like a Jinx way.
Yeah, but okay, if they're really hovering around, I don't think Bane is really a good first pick. I think Forsaken SG needs to know that, okay, first pick does have, you really want to pick someone that could basically win the game very early on. But if they're trading away first picks for this Eve that I'm looking at, Evil gets to pick, you know, the Sicilian once again. They will hover. Forsaken earlier just now was hovering around the Valentina. The Selena could actually come back as well, which was constantly banned once in a while. There's a lot of open things that Evil could pick up for themselves.
Is very strange. I mean, I'm not sure about the Eve as a first pick. Yes, Eve could still, I mean, she does still have the kit to be very viable, very useful, you know, the entire zoning area that you don't want to step into, but is that really enough to qualify as a first pick?
I would say Eve has fallen in priority very quickly. It's like basically someone tumbling down the stairs. That's how I see Eve priority. But Forsaken picking up Cho, going back into, you know, the Thamus once again. XF can't roam, that's a lie. I saw you roam towards the enemy jungle. But Evil snap picking Selena, focusing a little bit earlier on in the earlier parts of the game, which was a little bit of a problem for them in game number 1. So really grateful to see, you know, Selena getting thrown into the mix here.
Yeah, and I think Beatrix as well. That's recognizing that if they ban out the Lolita, it's a nod to, you know, they could potentially pick up that Beatrix. So Coconut taking that away before they can do that on the side of Forsaken.
Yeah, Forsaken can still go back into the claim, but Evil, powerful, picking up the Roger this time around as compared to Forsaken securing it for themselves. Feels like Forsaken is not going back to the Roger. They're really going to change out the washing machine just a little bit. They're not going to do the front load, they're going to do the upload, that sort of idea, I think. That's how you categorize washing machines, right?
What?
The top load or something. Front load and top load,
right,
you know?
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a Roger. I think they just wanted to take that away from Forsaken, right? You probably didn't want them to go with the same strategy. It seems like even though it wasn't broke, they're trying to fix it, but then I think they're making it even more not viable for them to do so. Yep.
Remember game number 1, I was commenting about the fact that Evil was having like PTSD from all the assassins. This time around, Evil bans away the Lancelot as Forsaken takes away the high loss once again. Still standard picks for still standard bans coming out from the side of Forsaken, but looking at the Roger pick right now, going up against that Cho, I think it's a lot easier. Cho just all Cho has to do. You want to like it? Oh, sure. I'm just gonna kick you off.
Yeah, I mean, he probably wouldn't want to go for the throw, you know, he'll probably set his eyes on like Eve or someone else that he can. But even then, with the real manipulation, is that really a zone that you want to enter as Roger?
Yeah, I think what Evil has to do, they need to find out a way to try to dissuade, you know, the Eve going in real world manipulation. Since Evil hasn't picked up a XP laner yet, I feel like the Yuzhong was actually kind of good as well. Does provide the tankiness because if Evil were to actually lock in with this drop, the 3 drop beforehand, I think they don't really have a solid tank. But now Mathilda comes into the mix with the ultimate. It kind of helps in with the, you know, trying to deny away the Eve, you know, real world manipulation.
Yeah, on the side of Forsaken, they have picked up the Hayabusa as well, which was banned out in the previous game. Yeah. So, not sure if Evil C left that out like unintentionally. They went with the entire assassin ban, like the whole onslaught of them, but they let that through this time around. Yeah. Ops is gonna top that off as well with the Clint pick.
Yeah, I like what Forsaken has secured for themselves. Right? The Thamus slow actually synergizes well with the real world manipulation. The one anti-synergy that you could potentially see from the side of Forsaken is the Cho kick. You don't want to really kick someone out of the box. Well, you do kick someone out of the box and you kind of stun them a little bit, but that's not exactly what you want to do. So there's a potential, you know, de-synergy strategy in terms of that pick. But now Evil Jaces will go back into the Esmeralda. I like Esmeralda. Really, it's like this flavor that works for everyone. Like, you know, people have preferences with strawberry or mango and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This Esmeralda is the vanilla ice cream that everyone actually will surely enjoy.
Yeah, it's quite like evergreen, right? I mean, you can use it in a lot of different situations. I think my question is that really a lot more useful than, say, an Yuzhong who can directly counter someone like Eve? Like, you want to be able to go into the backline and disrupt that because they're basically banking on the ultimate, right? And maybe Hayabusa to clean up. But when you're lacking that ability to just dive into the backline, sure, Esmeralda can do that, but not quite in the same way.
I think what they're looking for with the Esmeralda is not, well, the way that Yuzhong and the Esmeralda like kind of kicks off the Yi from a real world manipulation is different, right? The Esmeralda will cut through the shield that the Eve has, but the Yuzhong just disables the real world manipulation. So it's really case-to-case basis.
Yep, but here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 between Forsaken SG and Evil. It is Evil's game to prove because Forsaken has 1 to go to secure themselves a spot in this set. Already seeing Double and XF on the top side here, just cutting the waves of Jaces.
Textbook, really, really textbook. This is the exact same thing that Forsaken did against Evil. Apparently Evil, I think they're just gonna give them an arm's length. If you notice, even Forsaken just taking away the orange buff. In fact, Evil, some adaptation happening right here, ladies and gentlemen. If you see Powerful actually invading the orange buff.
Yep, and it looks like they sent enough resources as well to secure it. You know, Carrot made his way all the way down. So this is Evil trying to take a leave maybe out of that book and being more of the aggressors.
Yep, and in fact, I think they're going to just go into vertically jungling. In fact, it is Forsaken just clearing off the top side of Evil's jungle very quickly. And then, you know, you also, this time around, Evil packs the Selena. As long as the Selena lands down the arrow, I think that will be a dead. If you notice, it's Powerful and Salmon just rotating all together. So there's very great synergy coming in from the side of Evil.
Yeah, now they're all gathered here on the bottom sides. Maybe trying to make a play before they start to make their way to the turtle. That's going to come up in just under 30 seconds here. I think they've been throwing on the side of Evil. They're trying to throw as much arrows as they can, but somehow it hasn't quite connected into something big that they can make use of.
Yeah, if I throw enough arrows, probability states that it should land. But it feels like Evil C, they're not actually prioritizing onto the turtle. They're trying to, you know, push Coconut away, trying to scale ops this time around. Just playing a little bit a different game this time around, trying to make sure that, you know, this clean scales. If it's gonna be Evil securing the turtle priority right now, but for Forsaken SG, I think they know that they're not going to try to contest this as of yet. They really want to get Evil C, this Hayabusa at least level 6 before this Hayabusa can actually do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, I actually thought they were creating space at the bottom and then head to the top, but they're not going to. Instead, they're going to use real world manipulation to secure themselves this buff over here on the bottom.
Yep, real world manipulation, no casualties as of yet, even all the way into 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a very, very peaceful game as compared to other MLBB games that we've played and also watched. But Evil at least took away the turtle, but it's still Forsaken currently leading the gold leads just a little bit slightly, but it's also because, you know, the jungle pathing that Evil C has actually committed. Powerful hasn't started ganking yet, and so is Forsaken SG. Evil C, yes, they tried to gank the bottom side, but they need more growth for these two junglers before they pop off.
Yeah, and I love that, you know, like you said, Forsaken, they recognize that they wanted to wait a little more for Evil C to kind of spike up a little, and still, they lost the turtle, but they wanted to get the purple buff instead. And because of that, they've been farming so well, they haven't fallen behind.
Yep, double once again, almost the first casualty of this particular game. Will be able to dash away. Evil C in the area looking at the gold crab, but you know, this Selena is actually kinda looking a little bit low.
Evil C going in for the WG shadow kill, almost gets Salmon, but does not have enough damage to make it worth his while.
Yeah, Ops has been dodging arrows like playing virtual dodgeball right now. You know, I've seen so many arrows aim at him and he just sidesteps a little bit very gracefully, and if you notice, it's just double, just poking fun at Powerful right now, just rotating inside the purple buff.
The knockup here is double with the kicks, able to get Carrot, and he's caught in the middle of the real manipulation, but uses the circling eagle to be able to stop it, tries to use Guiding Wind and manages to escape with that skill.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes in, someone died already. None of these two teams are actually committing all in, but now hopefully this turtle should be the prize for them to finally commit something in. But looking at health bars, Evil looking a little bit low. I feel like Carrot needs to back away, so that's one man down for the side of Evil. Forsaken SG, they're not in position. They probably will jump in right now.
And they're doing that with the real manipulation, and XF jumping in as well. They don't manage to get the turtle, but now they're trying to fight through and get some sort of consolation prize. Carrot is low, but manages to escape. Instead, it's going to be double that takes the fall.
Wait, I thought I saw Powerful trying to chase the Like a Bounce go in, but I think there was a bit of a, you know, back. I think there's a back animation happening right there as he kind of slows down just a little bit. I think he's tapping on the wrong button. It's not attack, but it's the back recall button. But enough said. Evil took down the turtle, and then after that also takes down, you know, XF Conro because of the Selena arrow, and that's the power of the Selena, right? That's why sometimes you see it banned in tournaments. It's just because of this. Powerful with the Roger and the Selena tag team is proven very, very powerful.
Yeah, and it's annoying. It stuns you basically like for days, you know. It's like
years,
once you see the arrow coming to you in slow motion, but somehow if you don't sidestep it, you know you're doomed.
Yeah.
But here is double on the bottom side, exacting even more pressure onto them, taking a lot of damage though for his troubles, but Evil C here for the backup puts in some enough to be able to fend them off.
Yep, Evil wasn't able to hold on the bottom side turret even though they've invested so many manpower at the bottom side. Forsaken SG taking down the first turret of this game, should be rotating all the way up, making its way up to the top lane for a quick lane swap. In fact, look at that. It's just pure textbook when it comes to the macro game.
Yeah, they're just facing off in the mid lane now. Again, I'm not really seeing the abyssal arrows come in as much as I want to. I feel like it needs to be utilized more if they want to put out that that level of aggression, you know, Evil. That's basically their initiation and their setup for Powerful and the rest of the team to collapse.
Yeah, that's correct. And just looking at the items earlier just now, you can see, you know, Ops slowly building towards the BOD already, picking up four damage items. The first item right there, Vengeance was popped at the bottom side. 2 men at the bottom trying to gank XF. It's really pure textbook right now, but you know, Forsaken SG, Hayabusa trying to pick up the buff first before rotating all the way down to the turtle, but Evil is already in the spot, Powerful is already there. I think Forsaken SG needs to try to pick up the buff quickly and then rotate all the way to the turtle.
Yep, you said that Hayabusa, you know, they wanted to wait for Evil on his spike, but right now, that neither of them are contesting the turtle. I mean, Evil, they started it up, but it looks like they're gonna let that go for the moment. And double in the mid lane, trying to get a pick off, but it feels a bit like, you know, both of them are just throwing balls at each other, trying to hope like one of them lands, you know, like dodgeball. Yeah. But like it's just not landing.
Yep, no, they're not actually going to commit. I think since there's a lot on the line for this particular game, Forsaken SG, I think they're less aggressive as compared to game number 1 right now. Evil, Simon is trying to land all these MPL arrows, but it wasn't able to reach its mark because the way that the Cho actually works, once you Shinpo, you're basically immune to the CC for a period of time, but this is the second turtle being picked up by Evil.
Yup, Jace though on the top side gonna fall. It's gonna be 1 kill, 2 Forsaken SG. Abyssal Arrow finally lands onto Evil C, but no follow-up onto him. So it's just gonna be 1 at this moment. They're exacting more pressure on the bottom side here. It's gonna be XF that's taken down.
Yep, at the same time, you know, Forsaken SG is just riding on this tempo. They do have the bottom lane open and also the top side open for the side of Evil, and they're just, you know, abusing. In terms of the turret race, it's still Forsaken SG leading the charge.
Yeah, they've mirrored the top and the bottom, and now they're going for the middle. It's going to be Salmon that falls in the mid lane with the real manipulation to create some space for them. Double, it's dangerously low, but somehow manages to make it out alive. Powerful, left with a bit, but I think he's going to be okay.
Yep, good damage coming out from the side of Forsaken and Evil. Powerful tries to flank, but the kick just stalled, and that's exactly what I was talking about, right? The Cho was able to kick Powerful away whenever Powerful tries to land down the Lycan Pounce, and I think that kind of allowed Forsaken SG to fight another day. However, you know, mid lane turret takes a little bit of a beating, but that's okay. But I think it's also a little bit of an unsafe territory for Forsaken SG. Look at Ops, it's actually playing with fire right now.
They're all grouped up in the mid lane. I mean, trying to protect the turrets. They basically mirrored their strategy, right? They've taken the top and the bottom respectively, but in terms of Forsaken, they've got 2 instead of 1 in the mid lane though. They've already traded out 1 for 1, and they're still going double with the wombo combo. The kicks and the punches manages to get Kara down to less than half his health, and it's gonna be double instead. That falls in that fight, and right now they're just trading out. It's 2 for 2. You can see these 2 teams just bite back at one another. XF, the only one left, trying to make his way out, but is not gonna be successful.
This is a different beast, mate. This is a different beast as compared to game number 1. Even finally pick up the hero that they kind of need. The Roger does consistent DPS, but then you got a Hayabusa that serves more like a burst, right? You don't really have the consistent damage to try to chase down people. Once you have your shadows out, your shadow kill is gone, there's no more momentum, you have to back away. They're relying on, you know, all ups to kind of constantly dishing out the damage, but Evil, powerful, he can just constantly go in with the Lycan Pounce over and over again, and you know, all Simon has to do, lay down the arrows, hope it stuns, and then just go ham. So Evil does have more firepower, and it's starting to show. The gold lead leaning over to Evil because they pick up 2 turtles as well, but for Forsaken SG, they're trying to win based on the turrets.
Yeah, I think they both realize that, you know, playing the macro is exactly important, and Evil, they're trying to up their game in this respect as well.
Yep, and really, as of this time for Forsaken SG, I feel like they're not as aggressive as compared to the game number 1 because, you know, the stun coming out from the Kufra is actually more potent as compared to the Cho. Cho, personally speaking, yes, not my favorite tank in this particular meta, not my preferred tank, but you can see how Double is actually struggling to play it like a Kufra this time around.
Yeah, I think it still is Evil's responsibility, if you will, to initiate some of these fights. They have that advantage. They have the Abyssal Arrow, and you want the Roger to snowball, so they should be the ones who are taking lead on being the aggressors, but it doesn't look like they're doing enough of that.
Yep, for Forsaken SG, if you notice, Ops, you know, I clear out top side, now I'm going to try to hunker down in the mid lane, trying to push that away. I think Ops does have enough range and firepower. Double trying to look for Coconut though, but wouldn't be able to reach it. Jace is coming in for the flank. Arrows would not be able to tag anyone for now. I think for Forsaken SG, using that box, if you notice, he's actually going to leave it there forever because he wants to make sure that members of Evil won't be able to reach down Ops, who is actually busy on taking down the mid lane turret.
Yeah, they use the box to zone out, but right now they're just trying to split up the fight. The Circling Eagle has been used, but they don't manage to get anyone except Double. Actually, they're running through the draft. Evil is the next one to be blown up, and they've clobbered Ops as well. They've managed to get 3 off of that fight. They recognize that right after that real-world manipulation is when we are going in.
Yep, powerful now feels a lot more powerful this time around because Evil has the power of that Roger. Is really delivering the results that we need to see in game number 1. Now Forsaken SG getting beaten down slightly, a little bit, slightly bruised. 3 members down for that particular team fight, but Evil is, they lost 3 turrets already at the outer lane, at the first tier turrets, and now at the bottom side looking a little bit low. Now with this Lord push should be able to equalize the turret score, and not only just the turret score, right? Taking down turrets grants you gold. You should expect more items being built by the side of Evil.
Yeah, but I think this is like, they were trying to battle on the tip of a mountain, right? To see who would tip over first. And I feel like it was stalemated there for like quite a while
6
at
minutes.
that Lord. Yeah, well, until that Lord fight.
Yep.
The moment the real manipulation went off, they went all in and then they tipped off the scale.
Yeah, and I think, this is the enhanced Lord this time around. It's not the fake Lord that we always like to jeer and jest. I know we joke a lot, but this is the Lord that actually charges all the way in. Now, Evil will want to take full use of this Lord, while Forsaken's a little bit distracted to try to crack open as many defenses from the side of Forsaken SG for now.
Yep, they're making full use of this, all 5 of them in the mid lane here. They know that the Lord's charging up and they have the capacity to go to the mid instead. And right now they're rotating immediately to the top to take down the inhibitor as well.
Yep, Slow's going in, Ops looking a little bit low, Hayabusa jumping all the way in, but whoa! Powerful, overextended just a little bit right there. The Lord is actually cleaving on top of the outer tier turret, and Powerful looking for some form of Entrance, goes back into the Lycan form once again. The Hayabusa going in with the Shadow Kill, but wouldn't be able to find anyone as well. He's a little bit zoned out, Evil Z goes down!
It's 4 people down now on the side of Forsaken. Somehow Evil's making this work. There's only double left. 1-man army, not going to be enough to save the day, the game. Evil, they equalize this match.
Wow, what a show. It's like, it's like a seesaw, right? They've been stalemate for the past 6 minutes. And then all of a sudden, Powerful picks up a power spike, the endless battle kicks in, the Beatrix also going into play as well, and then everything just collapsed for the side of Forsaken SG. They don't really have the chasing power, or they have a lot of damage, but this damage only limits to a small period of time. In these long drawn out fights, Evil C should have more damage instead, so really GG over the side. Good job over the side of Evil for actually identifying that and then, just storm Forsaken's SG's defenses.
Yeah, congratulations to Evil for taking that round. And now it looks like, well, you were right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it looks like Forsaken tried to fix something, but instead they
broke it.
They might have broken it, right? So now they actually have something to fix.
Yeah, it's like, like when I was a kid, I was very interested in actually fixing things, right? So it's not broken. They're like, let's take it's slightly broken.
Let's take it apart.
And then after that, you're like, when you put it back together again, then you see, why is there extra screws?
So now they're at this point, right? Forsaken has taken it apart. And now they're looking at all these pieces. So it's a matter of when they put it back together, is this going to be a complete piece again? Or is it going to be a mishmash of, this piece doesn't quite fit in right?
Yeah, it's like, now it's like, it turns into a jigsaw puzzle that they have to try to solve, right? So, Forsaken giving away Powerful's Roger over there. So I think what Forsaken could have done, going to game number 3 this time around, I'm going to burn bridges. I'm going to say, you don't get a Roger, I don't get a Roger. Let's play something else instead.
They all ban the Roger.
Yeah, we all ban the Roger. But what Evil has, I think what Forsaken SG has identified is Powerful is actually very, very nutty on this Roger. So going into the next game, I believe it is Evil that's going to get first pick as well. They need to secure this Roger for Powerful if they really want to qualify into MPL SG.
Yeah, and I think on the side of Forsaken, I'm again not sure about the Yi first pick, right? They could have gone into something else that secures, their strategy. They had that great shopping list game plan in the previous game. If they would go for that again, I think they would have the lead in there.
Yeah, I think what Forsaken SG could have done is they may revert back into game number 1's draft in terms of the positioning. Now, I agree the questionable first pick was something that raised my eyebrows just a little bit, but also in the bans as well.
Yeah.
I think they wasted a ban on the Bucks. It's kind of fall off in terms of popularity. If they're really afraid of this Bucks, why don't they just pick it for themselves, right? That's
Yeah.
also something that, a tank boxer could do. Just rotate around, find this person, and just knock him down very quickly on. The Eve has fallen in terms of damage, so that's why you don't really see Eve being popular right now. We prefer, the likes of the Valentina,
Yeah.
the likes of the Sicilians, the likes of
Lilia,
the Lilia as
Kagura,
well. I think
yeah.
Lilia was my preferred pick right now if I were to go for one mage, but I don't really play Lilia very, very well because I'm a gold laner. But with that said though, looking at Forsaken, it's now Forsaken SG's turn to react. Evil has reacted perfectly. They know how Forsaken SG likes to play, and then they just adapted on the fly. Just grow, like you watch an anime and then this main character just grow in one episode.
Yeah.
Like this one very quick training montage. And that's exactly what happened to Jace's. Jace's has been holding down the fort with Esmeralda, and then of course Powerful just suddenly grew into like this monster of a Roger. I think Forsaken SG needs to respect the power spike coming out from Powerful.
Yeah.
Power spike? Something like that.
Powerful power spike. Power spike.
Powerful spike.
Okay, I see what you're trying to do there. But yeah, I agree. And we talked about that tipping over of the mountain.
Yep.
Evil also had the ability to recognize that this is the spike and this is when we want to tip it over. They played it so patient, just waiting for that moment. And the moment they got it, they snapped it.
Yep, and it's always like, remember it's always Forsaken SG, Evil reacting to Forsaken SG in game number 1, game number 2 as well. Forsaken SG, I think, double bit off more than he could chew. Yes, he's a troll, but you cannot stun everyone this time around. You can only kick one person single, one person out. I think Double was playing the Cho more like a Kufra, so that's why the kit doesn't make sense for his playstyle, and then therefore wasn't able to catch someone. They're trying to pick Evil off one by one, but it didn't work out. And don't forget, there's this one fight when I'm like, okay, they really don't have enough fuel in their engines in order to continuously assault, and this is exactly what happened for the time Forsaken SG this time around. Hayabusa can do a lot of damage, yes, very good, very nice damage, but after a while when his cooldown is down, when he is going on his cooldown, he doesn't have any more damage, whereas as compared to a Roger, my light compounds cooldown gets refreshed, not say refreshed fully, but it is reduced all the way down, and I can just continuously chase people down. I have the damage coming out initially from other members of my team, and I just stop. Don't forget, I also have a Beatrix. I also win in the earlier parts of the game.
Yeah, they have the ability to chunk people down and then clean up after that as well. But for the side of Forsaken, it was like, okay, let me plonk down all my skills, right? And then wait for the cooldowns. But if anyone doesn't die, that's basically it. I can't do much.
Yeah, so basically just, you brought a machine gun, big, nice, shiny gun, then you only break like one canister of the ammo. You finish that 100 rounds, that's all about it.
You gotta go back to the base and take another one.
Yeah, and then by the time you go back to the base, and then the Hayabusa are just trying to find the flanks, unable to pick off. If the Hayabusa wasn't able to finish off one person, that's it. Forsaken SG draft would just crumble. Yes, I got the Clin, but the Clin doesn't feel like doing enough damage, and also this time around the Eve doesn't seem like was able to slow down Evil at all. Evil was unfazed. Yes, I remember that time when the real world manipulation was able to just zone out the members of Forsaken Evil. They don't dare to basically they're going to watch the first tier turret fall in the mid lane.
Yeah,
I think I would say thus far that's the only good thing that this hero was able to accomplish in this particular draft.
Yeah, the zoning and the ability to keep them off. And that other Lord fight was a little strange as well, right? You had Forsaken pop the real world manipulation, but they basically waited. Like, I didn't feel like they were trying to aggress or close off the fight. They just waited till the ult was gone, and then suddenly they couldn't do anything. But Evil recognized that they had nothing left. And then they collapsed on the team. So I'm not sure how that kind of worked out in their favor or what the idea was behind that, like what the game plan was. But yeah, you're right. It was useful, but if that's the only trick you are banking on, then it needs to be really strategic and on point.
Yes, that's correct. I think with the Eve nerf, technically speaking, not only just the fact that she's not immune to CCs anymore when she's in the real world manipulation form. Yes, that's a big kicker. But there's also another kicker with the Eve, which is the increase of cooldown with the ultimate. So the Eve needs to know when and where they need to put down real world manipulation. Evil played it just right.
yes, I can shoot all my bullets. It's just that same story as the machine gun. Yes, I got big shiny guns, 2 big shiny guns in fact.
Yeah.
But after I use everything, I got nothing left. That's where they decide to storm the front. That's where they storm Forsaken SG's draft. So it's really, really well done this time round. So Evo, wow, taking down Forsaken SG to qualify. That's actually gonna be something to tell their grandkids.
Yeah, well
I'm gonna go all the way
they're
there.
probably really young right now, so I don't know if they're thinking about grandkids so much.
I don't know.
They might be grandkids. I mean, they're probably grandkids themselves, so they can tell their grandparents, right?
In 2022, you youngins, I have won Forsaken SG. I don't know, but like this is something of an eye-opener because Forsaken SG, of course, you know, veterancy card coming into play. They were the preferred team. They were the one that, based on logic and analytics, they should win because they've played a lot of games together with Evo C and Double. They were on the same team as well, and it feels like they know the Mecha game very well. But in terms of the execution in game number 2, I think Forsaken fell a bit lower a little bit, and Evo just overwhelmed them with pure micro.
Yeah, so I think even though they're kind of like a community team, you can't underestimate them,
That's
right?
correct.
They still have the ability to to look at the draft, see what's wrong, and pick on those gaps. And the moment they could adapt to that was when they were able to win the set.
Yep.
So, I mean, for those of you who just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the MPL Singapore Season 3 Qualifiers, and this is the last game between Evo and Forsaken SG that's going to determine which of these two teams are guaranteed a spot in the MPL regular season.
Yep, and this is going to be a very important game. Not only just the series, right? Because we are in game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be very important. This particular game, this next draft that we'll be seeing is gonna be very important. I feel like, Evo may go back to, the Sicilian ways again, or maybe perhaps really have to snap against Roger. This Roger has been proven very powerful and powerful. I crack punts. I crack punts on a natural basis to the point I don't even realize
that you cracked
until I cracked it, right? But Forsaken SG, on the other hand, I think the Hayabusa is a little bit off in their draft. I would say, Lancelots do work. Even Yushin Shin, in my opinion, still fits still beats the Hayabusa in my books, because Yushin Shin, technically speaking, does have enough DPS to constantly put out the pressure, put out the damage, and of course, he's a lean me killer machine. When you get close, you have the CC immunity. Don't forget, you were fighting against a Selena as well, so that would definitely work out. And then you take down turrets very quickly because you just swipe, not swipe right, but like you just switch between.
Swipe right. Wait, which app are you on right
now? Mobile Legends. Yeah, but I like constantly just switch from back and forth with the passive. You can take down the turrets, you can take down objectives very quickly. Don't forget, Evo was the one that secured 2 turtles in game number 2.
Yeah, I think exactly that, right? They had a lot of choices. Like on the side of Forsaken, even besides the Hayabusa, they had like for Eve, they also had choice of Valentina. Like it was just so many other things that they could have played, but they somehow chose to like pigeonhole themselves into this draft and have to play out this one.
Yeah, that reminds me of this a little kid going to a candy store, getting spoiled with choices this time around. They didn't go into a supermarket this time around. They went into a candy store. There's so many different flavors for them to choose from, and they're a little bit excited about, hey, there's an Eve open, let's go ahead. But I think the Lilia wasn't banned out, right?
I don't think. No, it was the first ban on the side of Evo. Yeah.
So there are other majors that's really open. The Kagura would have worked very well because you do have a way to dash away, and if the Kagura works in a way that you have a Roger trying to dive me, I just swing over turn and I knock people off.
I either kill him or I can run away.
I can burst him down very quickly because I feel like what Forsaken SG really needs, not only just bursting power from Eve doesn't really have the bursting power anymore. It's more like this utility ultimate, the slows that's really hard. And I think Eve works really well with that Roger. Unfortunately, it was given over too powerful.
Yeah, so we'll see, like you said, right? If they're gonna both ban out the Roger and like, okay, you can't have him, I can't have him, let's just not play him.
Let's burn bridges, right? Let's burn the bridges, let's just deny it away from each other. And then, other than that, Forsaken SG need to find where the last screw is actually supposed to go.
Yes. Well, even if they find it, they have to piece it together nicely in a way that makes sense for them.
Yep, that's correct. And of course, it really boils down to, initially I thought, you know, remember in between the games, game number 1, game number 2, right? I thought Forsaken SG would have known, you know, the macro parts of the game to basically, they should be able to adapt into any draft. You actually saw a part of it being activated earlier just now. If you notice, it's Forsaken that has the turret tempo. But one bad mistake in terms of the micro, Evil cleared out, I think it was like 3 turrets in a row, right? And it just walked all the way in. So I think when there's so much stakes on the table right now, on the board, there's so many room for error. There's so many like small little mistakes that you could have made, especially with, you know, your opportunity to basically join the ranks of, you know, the Titans of MPL SG. I think they need to really just like, okay, let's just refresh. Let's see this as a totally different game. What kind of draft are they going to go for again? What kind of like, you know, especially micro. What kind of micro? They need a refresher in terms of the micro going into game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a community tournament anymore, right? You're trying to play into the higher levels.
That's correct.
And I think on the side of Evil, yes, they might have been more used to like community tournaments, but they have risen up to the challenge and they realized what they need to do and they have adapted themselves. But on the side of Forsaken, they need to be able to catch up as well. So we're coming into game 3 now, 1-1 between Forsaken and Evil. However, Forsaken has decided to ban out the Buckshell once again.
Buckshell getting taken off once again. I was actually kind of talking about it. It gives like, okay, Buckshell currently in this meta, in my opinion, not ban worthy because Jesus has been known to pick up the Esmeralda. The Buckshell is the one that can basically try to counter the Esmeralda, right? So banning it away, once again, giving Evil, like, okay, giving me free real estate to pick up the Esmeralda once again, Lilia gets banned away. Evil identifying it, like I said, knee-jerk reaction, just taking it away. Now it's up to Forsaken. I think you just ban the Roger at this rate or just ban away the Sicilian. You have first pick the Roger away. Now you force Powerful to play something else that he may not be very comfortable on.
Well, they decide to take out the Lolita on the side of Forsaken, which is, I don't know about the Lolita. I mean, there are really a lot of other things that you might want to take away. But again, I think Evil, they recognize that they won the previous game because Double was not a Kufa. He didn't have access to that hero. So I like that they're keeping to these 2 bans. It's going to open up the Beatrix for Forsaken to pick up first.
Yep, Lolita, right? They banned away the Lolita. It's their priority to want to pick up this Beatrix. However, I feel like this first pick, once again, securing Roger, speak of the devil, securing Roger should be the main priority from the side of Forsaken, but they're going to slip it over to Evil. Like, just hand over the chips, right on, sliding across the board.
I know you want it, and I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a very big drafting mistake coming out from Forsaken. Now, Evil has the Roger. Forsaken needs to find a way to stop this Roger right in the tracks.
Evil, on the other hand, they're gonna go into the Selena once again. I'm not sure, well, Salmon didn't quite hit a lot of arrows as far as I've seen. Abyssal arrows
Zoning
to
arrows.
set up enough. Yeah, zoning arrows.
Yeah, zoning arrows.
And it was useful, but I don't know how game-changing it was. I think it's still a good pick, but the rest of the draft probably has to set up enough for Powerful as well.
Yeah, I think the arrow, not only just the arrow, I think Salmon Selena, right, shines through in the later parts of the game. When, you know, it's a very messy team fight, all this kind of stuff, and then they're able to stun people through because they were too focused on the team fight. But now, Forsaken, they've been banning away the high loss, and now they finally pick up for themselves.
They've been going for, well, the Thamus, but it looks like it's going to be the Esmeralda, taking it away from Jace's, so at least they don't have that comfort pick that they've been going into the last 2 games.
Yep. So which means that we're looking at Evil side, the side of Evil right now. They need a tank, at least someone to be a front lining, because, you know, if you want to pick a Selena, you can put it at a mage, but if you put it at a mage, you don't really have that big bursty mage power like, you know, the Lilias usually do. Yes, you have the stun, but it's a very situational and conditional part. So that's why, you know, you see Selena's mostly, you know, just going in for the roaming so that you leave the mages to do whatever they want. They can wave clear very quickly. Selena, not known for wave clearing, all right? right? But now, you know, the Eve gets taken away. I think it's more like, you know, I'm going to force Forsaken into this uncomfortable position. Forsaken has constantly banned away all very tanky heroes, such as, you know, the Uranus, the Lolita, and the Baxia. I think Forsaken just doesn't want to meet these tanky heroes, but now Evil, they need someone that's tanky, that serves in the XP lane. I would say I was thinking about the Alpha for some weird reason, because I had an experience with Alpha with Vengeance. Long story, guys. I think they need a Yuzhong or something in order to face Forsaken, because this time around Forsaken brings in the high loss. One Glorious Pathway, I would just rush in through and try to find your backline, and I've got an Esmeralda this time around.
They're hovering over, well, Matilda. Okay, now it's a Ruby. Looks like it's going to be the Ruby. I think that adds a bit more, well, utility as well as front lining, but Ruby in itself, not a great tank, so they're still lacking that kind of ability to, you know, take shots basically and be the human shield. On the side of Forsaken, they're going to go into the Kimmy. Evil did take out the Eve as a ban, so they have open choices like Lancelot, Hayabusa, all the assassins that they've banned out is still on the table.
Yes, and now I think it's about the core. It's gonna be a Yin jungler this time round, you know, benefiting for the passive. I think it works. Kimmy as the mage, Esmeralda on the XP lane, Hylos as the tank, Beatrix doing Beatrix things. I think this is going to be a very interesting draft. I think Forsaken, this is their all-in cards, whereas Evil, on the other hand, the Ruby doesn't mean that it's going to be a tank Ruby, right? It could always go into the XP lane, it could also go into the tank. It all boils down to this final pick, but it feels like, okay, they're going to lock in. There's Ruby as a tank, at least they pick, Ruby as a roam. At least they pick up a glue that is going to be obnoxious, you know, jumping onto, you know, the backlines like Kimmy, or even trying to jump onto the backlines like the Esmeralda, hopefully even the Yin.
Yeah, but I think I like the glue pick. I mean, we said that they need some form of front line, right? And glue provides that peel either to help his team engage or disengage. And I feel like on each of the teams, they're gonna have to choose one person to take out. Glue has to choose someone, Yin has to choose someone. So we're gonna see who they target on either side of the
It's gonna be a very heavily picked composition coming out from the side of Evil. Forsaken, yes, you use the Yin, you get to pick someone, right? I've seen Yins before, like they purposely pick the tank so that they survive even longer, and that sort of idea they could kill off the tank. But sometimes, you know, if Evil was allowed Salmon to just get picked up by the Yin, I think that would be a dead Selena.
We'll see how they manage to play this out. This is Forsaken putting the pieces together, and this is the machine that they have come up with against Evil. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game in this set between Forsaken SG and Evil. Winner is going to take all and secure themselves a place in MPL SG season.
Yep. Selena working together with Roger to try to get him get powerful quickly all the way up. It's going to be Carrot wave clearing very quickly because, like I said, Selena not known for wave clearing, so very wise choice coming out from Evil, just knowing the fact that Selena needs to hit level 2 as quickly as possible. Not too sure who's actually holding on to the roaming item. I believe it should be Carrot, but you know, Carrot has already hit level 2 as compared to Salmon hitting level 1, but that's because, you know, he's actually working with the Roger to take down the orange buff. But now, for Forsaken SG, I think Evil C should be working into, you know, getting to level 4 as quickly as possible, and then after that, just zone out someone. But that's also going to boil down to another problem. Yes, I got an ultimate that zoned people out, but during turtle fights, during Lord fights, if I zone someone out, all Evil has to do is just, you know, you got no Retri, I'm just going to take the Lord instead.
They managed to land an arrow onto Chesty though and stuns him out. Here comes the retaliation double. Manages to escape for this point, but it's going to be Salmon sucked up, I think, into the domain and taken down by Evil C.
Yeah, I think we casted the game before, right? Yeah. Where we're asking, oh no, where did Evil C go? That's sort of idea. Where did the Yin go? We can't really see what's going on. So it's really like a flip of a coin. But with that said, though, you know, I actually pointed this out. if Salmon gets caught by the ultimate of Yin, that is a dead Selena. But now it is going to be Evil securing in the bottom side. They really want to gank this Esmeralda so that they can lay priority. But Forsaken SG, they're following suit.
Ooh, XF, nowhere for him to go. He gets blown out by the 3 members of Evil. They're trying to find some fight back, but there's not enough for them to do that. They've managed to get the numbers advantage here on the bottom side for the turtle, but Kimmy, though, with the shots, just going at it, manages to get that kill onto Salmon, and they continue a return onto Chesty and Double. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah, this is a totally different beast, ladies and gentlemen. We don't talk about game number 1 if you're supporting Evil. Forsaken SG taking a back foot this time around. You know, that Kimi came in at a nice timing, but Jace's with that split just cuts up the fight into half. That hook comes in very nicely, and now Evil feels like they should have they should be on the roll this time around, because take a look, Powerful has already hit 2 kills, and of course with the turtle buff as well, should be going into closer into basically getting more items. But now Chesty does output a lot of damage, so that's why Evil has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget that they're still trying to help Powerful get to, I don't want to say Powerful, man, but basically for him to scale up into the later game. A powerful spike, and that's exactly what they're trying to drive at. I mean, I like that Kimmy is there to kind of keep him in check, but is it going to be enough? Right now, they're contesting at the top side here. Yin has taken again one more from Carrot into his domain, taken him down. Here's the glorious pathway, trying to make some sort of, I think they're trying to retreat from this fight, but will they be able to double? Here comes Chesty with the shots, bam, 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 and Powerful is no more.
Wow, Chesty coming in at a very clutch moment right there, you know, spreading so much damage on top of Powerful. The stunts going in from Forsaken SG has been proven very, very effective against Evil, but don't count Evil out just yet. They do have good stunts on their own. They've got a, well, 3 million year stun. They've also got a hook. They also got, you know, the slows coming out from Jace's. Taking a look at the items right now, it is going to be BOD building in for the side of Ops, and also, you know, Roger has already picked up the Wind Talker. It's a cheaper item to build as compared to what the Yin has to build. In fact, going for the War Axe inside, finally actually picking up the War Axe, but then again, Evil with Powerful picking up 2 kills, and also, you know, with the wave farm, the jungle clearing should be faster for Roger. I think Evil should be able to, you know, scale this Roger quickly.
Yeah, and I think Forsaken SG, they recognize that, and they're trying to prevent that, not by taking down Powerful per se, but they've tried to zone it with Salmon, I mean, Carrot. They've both been in the domains, and if you take out these people who are basically supposed to peel for him, then he's vulnerable.
Exactly. So right now the turtle has spawned. It is going to be Double using the high loss to just setting out this no man's land, but Evo is actually disrespecting all this no man's land, and they just gained the turtle pit once again. Forsaken just going to take away for it. They may actually trade for the mid lane turtle objective, but it's going to be the glue jumping in.
Oh, the Abyssar just misses by a hair, and here's the glorious pathway. Double trying to make his way out. Chesty is here for the fight, but he's too far in front and he takes too much damage. Coconut picks up the kill, and now XF is in trouble, trying to make a break for it. I think as an Esme, he's pretty safe, but they have in this time Forsaken gotten the tier turret as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of a problem coming out from the side of Forsaken SG. I think that's the reason why I don't prefer Yin as my core, or, well, Yin as on my team at all, because you saw what happened. Forsaken SG, there were actually 3v4 or something, and then all of a sudden Evil C goes into the domain, and that actually became a fight that's supposed to go into the favor of Evil, but what?
Oh, the steal came from Carrot. Carrot took the turtle buff. Oh man, this is not good for Forsaken SG, letting that objective go when they fought so hard to get to this point.
Yeah, I like the fact that we, like Singaporeans, right, we cannot praise anyone. You praise Carrot for stealing the turtle, but yes, you saw that miss of a hook coming out, but it's okay. I mean, the damage has been done coming out from the side of Evil. They're still leading in terms of the goal lead. Powerful, yes, does have some kills, does die a little bit, but Evil C hopefully should be able to scale all the way to the late game. But you know, you've got Jace's being so obnoxious against Chesty.
Jace is using the split on a Chesty just to finish him up, and poor Chesty. I mean, he was 2v1 at this at that point in time. Really nothing for him to do there, and now they have the potential to contest this mid-tier 1 turret.
Yes, there's no peel coming up for Chesty, so definitely going to be falling because Double cannot be everywhere at once, right? But it's going to be Evil encroaching into Forsaken SG territory. They're actually going to be target on top of double, gets melted all the way down, and now they don't really have a tank. Forsaken SG, they have to try to make things work. They have to try to take for 10. Yes, Evil takes my purple buff. Is there a turret that I can take?
Well, they managed to get the purple buff off. So again, Evil, they're leveraging, they're capitalizing on their lead so far, being able to take all they can. And here is the tier 1 mid turret going down as well.
Yeah, and this is gonna be very, very stressful for Forsaken SG. They've got so much momentum in game number 1. Game number 2, yes, they fell flat a little bit, but now Evil has renewed vigor in order to basically take down all those objectives. They take double going into the wrong way, and then after they take down the mid lane turret. It's actually going to crack this wide open, and now they're going to go into another fight.
Speaking of double, he's in trouble. Pop the Glorious Path to get out. Here's the teammates trying to assist him, but they are in trouble for trying to do that. They send the backup, but is it going to be enough? They're facing off here in the mid lane. Evil trying to look for an opening. Somehow Evil C probably did in his domain, or maybe caught in that fight. XF trying to make his way out. Not going to be enough. The rest of Evil, they find an opening. Chesty gets caught as well by the I'm Offended, and he is popped off.
Oh, not very good for the side of Forsaken SG. Evil, the momentum, like I said, renewed vigor, going in ham on top of the macro game that Forsaken SG has been known in game number 1. Evil, they do have the better micro. They take down the bottom lane turret as well, and now they're just going to make quick work of the mid lane turret. Abusing Coconut's passive, they should be able to take down the mid lane turret without any trouble at all. Forsaken SG hunkering at their own base.
Forsaken SG, it's 8 minutes into the game. They're forced into their last mid inhibitor turret here. Evil, the Lord is up. They're starting it up already. This objective is going to be huge for them because they can start to push the lanes, and they're looking to close this fight, close this series in a really quick fashion.
Yep, they're going to close this series. In fact, you know, taking down the Lord as well. Just taking a look at the items, right? Endless Battle, War Axe, Windtalker. If you compare that to the counterpart, Yin only has a War Axe, a Hunter Strike. That's not going to be enough. The explosive damage coming out from Endless Battle whenever the Roger decides to jump onto a Lycanthron is going to melt people down. You couple that with a passive of the Windtalker as well. That is a lot of insane burst damage in just one short little time.
Here is the Glorious Pathway to starting up the fight. Chesty puts out the damage onto Carrot, but is it going to be enough? He's trying to make his way out. It's successful in escaping. They were 5v4 because Yin Evil C, he was up pushing the minions away, but is this going to be enough to fend Evil off from the coming siege?
Yeah, this Lord is not the Hound's Lord, so it's going to walk all the way up and try to cleave. Evil is trying to use, you know, the range, even the Roger going back into the human form to try to take down the turret. Yes, at least Evil was able to take down the mid lane turret, but Forsaken SG held on to the top side, but barely making out alive.
Barely making it out alive, and Evil now, they're looking to choke out and suffocate Forsaken as much as they can, taking out the jungle, taking out the farm so that they don't have the space to come back into this game.
Yep. Looking at the space, the gold lead is kind of widening in a very alarming rate. Evil C unable to secure the gold. Powerful already, even though yes, Evil C wasn't dead or anything, but Powerful does have more items compared to Evil C. Just taking a look, not only just the gold and the score, just take a look at the XP. Powerful is already at level 14 compared to Evil C level 11. Coconut is now the pseudo jungle of Evil, right? Taking away the jungle from Forsaken's SG side, gonna starve Forsaken SG even worse.
I think this plays to what you said about Salmon's arrows, right?
Yep.
Yes, you might not hit it, but if you zone them enough, it's created so much space for them. And now he's the jungle, he has even more damage. They have the utility in terms of the crowd control, they have the peel in terms of Jace's with the split, and they have Powerful for the damage.
Now,
this is extremely scary for Forsaken SG.
That was a it's like they're hanging on and a hair. Like a single strand of hair. It could just break any moment, ladies and gentlemen. Forsaken SG, they may actually have to go down to the lower brackets. Evil, very, very close. I feel like they could already smell it, like Powerful or the Roger smelling blood. The MPL SG dream is so close, and they're looking to actually collapse on top of it. Forsaken SG backs away. Then they're afraid of where Evil C is, not appearing around the map, desperately try to farm up in their own jungle.
desperately trying to do that, but I don't think they can do that at all. Look at Evil just taking it every single time it spawns Forsaken SG. They can't get the farm that they need to come back. It's like they're slowly looking at their chance of securing their seat just slip away from them, you know, bit by bit. Yes, they drop into the lower brackets, but that's not the fight that they want to take.
Yeah, going up against Side SG is actually kind of scary for both these two teams. Evil, they're playing like as if they don't want to fall into that trap, taking away the enhanced Lord for Forsaken, since Forsaken SG is kind of busy on the defense. Now with this Lord, crack open one, Evil is going to methodically disassemble. I was about to say dissect.
Well, the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
One's a human, one's a machine.
Yeah, but now Forsaken SG, you're dissecting them as a team, as people, you're taking them apart. This is the team that has the veterancy card. And they build up so much. I'm getting goosebumps just saying this, but they might actually be, they're so close to getting this.
Yeah, this is, you know, analytics, based on the analytics, of course, Forsaken should have the winning bracket, all right? Should have the winning series, but now Evil is this anomaly and they're encroaching with the Enhanced Lord, encroaching on the top side. Carrot leading the charge right now. The bombs going in will not be able to clear off the minions, and now Forsaken SG has to force the defense. Evil actually slipped all the way in. It is going to be Jason's taking away the main damage coming up from Forsaken SG, and now there's no more damage from the side of Forsaken SG as Evil will claim their way to MPL.
Oh my goodness, Evil! They've risen from, you know, from scratch. They
Dark
made
dogs.
their way. Yeah, dark horses.
I'm sorry for ruining the moment, but
Dark horses, dark dogs, whatever you will. But they made it all the way here, and they've secured their seat in MPL SG Season 3.
oh my goodness, I could basically hear the players just screaming in delight, because don't forget, this is a Titan that they need to slay. The Titan that's basically blocking them for this MPL SG dream. They slayed it, and they're going to go into not only just the grand finals, mind you, they're on the way into MPL SG.
Yeah, I felt like that core was like, you know, they had all their focus on it. I could feel like, just attack the core and go like, go hard on it. And they just wanted to end it, because the moment they end it, eyes on the prize, and they got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, GG kudos for Evil, right? They put up a very great fight. We don't talk about game number 1, but Powerful has proven very, very good on this Roger. But this also means that I think this is not the end of journey for Evo. In fact, this is only the start. Because I believe the rest of the teams watching this particular cast, they will notice Powerful on this Roger is going to be banned, deserve on the ban list, and they will try to ban it out. Not only just that, I feel like Jace's as well, proven very strong in these very tanky XP laners, and knowing you know when to flank, when to peel. It's so basically Jace's is this pseudo tank. He's not playing as an XP laner. It's like a pseudo tank.
Yeah, and that's also the scary thing about having played in the qualifiers, right?
Oh,
You kind of show your cards, and everyone now is gonna start scrutinizing you and analyzing you in terms of the strategy that you play. So the question going forward for Evil is, can they adjust to that? When people know what they've played, can they come out from that, continue to adapt and come out on top? But of course, this was no mean feat. A huge congratulations to Evil for taking the throne.
Yeah, seriously, man. Like, I think while it's gonna be, you know, there's a long road ahead for Evil, right? They can celebrate now, but I think they have to look back on some of the strategies. I feel like the limited hero pool that they have could bite them back going into, you know, MPL SG. I think that's something that they gotta work on, because, you know, it's actually around the corner. You don't really have enough time to train up. Evil, I believe, yes, take this celebration right now, but I feel like the real work starts now. So go ahead, keep on grinding. Evil will be watching you very, very closely.
Let them take the win. let them celebrate.
Let them celebrate first. I don't want to stress them, right? I'm such a party pooper. I'm not fun at parties. Don't invite Jace to parties.
But of course, this is not the end of the road either for Forsaken SG, because we are going to see 2 more matches today. Forsaken SG up against Scythe. And this is going to be one that you want to watch, because Scythe, as we know it, is going to put up a great, great fight.
Yep, Scythe SG going up against Forsaken SG. Both these two teams do have experiences in MPL as well. You know, it's not only just the fact that they played in MPL. That's why we always like to lift them up a little bit. But it's the fact that that they have to play a lot of games in order to play in MPL. They need to train. It's not as easy as just play every weekend like how I do right now, because we don't really have the time to do so. But that's why this lower bracket, well, not say low, I don't know what to call it anymore. Right? Lower bracket finals, right?
Yeah, lower bracket.
This lower bracket finals is a game that you don't want to miss. Let's take a look at the schedule earlier just now. Oh, sorry, we're going to show you the brackets instead. Lower bracket Forsaken going up against SSG in the next series that we're going to be showing. The winner will go up and challenge Evil once again. But I feel like, you know what? The results is already out. Evil is going into MPL SG.
Yeah, Evil definitely secured themselves a seat. One more match to go, but hey, a little more practice can't do any harm.
Yeah, exactly. So all eyes on Forsaken and SSG. Both these two teams are basically preferred teams based on the analytics and stats. But you've got anomalies coming up from this qualifiers, and that's a game that you have to look out for.
Yeah. And I think the grand finals is also important, right? Not just for Evil to practice, but they want to see what they're up against. If they're going against Forsaken again, that's like, hey, has Forsaken come back and can you still beat them? If it's Scythe SG, do you have what it takes to beat them? So either way, it's a good assessment of their own abilities and how they can change up their strategies.
That's correct. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away just yet. Coming up next is going to be Scythe SG going up against Forsaken. Two teams with ex-MPL players before. Unfortunately, one of these teams would not be able to make it into MPL SG. Do stay tuned. Don't go away.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree!
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra Cursed Needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needle.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then Falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! An enemy has been slain! An enemy has been slain! First blood! Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam!
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Warren Sport is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy.
Guess what's in my bag? A homemade
Monster kill.
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive. Taste the frostbite. Back off. The snow shall rain. Legendary. Take my royal station. Take my royal heritage under attack. Imperial justice. Imperial justice. Leaving to me. Take leaving to me. Take my royal station. Killing spree. Imperial justice.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra Cursed Needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the MPL Singapore Season 3 Qualifiers, and my name is Jay. Joining me right here is not Scrappy Chicks anymore, it is Vertigo.
I've upgraded, I've changed the hair color, you know.
I thought you said you changed your hair. Like
No, my hair is still the same, man. My hair's still the same, I just changed the hair color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a new year and new me. Yeah, that's what they always say, right?
That was like 3 months ago.
Was it? No, it's so fast.
Are you living under the rock or something?
Probably. I mean, school has been tough, you know, and a lot of stuff has been going on around Singapore as well. But you know what's going around?
Yep.
Mobile Legends qualifiers.
Yes, correct. Ladies and gentlemen, my man Vertigo has said it right. You heard him. EVO already securing themselves into MPL Singapore. In fact, going in the grand finals right now. Now we just have to resolve these two teams, i.e. Forsaken SG going up against Side SG. But before that, Singtel 5G is something that we also got to talk about, because they are going around and pretty fast, because with the twice 2x lower latency on Singtel 5G is the powerful network, and you get the edge that you need while gaming on the go. With Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network.
Oh, I mean, you can't use it as an excuse anymore.
Hey,
right?
that's my line. That's my line.
You
for
can't always
season
say,
one.
"Hey, lag, man." Or no, but if you use Singtel 5G, you can't say that. It's all dependent on skill already, right?
Okay, yeah.
You can't say, "Hey, I lag lah," because you know I'm gonna win you with that. No, you can't say that you lag now because you have a stronger, the most powerful network in Singapore itself.
That's correct. And other than that, PPP Esports is the ultimate region platform where gaming lives. Guided by its core values and passion, sportsmanship and healthy gaming, PPP Esports seeks to continuously grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments such as this one. Thank you very much, PPP Esports, for actually providing us the platform to, compete.
Compete. And you know what? It's kind of like a community where it brings the community together.
And compete.
And compete, yeah. I mean, of course, sportsmanship.
That's correct.
The word.
That's the actual term to use.
That's the word. I mean, I just noticed something, man.
Uh-huh.
It's a nice chair. It's something different. Oh, it's the OSIM chair, man. Tell us about it.
Featuring an OSIM chair. In fact, we're sitting on the OSIM U-Throne S. It's a gaming chair with customizable massage so that you don't feel very old anymore.
Oh!
U-Throne S is also built for unparalleled comfort with ergonomic seat design, lumbar cushion, multi-tilt mechanism, and reclining function up to 155 degrees. Plus, you relax your tense muscles from prolonged gaming and improve blood circulation with the inbuilt seat vibration that comes with 3 seat vibration frequency. So
I mean, my blood needs to be circulating around my body right now.
It goes all the way up to the head.
It goes all the way up to the head because I've been boiling in ranked forever, man. Like the blood has been stuck up, and then I'm gonna get high blood pressure from this, and then like the OSIM chair will be so much help for me right now. It's like, you know, finally a nice and relaxed feeling after a stupid game of Mobile Legends, because who likes ranks anyways when you can watch MPL?
Of course. But I mean, like, you know, regardless of, you know, MPL, the rank games or anything,
Yeah,
but
man.
it's always very good, you know, to be able to sit down on a chair like this, and then it also adds you on the massage functionality. Unfortunately,
do we have it?
Yeah, we do, but it just needs power.
Oh, man,
just needs power. But we
you
will
know what?
definitely try it in between sessions, right? You know,
Of course,
after
100%,
class, right? We will
100%.
try it. But of course, let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is very big right now. It's Forsaken SG going up against Side SG. You're looking at the brackets right now. Evo comfortably sitting on the grand finals, best of 3. But lower brackets though, eyes there. Forsaken going up against Side SG.
I mean, Forsaken and Skype SG right now, they need to really fight for this, right?
Yep.
If they lose, it's a goodbye. You know, you
That's
don't have a
correct.
chance. But if you win, at least you guarantee a seat, whether higher or lower only.
It's not at least you guarantee a seat. It's
You
you
are.
already guarantee a seat into MPL SG,
That's true.
right?
That's
so
true.
I think it's all about, you know, there's no second chances. There's no second lives.
Nope.
This is it.
It's
You
all
die,
about,
you
know,
die here.
Yeah, it's YOLO. It's literally YOLO. It's about drive. It's about power. So you need that determination to actually push through from the lower brackets.
I thought you were going to quote like a song or something.
I'm not going to quote.
I thought you're going there.
It's an
you know.
inspirational quote from, you know, someone higher up, you know.
Okay, but okay. Now, I know you're a Forsaken SG fan. You've been cheering them since like, I don't
Forever.
know,
Since season 1.
Season 1,
Season
right?
1
That's correct.
qualifiers, 128 teams. Honestly, before even MPL existed, I've discovered about them.
SG, right? MPL SG.
MPL SG
started.
existed, right? I've discovered about, you know, Forsaken SG. So I was like, oh, it's so intriguing, you know, they're like the nicest people, they have the best teamwork. Like I said from season 1, they just need to work on their draft. They just need to work on their draft. I mean, the synergy is great, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not throwing shade or anything. I'm a huge fan of Forsaken. Their synergy is good, their execution is good, but it's just the draft. Honestly.
Yeah, I would say I really have to echo in that previous game earlier just now. I feel like the draft is a bit wonky. The 3 bands was like, it was a Lolita, Baxia, and then something that's not relevant at all.
Yeah.
And then you're wasting bands away, and then you gave away powerful to Roger. If no offense to Evo, but if Evo does not have powerful on their hands, I would think that, you know, there's a multiples happening right now where Forsaken has already secured a slot in MPL SG.
In another parallel universe, they would have already won, right? But giving away Roger, Selena, okay, that's
it.
Already enough, right?
Yep.
And a glue to top it all off. My gosh, it's gonna be a complete snowball like what we see in the previous games, man.
Yeah,
Instant.
But then you gotta agree, the synergy between Forsaken SG members are very good because they've rotated very well. They know the macro game. Like, the theory is correct. Everything I was talking about with Scrubby Cheeks earlier just now. Everything on the shopping list, all checked. But then when it comes to the micro, Evo has the better micro in the end of the day, and then just swept 2 games right off the rock away from Forsaken SG, and now they're in that snapping jaws alongside, well, the snapping jaws is Side SG, which means that Side SG this time around, don't forget, they are a very scary team. They've got JS Love, they've got Too Easy for Angela, they got Pebble, Rum, and even I would say KX Strings, I would say, in my opinion, one of the strongest gold laner in community tournament this time around. I would say that. But yeah.
But that's coming from a damage standpoint, right? Coming from a tank and support
gold laner standpoint.
Yeah, gold laner standpoint, tank support standpoint, JS Love is a pretty solid helper / support, right? He makes the plays for the team. He goes in. That all-out aggression, add-on from Pebble, Rum. Insane.
Yes, I agree.
Insane.
I think you saw in game number 1 when they went up against Notorious Vikings, right? You can see like JS Love using the Estus, right? It's just he's basically an ambulance going to top lane, healing that person down, going to the bottom lane, healing that person up, again go to mid lane.
That's the role
healing
of
that
a
person
support.
out.
You're here to support your team, you know, and then, you know, end up after the match, you only get a silver medal or a bronze medal because they don't see the work behind it. They don't honestly see the work behind it. They just say, oh, you were feeding, right? But then everyone else has like nice KDAs, that goal laner, KDA, KDA, OCD, like, oh no, I must not have any death. You must support me.
I all of a sudden I thought the spotlights wasn't working anymore. There's no much shade being thrown at the goal laners. But I have to agree, Vertigo is definitely the spokesperson of all the supports and tank roles right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the draft. It is going to be game number 1. Forsaken going up against Scythe SG, taking away the Fanny from Too Easy for Angelo. That's the thing that we've been actually hyping about going in game number 1, but
it's pretty recent, honestly. The Fanny pick, the Fanny bans, honestly, from my point of view, Fanny is so easily countered, right? You have so many CCs to stop her, or even someone who can instantly burst her down, like Clint, or even an E for a stun. But a Link ban, Okay, that's pretty big from Forsaken.
Wow, this is actually... Okay, Forsaken has first pick, right? If they secure the land slot, I am actually intrigued. Okay, there's still the Hayabusa for Too Easy for Angelo that I think he could have gone for. And look, that Forsaken just gonna snap pick that land slot away, not even giving Too Easy for Angelo. He's making it hard for Angelo, but you open up Pebbles Valentina.
Oh, Pebbles Valentina is so OP. Even the comments and the chat were going crazy over Pebbles Valentina. So painful, so much support. I think it was 0, 0, and 26 if I'm not wrong. That's the support that we need. And not only that, let's say if Forsaken were to take someone like Lolita, that Valentina would just steal it right back. Numenon blast the whole team back in return. And then Forsaken, they're just, okay, you know what? I'm dead.
Yeah, so now if Forsaken were to actually, this is the problem, right? You focus on top of you focus all your bans on one person. Don't forget, this is a 3 ban, not a 5 ban. So you don't really have much wiggle room. You focus on targeting ban 1 person. You open up. You need to be careful and be prepared to open up for, the likes of this Valentina in the hands of Pebble. And now it is going to be JS Love going into the Mathilda. In fact, using the MPL skin as well.
Yeah.
I think it's going to make it super safe for Scythe SG to be aggressive. I would love to see it as this. I think it worked very well in game number 1 against Notorious Vikings. But I think they're changing up the gears a little bit.
Banning away Clint for the goal lane.
That's good.
That's very, very important. And they themselves snatched away the Beatrix, right, for the side of Scythe SG. That's very, very good banning and drafting right there.
Yep. Oh my
goodness. So what do you think are the options here for Ops?
Ops right now, I would say Popo and Koopa, technically speaking, is still my preferred marksman.
Honestly, yeah. I have to agree with you.
Honestly speaking, because you got long-range, non-committal stunts, it syncs very well with your Kufra. It allows you to jump on top of them, and then you got your Lancelot to just finish it off. If not, you can go for the Brody, but Brody wasn't my pick if you're going for a draft like Forsaken, because you do have, you want to use a Brody as pushing power, right? But I feel like, the Popo Koopa can do the exact same, but now locking in from the side of SSG, the jungler is Roger. I think this is no biggie for Too Easy for Angelo. Literally, it's in his name.
Oh, are they really going to go for the Brody? Honestly, Brody going up against a Beatrix in lane, I feel it's very, very skilled matchup, but I feel that the Beatrix will win.
I don't think it's a skilled matchup. I would say it's just innate damage. It goes into the Beatrix because you don't need to fight the Brody hand on. You could just snipe. And if the Brody actually doesn't, not say doesn't, but there's some points where the Brody actually stops in order to land down the auto attack. And that's where, if you time your shots right, you should be able to land the shot.
That's your window.
That's correct. But now, Forsaken, I feel like they drafted a draft that's similar when they went up against game number 1 against Evil. This was their winning draft. And now they're going to have to use it against Scythe SG.
Look at Tamus with the Vengeance, your favorite spiky durians. You never ever touch a spiky durian, right? Spiky durians are very dangerous, right? Durians are dangerous overall, but a potential, a D-Roth pick is crazy. The sustainability of D-Roth, the burst from D-Roth is so insane, but Tamus has the sustainability too.
Yeah, you want to talk about sustainability, right? I feel like I wouldn't put Dirov as a person that could like face tank all the damage as compared to a Thamus. Thamus is going to have a good time in order in the early parts of the game to bully. You got a losing early game this time around if you're from the point of view of Side SG. But then, you know, the Dirov does a lot of damage going into the later parts of the game. So
pain. I hate going up against the Dirov.
Yeah, but what the problem that I fear about for Side SG, they got a lot of damage, but
That's
not
true.
enough tankiness.
So that makes them vulnerable? Like, do you think there's a window of opportunity for Ops on their Brody to burst everyone down with maybe torn apart memory?
There could be, as ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into game number 1 between Forsaken SG going up against Side SG. Don't forget, this is the lower bracket finals. This is do or die. This series will tell the tale whether this is the end of the chapter for both these two teams. And once again,
Forsaken.
it's just Forsaken doing the same old draft again. And look at how Side SG just reading them like an open book. But here we go. Run, forced to use, going into the Aegis already, and the Flicker away. Battle spells being used so early on. That's actually very good for the side of Forsaken.
Like you said, it's so readable from Forsaken because they love to do the invade, but Skype SG, they have the aggression, they have the pressure, but here comes Chesty coming in with the rotation here to help Forsaken. Is it going to be enough though?
Not enough damage as of yet, but you do have the Lilia that could wave clear very quickly. Now Pebble, this time around, wasn't able to follow suit, but Pebble does have, you know, the XP kit, gains more XP and stuff like that, so should be very good against, you know, the Lilia, but I feel like Pebble should not be rotating as aggressively as Chesty.
Wow, Scythe SG up against Forsaken here. Who do you think is going to win the first match? Based on draft, just drafting wise.
Well, based on drafting wise, I am a little bit terrified for Side SG because they don't really have a hard tank. It all boils down to, you know, the sustain from JS Love with the shields and of course with Pebble's passive. But then again, you do have Forsaken taking away the landslot, which is actually kind of good, but a bit of aggression happening at the top side. Ops getting a little bit too low. JS Love low at the same time. Double force the flicker. Evil C jumps over the wall.
Oh,
nice
and the flicker!
stun coming out from Pebble, playing the Valentina like a Kufra, picking up first blood over from Forsaken.
That Tyrant's Rage and the flicker combo.
I was confused a little bit.
That was so fast. Okay, honestly, as a Valentina player, you have to be on your feet at all times. You need to know what these characters do. You need to know how to use them against your opponent. There's just so much 200 big brain play here coming from Pebble.
Yeah, that's correct. And of course, it feels like, you know, the main engage coming out from Forsaken is now being used against them. And Side SG, they have the momentum. They will be able to take out the turtle, but KX Springs finds himself a little bit of a problem. The ultimate coming out, but look at how KX Springs manages to juke it around, would not be able to secure the kill, but it's a 3-man ganking at the top side. Side SG picks up the turtle.
That's a very, very good rotation here. Forsaken desperate for the trade to get it back. You know, taking down the goal laner, that's great. That's very, very good. That's so important for the team right now. And it's going to make Skype SG suffer a little because Forsaken are a little bit behind due to just the goal on his own.
Yeah, Side SG, I think they do have the initiative, they do have the damage to penetrate through, you know, tankiness that Forsaken has, but Double does play a lean, mean Kufra, but that Kufra doesn't mean anything if Pebble can actually play the Kufra himself.
That's true. It's a reverse Kufra, right?
But someone drew the reverse card on the reverse card.
It's a reverse.
Oh, my brain
It's
hurts.
so confusing. 200 IQ plays coming from Pebble. I do have to give it to him.
Yep, that's correct. It's
pretty awesome.
Bit of a gang happening at the bottom side. I was actually taking a bit too much damage. Too easy for Angelo. Joins off the screen. Will be able to take it down. That's a Roger that's going to be scaling. And I think that's a problem about Lancelot, right? You know, if you want to play a Lancelot, you should be seek for the damage, but it's going to be Pebble jumping all the way in. We'll be able to steal off the damage, the ultimate from the Lilia. We'll be holding on for now, but JS Love will lose his life.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be another jump. He gets the stun onto the Beatrix. Here comes the triangle from the Lancelot. Is he going to be able to secure this? Yes, he can. And a killing spree coming out for the Lance here. Evil C going crazy. What a big change for Evil C right now from EXP laner to Hyper.
Yeah, basically, you know, the transformation is there, and now Evil C, you know, playing a Lancelot is actually kind of cool right now. But Rum, looking a little bit low, forced to run away. In terms of the tempo, I feel like Side SG feels like is actually leading, but it is going to be, you know, Pebble jumping all the way in, using the ultimate already right off the bat. Evil C tried to chase after Pebble.
Oh,
it
Pebble!
is going to be a stun going in for the double, and now try to stun out Pebble, but not enough damage.
No.
Pebble actually sustained so much damage. Chaos Springs picks up 2 kills.
That was such an overextended move there from Forsaken. The position was so bad. Like I said, the execution was on point, but there was just no coordination between the team.
Oh no, this is going to be a little bit tough for Forsaken side SG. They do have the veterancy card like what I was talking about with May, and then now they're just, you know, just taking over the map just like that, taking down the bottom lane already. They have Thanos is not supposed to be losing lane against Derov in the earlier parts of the game, but Rum managed to make it work, and now you know side SG is going to focus on top of Ops instead. JSL will be able to catch just a little bit more. The thought apart memory, not enough damage. Is now Double just trying to bounce the ball on top of that as KX Spring tries to join the fray. The members of side SG on the ball right now trying to come in for the reinforcement, but not only just that, side SG secures the top side turret.
Scythe SG with the perfect tempo. Okay, too easy for Jello. Dodged the Kufra ulti. And it's like, it looks like it's going to be a 4-on-3 right now. Circling Eagle is going to take down Chesty, but Forsaken, they are forced to play on the pacifier side. Right now.
My goodness, do you not see too easy for Angelo? You know what he just did?
The timing.
He dodged the ultimate coming up from Double with a Lycan Pounce. The iframes OP, too easy for Angelo. What a god play coming up inside SG. And yeah, I know there's a fight happening right there, but I am just bewildered by that one good timing.
The timing was so on point, they're probably going to be using Singtel 5G. The timing was so good, it was impeccable, dude. It's so fast and literally dodges that Kufra ultimate, right?
That was so well played coming off inside SG. The micro game, the macros on point, and now Forsaken, what can they do? They can only try to split push, but XF tries to split push. He says he can't roam, and now he actually cannot roam. There's 3 members going in, and now Pebble just spending down some damage. It's only half health. Members of Forsaken are not around, as side SG just sieges it up.
Oh, and here comes the turret dive. Rum, along with the circling eagle from JS Love to secure down onto XF, but it does look like it's going to be a 3-on-4. He dodges the jump all the way from Kufra to EG for Angelo. Is in big danger right now. Here comes the ultimate, and down goes the Roger. Too easy for Angelo. It's not easy at all.
You know, there's a Malay saying that no matter how smart a squirrel can actually jump, eventually you're actually going to fall on the floor. That's exactly what happened to Too Easy for Angelo. But the point is, right now, it's like, this Pebble is actually looking for Chesty, looking a little bit no right now. Now, here comes the actual Lancelot this time around. It was a little bit confusing for a period of time. Yep, that's the imposter that we need to eject out of the game. But then again, you know, the damage has been done in terms of the tempo. Side SG securing 3 lanes right now. In fact, make that the bottom side super clean. Side SG, they have free real estate to do whatever they want.
It's free real estate. But Forsaken, they're just a little bit behind on the tempo here in terms of swinging, in terms of positioning. Execution is great, but the timing's just a little bit off from Skype SG, right?
Yep.
Oh, and here comes the combo, taking down Pebble. Is Pebble going to be alive from here? Yes, he goes down. Double, he's going to be forced to back right here. Here comes the Lycan Pounce, and he's going to take down onto Double right now, and the ultimate machine gun from KX.
Yeah, Evils, he doesn't really have the damage at all. Forced to run away, taking a little bit too much punishment. Double, once he goes down, that's it. But that's a nice engage. But Side SG, I think Forsaken cannot actually engage all these fights. And that's the problem about Kufra, right? If you are basically behind, if you try to engage, you try to fight it, and you know, the enemy does have more items, more damage than you, I don't think that's very wise. Your main goal as Double right now, your main goal as a Kufra when you're playing from behind is to try to stall the game, try to slow the tempo down. But if you take a look at the draw for Forsaken, who do you slow it down for? Evil C should be losing priority with the Lancelot. Ops, right now, yes, technically in the mid spike, but his main role is to try to push down turrets. You don't see Scythe SG taking any form of structural damage. It is Forsaken playing on the back foot right now, and Scythe SG is basically not allowing Forsaken to step into their part of the map.
Skype SG rotates so fast. The tempo of them, just look at this. On the map right here, look at how are they going to collapse this. This could be a very potential fight, but Double is just going to back off from this, playing very passive.
Yeah, that's a good call coming off of double. I don't think double would want to actually engage at all, but now,
Oh no,
he
an
misses the ultimate,
ultimate!
and now the circling Ginyu going in. The Nibiru Passion spreading out the damage as well. The Lilia bombs will be able to clean up Side SG just a little bit, but now Pebble will actually fall, and now this is the time for Ops to actually rise and shine, but it is going to be run, facing in. Too easy for Angelo coming in for the double secondary engagement right now as he goes in and clean up every single member from Forsaken.
And a triple kill coming up for Too Easy for Angelo. That was a very big whiff coming from double.
That was so close for the side Forsaken. They do have the damage in Lilia's kit, but then again, they ran out of fuel. Side SG just comes back for a re-engage, and don't forget, you got this Roger that's going to go into the endless battle pretty soon. That's another big power spike. And now Forsaken playing on the back foot. They need to try to hold. This Lilia can do damage. We need to make sure that she stays alive.
That was such a big whiff from double. I have to say that. The ultimate literally did not land onto anyone. There was no play involved, right? And then from then on, you should just back from there. But you know, Forsaken, they push their luck too much, and then you know they have to suffer from that. And Scarf SG is just literally gonna enjoy all these rich resources from Forsaken.
Yep, speaking about rich resources, for Side SG leading the charge in terms not only just, you know, the gold lead, right? Also in terms of the turret lead as well. Side sending down the Lord all the way to the top side will be escorted by Ram. Forsaken, this double is actually trying to look for some information, but Side SG is making them some scars. Forsaken rotating S5 right now. Like a death ball. I think they finally know that, okay, at least I've got damage in powers, I got strength in powers. Just take a look. You will see, we'll be able to double jumping on it. Big stun coming all the way out, no purify at all. And now here's Chesty landing down the damage, landing down the firepower. Too easy for Angelo, looking for the members to pick up. If they pick up double, we'll be able to reset the Zygon Pulse right now. Evilzy tried to chase after Too Easy for Angelo. He actually slips on the way. The triangle will be able to connect on top of JS Love as KSP kills him off. But now it is going to be just one member for the side of Forsaken left alive. The Lord marching all the way down. This is not a position that Forsaken wants to be as the Lord cleaves as Side SG picks up game number 1.
KX with the finishing kill, the positioning on that Beatrix. What do you think of that play from that Beatrix itself?
No, I'm still very astounded the fact that Too Easy for Angelo. I thought you don't give him Fanny, you don't give him Lamslot, you don't give him Hayabusa. Yeah, Roger should be squishy, right? But no, his timing is like, there's no better word than perfect. No better word than impeccable to actually describe that. So many times using the iframes to dodge away those key damages. But then again, you can see Chesty actually doing God's work in terms of the damage. Just take a look, 29% damage. And even though, you know, I think Side SG was pushing their luck just a little bit, in terms of fighting in the choke point, that's where you don't want to fight against a Lilia.
I think even a Kufra.
Or even a Kufra, right? But they managed to make it work because they're the aggressor. They don't really pick up any tanks. JS Love, I don't count, well, technically speaking, I don't consider Mathilda to be actually that hard tank as Kufra. But then again, they managed to survive this onslaught.
Honestly, I feel that Mathilda was the playmaker, just like Kufra. It's not a super soaker, you know what I mean? Pebble, that's true. Pebble is the one making the big plays too. JS Love is there to just, you know, bring the team together with him to engage, and then it's literally a whole orchestra coming together, and then the musical piece just plays it out on his own.
Yeah, I like a man of culture, right? With like this music, taste of music. That's correct. But
Music's
now,
love.
gotta talk about this, right? Now, like looking at the draft coming out for Forsaken SG, a Popo and Koopa would actually benefit even better. You have a longer range. You are able to stun one member from the side of, you know, Forsaken from the side of Side SG. I think that could be the better pick because, you know, Brody doesn't have enough damage, especially right at that point of the game. Because one of your first few items that you have to build is a tank item. Now, if you go for a tank item, you don't really have enough damage in your kit. Yes, I know Brody does a lot of damage, but it's towards turrets, and I don't see, you know, Forsaken was able to actually pick up any turrets at all.
Not anymore. I mean, Brody used to be like, you know, I can go full tank Brody. I still have the damage, right? But now it's like, oh, I do need some items, but I can still go tanky.
Yeah, just like, oh, hold on, no, you're in a fight. You're about to fight. Hold on a second. Let me change my boxing glove just a little bit.
Let me just switch it up.
Yeah,
switch
let
up
me
the
just
whole
switch it up a
playing
little
field.
bit. Yeah, and then I don't think Forsaken SG will have this luxury at all because Side SG they have been super aggressive. The Mathilda, ganking like non-stop, like nobody's business. And then you also have Pebble picking out the Valentina. Yes, there is some reprieve because Pebble doesn't have the wave clear as compared to Chesty. But then again, when you go into the later part of the game, when the cooldown starts to get even faster and all this kind of stuff, I think Side SG should have the better draft as compared to Forsaken.
I mean, Evil C tried to make the play work. He was roaming around, he was getting kills here, getting kills there. But the snowball wasn't enough. It made a tiny little ball, but not a gigantic boulder.
Yeah, the bigger ball goes into Roger. Like he snowballed even harder as compared to the Evil C. That's correct.
Right.
I was thinking about the Lancelot and I was thinking about too easy for Angelo.
It's Evil C, no worries about it.
But then again, it's just so tough because Too Easy for Angelo has been slipping by. He's actually playing super aggressively.
Very strong.
Even if he's in a Roger, he's finding himself in things that he should not be able to escape from, and he was able to escape from them. So it just go to show Too Easy for Angelo. I know I've been singing praises of him since game number 1 going up against the Taurus Vikings, but he is a very scary core.
He's so scary to the point where no CCs, no matter what, even a Kufra, no matter how well timed is your ultimate, he's still gonna dodge it like compounds. What is your ultimate, man? It's just gonna make you look dumb.
That's correct. Right? And also I think that particular fight where where Double, I think there was a bit of a nerve, a little bit where I know you know what I want to say.
That was the one. I mean, that was a pretty big whiff, I would say, but people make mistakes, right?
Yeah,
people make mistakes.
But this stage, making a mistake may cost you that dream. So I think Forsaken SG, that was a big one. So they have to be very careful because we're going into match point, series point right now. Side SG 1-0 against Forsaken. Forsaken wasn't able to make it. Don't forget, Forsaken wasn't able to make it into Season 2. And now they're trying their luck again into Season 3. This is the lower bracket finals. Side SG, they've appeared in Season 2 before. They appeared in Season 1 before.
Did it?
And now they're super poised into going back into MPL SG once again.
I mean, they do. I would say they do have a ex-MPL players on the team.
Yeah.
I would say that. I would say I wouldn't say it's an unfair advantage.
It wasn't.
It's not an unfair advantage because it all comes down to the player, how you guys draft, how you guys gonna execute it. Like I said, music is exactly the same. If you composed it well, they are gonna play it well. If you don't compose it well, it's just gonna sound like crap.
Yeah, but I think in the end of the day, I think Forsaken SG, they have a wonderful piece to play, but when it comes to actually playing it, sometimes, the execution may fall short because you remember when Forsaken SG went up against Evil, game number 1 was beautiful. It was a symphony. But game number 2 and 3, somehow, somewhere, they left the power. They made a few mistakes and it snowballed into a disaster. And now it's happening again against Side SG. Don't forget, Side SG does have the better name tags compared to Forsaken SG. I think if Forsaken SG was able to secure the correct heroes and they're not forced to play something, I don't think Evil C plays a Lancelot as well. I think he's forced to counterpick because Too Easy for Angelo. It's illegal to give him an assassin at this rate.
That's true. What are your thoughts on the Brody? Do you think it was a knee-jerk reaction? Just based on the draft itself. We don't look at the game.
I think based on the draft itself, I would still prefer Popo and Koopa, like I said earlier. Popo and Koopa does serve the purpose of not only just, not only just pushing down turrets, he pushes down turrets pretty quickly with the attack speed, but also that long range stun, which is absolutely needed, especially, if you got a Pebble that's going to, that stole your Kufra's ultimate that's really walking towards you, you just stun him in a trap. It's a point-click stun so that he doesn't get off with its ultimate. You saw that mistake made by Pebble as well, right? He tried to go in, but he was stunned, stopped short, and that's where, Pebble actually lost his life. So that is actually better as compared to, going for a Brody. If you want to go for a Brody, fine. You need to try to push down turrets, but I don't see any turrets being pushed down at all.
Honestly, just a random thought, right? What if they picked a Mia?
Oh my god.
Random thought. Random thought. Imagine a Mia. Forsaken banning away Lancelot, just targeting down onto too easy for Angelo.
Yeah, first pick once again for the side of side SG, which is on the first pick once again. Forsaken on the right this time round. Once again, just going ahead and ban away the Lancelot, the Fanny. I'm not surprised if they decides to ban. Yeah, I think the Valentina, which is nice, but but the side of SSG will focus on picking up the Beatrix for themselves for KX Springs because Beatrix still the better marksman in my books. But now for second, I like what this is where this is going.
Going for the priority pick here, Valentina and then Roger. So right now, they honestly, from Forsaken standpoint, as a Forsaken fan, not a biased opinion, just on the draft itself, they need to pick the goal laner now before it gets banned.
I like the fact that you're talking about like people who are biased will say I'm not biased.
I'm not biased.
I'm not biased.
I'm just saying.
But just saying. But okay, I agree. I have to echo what you said. Now, Forsaken, if for just looking at the draft alone, I feel like Forsaken now, taking a book from side SG, which is kind of good. So it's now up to side SG to counter the draft that, Forsaken just picked. But take a look at that. It's the Lunox coming into play.
The burst from the Lunox, the fast fingers from, the power of the darkening, and they're just spamming down everybody. Like I said, Forsaken, they need to pick the clean right now. Honestly, clean is the next better option here.
Yeah, they have to pick it right now. If they don't pick it now, Side SG is going to go ahead and ban away the Clinton. And now the worst part is, Forsaken has kind of hovered over that Clint earlier just now.
I think going to give them the idea, right?
Yeah, Side SG is going to go ahead and ban away, but now they're going to go with the Lolita.
Wow, okay, honestly, not too bad for a trade, right? I don't mind giving away the Clint, but I will prioritize on that Lolita.
Yeah, the Lolita will do wonders against every hero coming out from side SG currently, right? The projectiles will get cancelled, the Bureau's Passion, darkening shots, even Mathilda's first skills as well. There's a lot of projectiles that you'll be able to cancel from Lolita shield, but Lolita do have the aluminum blast that could actually stun the members of SSG.
I'm waiting for a good solid one.
Have to play it very well. Double is very aggressive on this Lolita once again, and you saw that, ladies and gentlemen. I called it out. Side SG proceeds to ban away the Clint, and now they have to find. Maybe I really do hope this time around is a Purple and Koopa, but it feels like Brody should work in this particular draft.
I mean, I would rather a Poopo, honest.
Okay.
I mean, it provides a slight tankiness if you were to build tank.
Okay.
And Poopa, once his ultimate comes up, when he goes to the Alpha Wolf form, and then it's just ham. It's like a beefed up steroid dog, like, and just start running towards you, and then you're like, oh no! You start running away.
There's a little bit too many wolves on one team, in my opinion.
More wolves, more better, right?
I don't know who they may actually compete for the Alpha Wolf, but now I like what Forsaken has picked up. It feels like SSG may secure the Esmeralda for them. So don't forget, Rum, very crazy on that Esmeralda, and now picking up that Esmeralda counters what JS Love could actually provide in the Mathilda.
What is too easy for Angelo thinking right now? Honestly,
what time is lunch?
It's lunchtime. Honestly, I think I'm having so much trouble to decide. Paquito Hyper?
Nah. He's going to go for the Benedetta. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a treat.
Wow.
When was the last time you seen a Benedetta jungle?
Never.
Hey!
I mean,
Season 1.
It's so rare.
It's like a year ago.
Yeah. It's 1 whole year.
It's like one whole
I've leveled up
cycle.
+1.
But okay, now Forsaken right now, I like what SSG had decided for them, right? Like, they do have Forsaken does have some soft counters against, the Mathilda, but then again, you do have SSG this time around packing or using the Benedetta to basically bounce the stun back to Forsaken. I think this is going to be a skill-based matchup, and now knowing SSG's strength in micro, I think Forsaken has to play it carefully. They need to make sure that the Valentina scales, the Roger scales, in order for this draft to pull off.
And a Paquito just needs to make the play. Esmeralda just needs to soak the damage and sustain everything, and then that Lolita just needs to make one nice, juicy Numenon Blast.
Yeah, but the question is SSG gonna allow them to, allow that Numenon Blast to pop up? Because don't forget, it is going to be a bit interesting. Wait, hold on a second. I thought I saw a Lolita. Yep, there's a Lolita.
Yeah,
Yep, there's a Lolita. I was like, all of a sudden, I just kind of lost a Lolita for a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be game number 2 between Side SG going up for second. Side SG currently at series point, poised to go into not only just the grand finals, but also poised into going into MPL SG. Forsaken, on the other hand, needs 2 more games to prove.
Oh my god. Forsaken drafts is so interesting. They can make it work, but it's all about execution, like you said, Jace. It's so important, and I see a couple of BMs here coming from the map. I love me a good BM, you know.
Hey, give him a yellow card or something.
Yellow card, and Chesty forced to use the flicker here. Double, being the tank, sacrificing, being the bigger man, but too easy for Angelo here. Trying to secure onto Lethal Wanderer right now, and Evil, can he get out of this? He's so low, and the first blood comes out. It's gonna go towards too easy for Angelo here.
Man, too easy for Angelo. How can you stop this assassin core player from the side of Side SG? It's so difficult. It's very slippery. You saw how, Evil tried to play it, but this Roger is not on form just yet. Early game priority should be going for too easy for Angelo because of Benedetta's kit. Now Forsaken will be put down a little bit down in terms of the notches, in terms of the snowball. But now also something to address from the side of Forsaken. Wow. They don't use a marksman gold laner.
Yeah, Esmeralda gold lane, that's so interesting. That's so nice and refreshing, I have to say.
I would suggest otherwise, because you want Paquito to go into the gold lane, because Paquito does bully gold marksmen in the earlier parts of the game. But now you drafted a very passive XP laner down to the gold lane. But now Ram taking a bit of damage, but Evil C will be able to back off right now. But in the meantime, too easy for Angela will be bullying it up at the bottom side.
Electro Final Blast being committed here, but it does look like it's going to be a big fight, and the power of the lights. And then God said, and then Chesty said, let there be light.
I don't know where you're going there, Vertigo, but at the same time, it is going to be Side SG starting on the turtle right now. Chesty tries to use the Valentina, but this time around, this Valentina looks a little bit awkward. Too easy for Angelo, assassinates double, and now the turtle looks a little bit low. Pebble will use the remaining darkening shots to finish off this turtle, and there goes a turtle for free.
Free turtle for you, free turtle for you, and it does look like Paquito will be being eaten for lunch here. Nah, he's going to be so passive right now. Honestly, it does, just by looking at the positioning of the Paquito, he looks very passive, right?
Yeah.
It should be the other way around, where Ops is the more passive one on the Esmeralda, but look at the burst coming out here, all the way onto Ops, and he's going to get secured down by that Beatrix, instantly demolished.
I like the fact that Pebble is actually holding back. I think he could have secured the kill right there, but he's allowing KX Spring to basically pick up a kill so that he could actually funnel all that gold into the marksman. But now it is Forsaken's. What is their play? They need to try to rotate, and they're looking at Rum, looking very juicy right there. Rum just still alive no matter what. Chesty actually landing the shots incorrectly. The sun goes down. Rum looking a little bit low. Finally gets taken down by XF.
This was a desperation play from Forsaken. Okay, honestly, I like the choice being made here, right? Esmeralda on the goal lane, she doesn't even need to back. She can literally sit in lane forever. But oh, Numenon Blast coming out, but he's gonna get drew! Oh no, the 200 IQ plays from JS Love. He's like, am I gonna go this way? Am I gonna go this way? No! And then he's like, flickered right in your face. Get juked, boy.
Oh my goodness, ISG has delivered so much entertainment for us, ladies and gentlemen. But it is going to be XF trying to jump, knock JS Love all the way up into the sky. But it is going to be the Electro Final Blow activator, just cutting off Forsaken from the escape. And now they're going to turn their attention on top of double. Evil C tried to jump bounce on top of Pebble, but Pebble will be able to go into invulnerability form right now. But Rum just looking very low, trying to join down the fight. Evil C nowhere to run, will fall.
1 for 3, and Chesty going back in again. That's a pretty bad timing, I have to say.
It's very bad timing.
Ouch.
I wasn't even going to cover it because I know that Chesty going back in would be suicidal, because don't forget, this is too easy for Angelo on the 4-2. Benedetta has been, eating members of Forsaken for breakfast, and now is a little bit full, does have the damage to take down the Valentina. Yes, Valentina, the broken hero right now, but then again, you're going up against a Benedetta. What a blast from a past.
Benedetta has been a historic artifact here for the MPL SG. I would say
it's like you know, you left a gun in the museum and then you just decide to bring it back up, but now here we go, double landing down on the shield, would not be able to survive anymore longer. The circling eagle will be able to catch it up. Evil C tried to pound but would not be able to follow up because he catches the minion instead. Meanwhile, side SG focusing down on the top side. They're not really actually very interested in tops. Okay, they were interested in ops right there. Will be able to take it all the way down with the ultimate tag team.
Big boy
but
dive.
At the same time, Forsaken, such desperation, man. Just, you know, just trying to gang any members away from the side of, you know, side SG. But at the same time, it's just, you know, it's just gonna be very, very tough for the side of Forsaken right now. There's so many desperation moves being played right here, but Chessie, gonna respond with a ultimate as well, will be able to save himself. But now, looking at the map, ladies and gentlemen, looking at how this game has played out, turrets has been taken down, both sides taking equal amount of structural damage, but here we go. Double will be able to land down the Pebble, ultimate on top of Pebble, but no one from the side of Forsaken really wants to engage. They know engaging into the draft of side SG will be suicidal, and of course, it is going to be very, very scary right now. Too easy for Angelo, looking for the flank. Evil C still farming up the minions the jungle creeps instead. It's gonna be an uphill battle. I think they really need as much gold that Forsaken needs as well. So very wise choice coming out from Evil C. They're just gonna farm up. We're just gonna make sure that, you know, the Esmeralda basically becomes a solid tank and then, you know, come back in during the later part of the game.
5SG right now, they have the momentum to snowball towards Forsaken right now, and it does look like too easy for Angelo. Could be dinner right now, but look at the slippery that's coming out. Oh my god, too easy for Angelo. Just so slippery, but it does look like he's gonna be pincered down here. Can he escape this? Oh my god, too easy, but no. It's too easy to not get away from this. Too easy for Angelo. Was close though. Yeah, I have to say.
It's exactly what I was talking about, right? The Malay saying, right?
The
about the squirrel thing.
Yeah,
that's correct. Too easy for Angelo will eventually falling down to the ground, but so much time was being bought by side SG. You think that, you know, Forsaken's, too easy for Angelo is actually leading Forsaken around for a for a joyride? No, side SG sneaks away the turtle for themselves.
That KX Spring was so solid there, getting, you know, given the space, he's gonna be punishing you for it, right? Like, oh, you're giving me space? Yeah, that's it. You're gonna die. I'm gonna instantly demolish you on that Beatrix. Yeah. But Forsaken, they're a little bit on the back foot right now, I would say.
They need to play on the back foot. They cannot afford to actually fight right now. Double put up the shield on the wrong side. And big now Evil C will have to commit on top of it, as now Ops will fall. The Esmeralda is not tanking enough, unfortunately. 3-man tried to defend on the onslaught of side SG. SG is just gonna ignore the turn and they're just gonna walk all the way in, taking every single thing for Forsaken. XF can roam, will not be able to roam, will be able to flank, but he's looking a little bit low. 3-man on side SG chasing the circling eagle as well. Side SG clears up the roster of Forsaken and of course cleaning up the mid lane turret at the same time.
That was a pretty interesting pick right there, but Forsaken, they are so far back right now. Okay, pretty passive. They all look pretty okay right now, but Sky SG, this is choking them, holding Forsaken, you know, pinning them to the ground.
Yeah, this chokehold is not healthy for Forsaken. Forsaken decides to play a more passive game. Besides SG, they do have the momentum, they do have the goal superiority, and of course the real estate to walk around the Forsaken side of the draft. And now, we may go, Forsaken just needs to try to hunker down. Evil C is not snowballing. Ops is actually kind of paper right now. Besides SG, they can just take whatever they want.
Honestly, Double had to make a big play there, but he was just overstepping a little bit. The positioning was a little bit off, and then Sky SG literally pounced at that opportunity there to take down Forsaken and nearly give them a team wipe.
Yep, nearly give them a team wipe right now. It feels like another fight ensues. KX Spring just spreading Nibiru's love and bullets all across Forsaken side of the draft. Double, the tank, the one that's supposed to basically cancel projectiles, would not be able to live long to tail the tail, but XF coming in. Nibiru's passion, try to spread it. Ops is not be able to shine at all, as too easy for Angelo is forced to just jump away from the Lord, but now Forsaken just merely throwing bodies to prevent Slime SG to take away the Lord, but their sacrifices are in vain.
My gosh, Forsaken literally throwing bodies, no Numenon Blast from Double, literally not making any plays right now. It's so different from what we've seen. Double, he needs to make the good solid plays there to give Forsaken the space they need and the follow-up for that opportunity to wipe out Skype SG and get back the lead that they need.
Yeah, the lead is gonna be inching very, very far away now. Forsaken may have to defend this Lord that's marching around the mid lane.
Oh, Numenon Blast!
Numenon Blast will be able to catch run, but here comes the KS Spring. The damage coming up from Forsaken is actually true. Run will be able to take it down. Evil C on the prowl right here, trying to look for Pebble, but he decides to run all the way wrong way. JS Love will be able to knock Evil C all the way back out as KX Spring, the members of Side SG, will be looking at Evil C for food, and the wolf will finally become prey.
My god, Skype SG there. No, even if they get Numenon blasted, they're like, nah, it's not gonna do anything to me, man. And Skype SG, ladies and gentlemen, right now, it looks like Skype SG is gonna be able to secure a seat here in the MPL. Ladies and gentlemen, Skype SG bringing it home with a 2-0 sweep onto Forsaken.
2-0, ladies and gentlemen, Side SG will be going into MPL SG alongside with Evil. Forsaken SG, unfortunately, the chapter has to end here. They fought so well against Side SG, but I feel like they've a little bit broken in this particular game. Double wasn't able to find a pick off, and then, you know, they tried to counter pick away, but Chesty wasn't able to play the Valentina just the way like Pebble
does.
did.
Yeah.
It's just so tough going up against Side SG.
It's all about a mentality game. He's like, you know what? Sure, take my Valentina. Sure, go ahead. I'm just gonna use Lunox. I'm just gonna outburst you. You know what? You're gonna CC me? Boom. I can use the light ultimate, get away from anything, scot-free.
Brilliant, right? Brilliant indeed. And other than that, right, not only just, you know, we talk about Benedetta was the relic in the museum, right?
That's
Technically,
right.
the Lunox was also the relic in the museum as well, you know? It's like bringing up the two antique guns.
The dusty gun.
No, it's like the blunderbuss going up against M16s,
Oh
and the
my
blunderbuss
gosh.
is actually the one that won. It's just,
Look at this nerd, guys.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. I love guns too. But it's like literally bringing up old photos from last time, blowing away the dust, and then like, oh my god, it still actually works.
Okay. It's like your grandparents actually showing you photos of the past.
Oh yeah.
And then probably proceeding to slap you with it.
You're like reminiscing from the past. You see the pun there? Reminisce.
Okay, I'll stop you right there. But ladies and gentlemen, congratulations over to Side SG as well, making it all the way to the grand final, securing their seat in the MPL SG roster. But of course, we gotta ask this question, right? Who among Evil and SSG the superior team? Remember, between after the game of Evil versus Forsaken, I know I'm a very bad person. I'm a nerd. Okay, Vertigo has called me a nerd. I've actually labeled myself as a party pooper.
It's a good, I mean, in a good way.
I don't know, I'm just a party pooper. And now Evil is going up against Side SG.
Honestly, I feel it would go towards the way of Skype SG, just because they fought all the way from the losers bracket, right?
Yep.
They worked hard. They've been through the roughs. They've been roughing up themselves, and then they're like, I'm not phased.
Yeah, they're not
phased by this anyway.
In fact, it was Stellar Esports that knocked Side SG all the way down to the lower brackets.
Stella.
Yeah.
I love Stella.
And then they proceeded on to push their way down the lower bracket, living that lower bracket dream. Not only just taking down, you know, Forsaken SG, they're also taking down the Honduras Vikings. Technically speaking, there's like a mini little MPL going on at the lower brackets.
It's like a Clash of the Titans.
Yep, but then again, we do have a Dark Horse
Under the
rising. The Dark Horse rising from the ashes in terms of Evil, and they'll be playing against Side SG in the next series. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. We'll be right back with the grand finals.
First damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits. while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! An enemy has been slain! Airgun enemy has been slain! First blood! Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles.
You have slain an enemy!
Guess what's in my bag? A homemade
Monster kill.
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Like a blizzard, we march upon. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Take legendary! Take my royal station! Take my royal heritage under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leaving commission! Take leaving commission! Take my royal station! Killing spree! Imperial justice! Take the
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
killing spree!
Second skill, go, Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go, Muddles! Is Melissa's primary damage source.
Slain an enemy!
Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go, Muddles!
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then Falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to muddles using Go Muddles and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! An enemy has been slain! An enemy has been slain! First blood! Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
adventure starts here.
Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win.
And what is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the MPL Singapore Season 3 Qualifier. My name is Jay. Germany right here is Vertigo in red hair this time round. He was sharing me a joke earlier just now, like, you used to have the center parting, that kind of thing.
It's a trend, man. It's a trend.
I feel like I'm the boomer right here. I wasn't actually following the trend.
Honestly, it's the 80s trend that's being brought back to the 21st century. You know, it's bringing something back. You know, it's like film cameras.
The blast from the past, right?
Yeah,
Speaking about blast from the past, if you guys missed that fight earlier just now between Scythe SG going up against Forsaken SG, well, they brought back the Benedetta, they brought back the Lunox and secured their match point, and now they are going up against Evil in the grand finals. Do note that both these two teams has already secured their slot in MPL SG. However, this game will prove a lot of things, especially for Evil's side. Because
who's better?
Who's not say who's better, more that where the power level is, because Evil, to my knowledge, I don't recognize any of these IGNs.
Same.
But they managed to put Forsaken SG down to the lower brackets to get eaten up, gobbled up by Scythe SG, and then now they are in the grand final. So this is very surprising from an analytics standpoint,
It's
but
like no
also,
bodies.
yeah, very scary.
No bodies against Scythe SG, the somebodies. Ish.
Yeah, that's correct. But of course, you know, I'm not saying that they're bad or anything, but I'm just saying that it is very impressive because anomalies actually happen, and Evil is one of that. And like I said before, you know, after Evil's game, this game is also going to be very important because Scythe SG has MPL players, and they will be basically showing
the
Evil
MPL standard?
I would say almost like the MPL standards already, because Evil, thus far, they've beaten Forsaken SG. And, you know, I need to also emphasize that Evil doesn't really have that hero pool, which is actually kind of concerning for me.
Oh, that could be the weak point of Evil, you know, stealing away what they love to use, targeting bans for Evil. And honestly, I'm siding towards Scythe here.
I mean, if we're talking about, like, you know, logically in terms of analytics, yes, as stats, I agree. Scythe SG definitely the favorite team right now, but Evil has been known to take down ex-MPL players before. Are they gonna be the David to this Goliath? I think that is the biggest question that we gotta have to ask before we go into the next game. But before we go into the next game, we'd like to give a huge shout out to Singtel 5G because they unlock ultra responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network, and you get the edge that you need while gaming on the go. And speaking about the edge that you need to get your gaming on the go, we also are sitting on an OSIM U-Throne S, the gaming chair with customizable massage. Yep, camera, please zoom on in its full glory. U-Throne S is built for unparalleled comfort with ergonomic seat design, lumbar cushion that is really comfortable.
I love it.
A multi-tilt mechanism, which you see him basically reclining all the way back. Plus, you get to relax your tense muscles from prolonged gaming, and I believe all you guys love to game for like 8 hours straight. I used to do that, but I feel like I'm not in my prime anymore.
We can no longer do that because reality hits.
And improve blood circulation, and with the built-in seat vibration that comes with 3 seat vibration frequencies. So I get to go and try that, you know, 8 hours gaming experience
All the
again.
way, you know, because we're getting older, right? And we're like, damn, I'm getting sore. And then you're like, boop, and then,
yeah,
there we go.
Yeah.
And then we can just continue on all the way, just playing ML. until the sun rises.
Yeah, and of course, not to forget also Frank, because, they actually have, these cool cars that we kind of showed in the previous season, right? Thank you very much, Frank, by the way, by OCBC. I'm also a Frank user myself.
Oh, nice.
Since I'm here, since like a few years ago, since I came to Singapore. So register for the Frank X MPL Singapore S3 collectible card campaign to collect all 10 MLBB cards featuring Angela, Ruby, Lunox, Roger, Lancelot, and when you spend your Frank credit card or debit card, simply go to Frank by OCBC website, click on MPL SG Season 3 banner to register and find out more. And on top of that, you get to walk away with extractive gifts such as a time-limited Epic Skins, Apple iPhone 13, and of course the OSIM gaming massage chair.
Wow, giving away a solid chair, a solid phone. My
everything
God, and a
you
free
need to
skin.
play, everything you need to play MLBB,
Exactly.
including the skins.
Yeah, including skin can show like.
That's correct.
The people's like, wow, you spend so much. How much do you spend? I got it for free from Frank OCBC.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you very much, of course, Frank by OCBC, and of course, not to forget PvP Esports. That's where the ultimate region platform where gaming lives. Thank you very much for actually organizing and help making sure that we have a table to cast as well. And of course, these players has a arena to battle on to showcase their talent, and they're looking forward to actually growing the regional esports ecosystem.
So excited here. Bringing back Benedetta and Lunox. Remember when last season when I predicted things that, like you said, that 1%
No, we don't talk
right.
about that Kimi. We don't talk about that Kimi.
It's like after a new patch, I was like, I was like, by process of elimination and the 1% gamble, I was thinking, Kimi.
That is like less than 1% of a chance, and he got it right.
Full calculated, man. All calculated, 200 IQ play. But I wouldn't expect at all the Benedetta and the Lunox. Like, it's so sudden, like, I couldn't even comprehend what happened. I was like,
it's really out of the meta, and I think it works very well against the draft of Forsaken in that particular game, because you have an enemy use a Valentina already, so you need to be able to dodge away, and then you also have mega bursty damage that you could put Lolita down to the ground. And then don't forget, you also have the Benedetta. Whenever you go into Lumina Blast form, don't forget, we saw how nutty Too Easy for Angelo is with his timing. He could basically just outplay this Lolita Luminum Blast and just return that stun back to Lolita. So it just fits their part of the build. However, another thing that I would like to point out is, remember that the
JS Love play?
The JS Love. Someone please find that clip and clip that. There's two amazing games, amazing moments that SciSG has put out, and really, that one is just crazy.
Honestly, that was the sheesh moment in the time. No, Jace looks so confused. It's like a icy play. Or okay, let me break it down for you guys, right? It's basically ice in your veins. Basically, I'm born, I'm built different, I have talent, I'm gonna outplay you, outclassed.
Yeah.
Let me generalize it for you.
Okay. Thank you for explaining this new term to people who are not very familiar with that. But yeah, that JS Love gameplay was really crazy because, like,
we fell off our chair, man.
Yeah, it's like dodging, and it's like you see like the enemy tries to flicker towards where JS Love's going, and then JS Love just dodges.
Go the other way.
The other way around is just very, very, very nutty. Guys, go check that out after this grand finals after that. But let's also address Evo going up against SciSG. SciSG, definitely veterancy card right here. Does have pro players before. Too Easy for Angelo. Extremely nutty on everything assassins. He eats, sleep, drink assassins at this rate. But Evo, they need to be careful about their hero pool.
Honestly, I feel that Evo has something up their sleeves. Literally something up their sleeves because they're evil, get it? Like my hair, because red is the color of evil. But honestly, evil, they could pull something out of the bag, like a cat out of the bag, maybe something so random like a Faramis.
You're not going to try. Are you trying like that same thing that you predicted for the
No,
Kimi
that wasn't
again?
a prediction. That was a calculation. This is a prediction, right? Maybe they could pull out a Hellcat, something so random. A Loi. Okay, Loi is still in meta, right?
Yeah, Loi is
still in meta. Maybe a Hellcat out of nowhere. Hellcat is slowly coming back to the meta, but there are pros and cons to Hellcat, right? So many different heroes. I love ML so much. The hero pool is so big, the snowball rates are insane.
Yeah, I think like if you want to compare like past metas and past patches, right? Like I remember a period of time when I was casting and it's like, oh, you got to go for the Kufra or the Atlas, just nothing in between. But no, I think right now the meta has evolved into a very creative way. You got support tanks, you've got utility tanks as well.
Oh, you have the
and
Soki tanks.
Yeah, and then you also have it's not the assassin that's roaming the jungles anymore. You also get the Barats, you also get the fighters, the Paquitos. You also got the YSS is still prevalent, and of course the Roger still prevalent in the jungle meta right now.
I'm thinking of something.
Oh, he's gonna predict that again.
Okay, blue, right? Blue. Who is blue and can play the jungle role with snowballs very well?
Okay, I had someone gave me this theory. I can't remember who it is. I think it's abstract.
Yeah.
We're talking about how like using a glue in the jungle, and I was like, no.
It kind of works.
But there was a Kufra jungle, if I'm not mistaken, as well. But I don't think you will be able to see it in this particular region because Singapore region prefers their marksmen and prefer the assassins.
Maybe the fighters
as
too.
well. Maybe the Paquito. But so far, we haven't seen a Paquito jungle that basically worked very well.
We saw a Yin though.
We saw a Yin.
We saw a Yin.
Evil C pulled out the Yin.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm not really feeling that Yin. Yes, you can isolate one person, but then it's just going to make it the 4v4 again. So at what cost?
Yeah, so it's that's what happened like in one of these fights, right? When Evil C went in with the Yin, and then it's like, I think it's a 4v3. Yeah. And then Yin just decides to, okay, I'm just going to take one. Now it's like a 3v2, and then you have another person coming in to reinforce, and all of a sudden you're not playing in the back foot. So I think Yin still needs some time to basically slip back into, sneak into the meta. But you gotta admit, I think Yin is actually kind of strong with the stun. It takes a long time and it does a lot of damage. And you can see, there are buffs being introduced for him as well.
Oh, that's right. I can't wait for the buff. The Yin buff is gonna be insane. And everyone.
Okay, I was bracing for impact. I was already bracing for impact.
I'm ready.
All right, give it to me.
Give it to me. But I'm just saying he's insane. But honestly, what I was thinking as a hyper role, a very good alternative. We've seen it in season 2. Yep. It's been the hype. It's somewhat gone, but I feel it can come back. A Karina tank jungle, or even a full damage Karina.
I think the full damage Karina is more viable because Karina was modified to become more based off bursty magic power, right? But now let's talk about I know we talked about a lot of part of the meta because especially when I brought up the point that Blast from the past, the Benedetta comes back online, and the Lunox came back.
Who's back? Who's gonna come back? Mia? I mean, we did see a Mia Savage in another region. It's pretty insane. But this region, we haven't. Did we see a Savage so far?
No, we didn't.
Right?
I haven't. I don't think so. But technically speaking, even if you have a Savage right here, we don't really count it because we would count it in the MPL Singapore. But the point being is this: the players that from the side of Evil, Powerful, Carrot, Salmon, Coconut, Jaces as well. I think Jaces and Powerful are very strong if you give them the correct heroes. But Jaces is someone that basically caught my attention.
Jace?
I knew it. I knew this. I knew this coming. But Jace right, is a very strong XP laner. You give him the glue. You give him the Esmeralda, tanky side laners. He's basically be able to stomp you. But this means that Evil, based on the games that we've seen so far, they're pretty one-dimensional in terms of the draft. It's always like a support roamer. It's not really a tank roamer because they're putting their tankiness inside Jaces.
My God, I just had the brightest idea.
Oh no.
What if... I'm thinking of... Suddenly I thought of Pebble, right? Or I can't... it was Raibi, right? This thought suddenly came to my mind. You were talking about EXP laners.
Yeah.
What if the Blast from the past, we bring back Benedetta EXP lane, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, interesting pitch right there.
I mean, bring it back, man. Bring it back. Like you said, a Blast from the past is always enjoyable. It's nice. It's refreshing.
It's like how you're talking about the center parting kind of thing. And,
exactly. It's like something like, whoa. I thought that was like 20 years ago, and then it was like, oh yeah,
ago.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but of course, looking at just name tags alone, right? I don't think, Benedetta will sneak back into the XP lane. I know we miss ourselves some gear in Ryby, but hang on your horses right now because we're going to go into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand final between side SG going up against Evil. Evil right now, I'm pretty sure, should really ban away all the assassins. Lancelot, definitely
instantly.
on the chopping block right there.
They did their homework.
Yeah, but if SSG did their homework as well, they should take away the Roger.
100%. But Evil do have the first pick. So they're not going to be afraid of the Roger being snatched up because they have the first pick. So Valentina ban, that's very directed towards the Pebble.
Yeah.
And Sicilian ban and Roger is open. But a Roger for a blind pick?
I would say Evil needs to secure the Roger for themselves first because technically speaking, they are the David. They need to actually secure the Pebble. I'm sorry for pulling that Pebble joke back again. I remember using it. I remember using it in season 1 when he was an explorer, but now he is the Goliath this time round.
Real Goliath.
He has grown and now start to throw boulders instead. But Evil, taking away the Kufa right off the bat first.
Love it.
SSG, what is their response?
I feel a Matilda would be great here, or even a Hylos, right? It's a point-and-click stun. He can soak up whatever kind of burst and damage that's coming your way, and literally just vroom, 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 literally slowly burst you down. A very good invader too. Solid invader. Hylos level 1? No. It's a very, very strong evade. It's often overlooked, right? It's very, very overlooked.
I think the damage that we always overlook the damage coming out from the Hylos, but instead it's going to be the Clint getting picked up by KX Springs. The Lolita will follow suit this time around. Kind of like this response coming out from the side of SSG. If the Kufa decides to jump, you do have a point-click stun to kind of slow down. You don't want to allow the Kufa to wombo combo, but here we go. Evil picks up the Beatrix for them. Sorry, is it Hover? It's already locked in.
No, it's already locked.
Yep, it's a locked in for the Beatrix as well, and going into a Lolita.
Ooh, the Esmer is open. Instantly gets picked up here. Evil, could this be the winning composition for them to show dominance over SSG?
Yeah, but then you're going up against SSG, who has experience for the past 2 seasons.
Guess who's back?
And now it's going to be Lunox coming back to the draft once again. What's next? A Benedetta coming up from Too Easy for Angelo. The lane is wide open though, so I think Evil may have to try to ban it away. Another thing that's not banned away was the Roger. I think it's going to hurt Evil a lot if SSG decides to pick up the Roger for themselves. Too Easy for Angelo do play that Roger kind of sick as well.
Yeah, you're still stunned by the Roger timing from Too Easy for Angelo, right? And a Fanny ban.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't see the Fanny ban being viable. I feel it was a waste ban because the Kufra instantly counters Fanny. He eats Fanny up for breakfast, lunch, dinner, supper, high tea.
Yep.
And the Roger, like you said, instantly gets picked up.
There you go.
Easy.
That's gonna hurt Evil a lot more. SSG just basically, if I can't ban it, I'm just gonna pick it up for themselves. And now Evil is forced to go into the Paquito or maybe something else. But I'm looking at the Harvest right here. I'm actually very impressed. I was actually suggesting the Owlers earlier just now. And it's something that's viable. It suits their playstyle because Evil likes to farm in the jungle all the way to the later parts of the game and then going back in. And now they're going to lock in. There's Owlers and Loi.
Wow.
Someone is actually paying attention to us.
Wow, I love that Loi. The ultimate from that Loi is just going to throw SSG off the table, off their momentum. They're like, wait, where are they? I thought they were in this bush, and then suddenly from the back, and then just like and rum here on the signature Zyrov.
And I like this Evil. I like what Evil has been showing us thus far. They're showing us how well they can adapt very quickly, even middle parts of the game where Jess has just realized that, hey, I can actually tank, I can actually front line.
Exactly.
And now, I'm
Kufa,
liking
use the
this
other spin,
pick.
man. Come on.
I'm liking this pick coming up from Evil.
Very solid drafting here from Evil up against SSG. As you can see here, guys, this is going to be the first game from Evil up against SSG here in the grand finals. So excited for this.
That's correct. And it's like SSG telling Evil, like this little brother, hey, welcome to MPL. We've been there before. Let me show you how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. On to game number 1 we go. This is the grand finals. This is Evil going up against side SG.
Oh, Evil. I feel this Loi could make potential big difference, just like Sayla. like that Sailor on their Loi is insane, right? So crazy. Very, very good positioning from Evil here. Let's see how they fare with positioning against Scythe SG.
That's correct. And like right now, it is more important for Scythe SG, especially Jay as Love, right, to hard invade. Taking a look at the emblem coming out from Powerful right there, going back to the killing spree, it was kind of nerfed a little bit in my opinion. I've been playing the Outlaws once in a while, using the jungle emblem where you deal more damage towards jungle creep. It's actually very helpful for Powerful. Not only just that you gain innate attack speed, which Outlaws desperately needs.
Exactly.
You also get to clear creeps quickly and then snowball out of control. If you notice, this is exactly what Scythe SG is doing.
Wow.
Stealing away the jungle camps. This is exactly how you counter the Outlaws.
Scythe SG right now, they're positioning literally outclassing Evil right now. Their positioning is so solid, but Evil, they had that determination. They are the David right now. Oh, I think the Goliath. The David, right?
David, the small one.
David is the small one.
David, the small
I always
one.
get confused between the David and Goliath. But honestly, right now, they need to be the David right now. They need to use Pebble against them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm using your joke, man.
Stop using my joke.
I'm copyrighted by Jace himself.
Is that how people feel when I crack the stupid jokes? But the point being is this: both these two teams are very passive right now. Evil should be passive. That's correct. Scythe SG even more passive, but it's gonna hurt them. Evil has a scaling composition, and they do have an Esmeralda that scales. Don't forget the Loi also scales right now. Powerful just hit level 4. That is his power spike, and now. But they're on the wrong side of the map. Scythe SG is on the correct side because the turtle is at the bottom side.
That is solid positioning here from Scythe SG. Like I said earlier in the match, Scythe SG, they do have the better, I would say, experience in terms of positioning and team fight wise. But down goes the turtle. It's going to go towards too easy for Angelo here.
Yep, looking a little bit low. I like what Simon is doing right now. He's just landing down the dispersion, tempting Scythe SG to fight at the choke point. I think this is actually very good because, too easy for Angelo will want to try to, dive very heavily on top of the Loi, on top of the Powerful. But then again, you have tools to basically dissuade Scythe SG from diving, which is in the kit of Loi and even in the kit of that Kufra.
Solid play. Hopefully Carrot makes a good play here. Not a open air ball coming out from Carrot. But,
no.
Oh, the sustain here. Falling Star Moon to get away. Is he going to be able to survive though? Rum, is he going to make the big dive? No, he is not.
Yeah, no ultimate coming out from Rum, definitely not a very good way, but here a Powerful will be trying to gang and try to defend. Using the ultimate very prematurely in my opinion. I think Jace's was a little bit overstaying the lane just a little earlier just now. There's no reason why you want to actually fight, but here we go. A lot of damage going on to our Carrot. Carrot will be able, but before the ultimate actually goes down, too easy for Angelo, decides to delete the Carrot all the way. The Lycan Power doing a bit of the damage coming in. The flicker of Rum will be able to secure the kill on top of Salmon, and now Powerful forced to walk away.
My gosh, just a little overstep from Carrot there and instantly demolished. Scythe SG pouncing on them. See the pun I did there? Lycan pounce? Pounce? No? Okay.
Someone get me a doctor.
No, it's like what season 1 said, right? Jace would love to have a katana and cut his guts open.
No, you commit seppuku. You commit seppuku. I instruct you to commit seppuku with a plastic knife. It's not even a katana, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is still a solid fight coming out from Evil right now. Yes, a 2K is a little bit big in a 4-minute point of view, but it's still okay because Evil does have the Outlaws factor, so it's okay to lose out in the earlier parts of the game. As long as Evil just, hold out the horses, just hunker it down quickly. They're not even going to contest this. They're going to give this turtle for free. But at some point of time, you got to ask yourself this very big question. Are you giving away a lot or too much over to Scythe SG?
Honestly, I feel that Evil is playing a little bit too passive right now.
Yep.
Because Scythe SG, they have so much map control, their positioning is on point, and Evil, they're forced to be, playing on the back foot.
Yeah, Evil playing on the back foot indeed. Not a lot of invades, not a lot. Okay, this is the first invade going in. Outlaws will start out with the ultimate, but JSR will respond with him. Now Powerful will actually fall, and now too easy for Angelo. Looking for more, will not be able to find anyone at all. But here's the thing. Evil, they were a little bit half committed in that particular fight. Losing Powerful means that Powerful will be running low on levels. Speaking of levels, level
Salmon.
7 going up against level 9, but now it is Salmon looking low at the same time. Pebble will be able to shove it all the way down. Pebble, whoa, what
Can
a
he
play
survive?
coming out. He survived from all of that.
Wow, 2 turret hits and a one more combo from Carrot. It's not gonna phase Pebble. Pebble's like, what's that? Nothing.
Yeah, Carrot doesn't really need to engage right there because there's no one to follow up. So that's the problem coming up from the side of Evil. But now, side SG, Jace once again overstays his welcome in the lane. Pebble does have the darkening shots just to delete him right off the map once again.
Demolished there, and Evil. Scythe SG is like, oh, you're gonna play passive? I'm just gonna walk all over your lawn and literally dig up everything you've done for it. Like, imagine if you have a nice little garden. Scythe SG are literally kicking the flower pots right now.
I was like, hey, welcome to MPL SG. Let's give you a warm welcome.
Here.
But here we go.
And a big stun here onto KX, but KX, can he get away from this? Yes, he can with the second skill and the net, but too easy for Angelo here. Coming back to catch down onto Salmon. Salmon looks very, very low, and Carrot there to save the day.
Not enough PU coming out from the side of Evil. Good prioritization on target prioritization from the side of Scythe SG. Focuses down on Salmon that's actually dealing damage as compared to Carrot. Carrot is basically that carrot that is dangling in front of you know like the
front
pig,
of the donkey?
in front of the pig that you don't really but he doesn't really want to eat. But wait, that's a Minecraft reference.
Oh, aha! And then it just starts riding on it. But as we speak, Coconut is gonna get demolished here, and JS Love looks to be in danger right now. Numenon Blast is not gonna catch anybody off here. Evil, so passive right now, and the third turtle is gonna go towards Scythe SG, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I know I asked this question earlier just now, right? Regarding how much are you giving away? I feel Evil right now has given too much away. This is the third turtle given away to Scythe SG. Level 10 versus level 9. Okay, level 11 versus Powerful and struggling at level 9. That's still okay. Powerful has a power spike at level 12, but you do have your first tier turrets all cracked open by the side of Scythe SG, so there's a little bit of real estate left that you can actually abuse. Scythe SG does have the map dominance, but they're not really actually hard invading. You know, JS Love and Pebble.
This would be big.
Really sneaky.
Oh, and the big fight comes out, but here comes the ultimate from the Loi to be able to get away, but no, leaving Coconut open, and Salmon's gonna be the victim of that right there.
Yeah, JS Love will lose his life, but then again, you know, Scythe SG is like, oh, you're gonna retreat? It's okay. I am just gonna take down your top side turret, and now your jungle is free for the taking. And if you're playing an Aulus, this is the last thing that you want to give. Yes, you can be losing. Yes, you can be like, you know, playing from behind in terms of goal lead, but you cannot afford to lose a single turret.
Oh, the pressure, the dive, and look at this Powerful getting instantly demolished here. Too easy for Angel is going to be able to get right out, but Carrot, not enough PU for the team. And so is the Esmeralda.
Not enough PU, not enough CCs to lock down this. Too easy for Angelo. We thought that, you know, Evo does have the kit, does have the tools to basically stall Too Easy for Angelo and its tracks, but Too Easy for Angelo, I mean, this is Angelo. He's unfazed. He doesn't really care. He will pounce on top of you if Powerful dares to take one single pixel out of his comfort zone.
Angelo is literally like, too easy. That's why his name is Too Easy for Angelo, because it's too easy just for Angelo himself. He's like, you know what? ML's easy, and confidence is key.
Yeah, confidence is key, but it's blind confidence that kills you. So Evo really have to pay attention a little bit right now. All their jungle camps have been cut off. Powerful is like that one little level away. If you notice, he just decides to ignore everything. He just wants to farm. He needs that level 12. He's very, very close. Pebble jumps on top of Simon once again, looking a little bit low. Pops a brilliance. Just a few more shots will be doing. But
the big way!
Him right into the face as Coconut will try to follow up with the New Flash, but the damage has been done. The Lycan Pounce will be able to pounce. The endless battle damage will be too much for them to handle. It's too easy for Angelo. Resets the Lycan Pounce once again and finds himself another kill.
Wow, the overstep there. After taking the Lord, they're like, oh, you know what? You're going to take one down? Sure, let's take it back.
Powerful finally hits level 12. This is exactly where he wants to be. Building towards a BOD right off the bat. I think that is okay. I'm actually thinking about, you know, building up an endless battle or maybe even more defensive items, especially if you're evil right now. You're playing on the back foot. Damage items does take more gold as compared to defensive items. You need more defensive items in order to survive, you know, the burst coming out from this Roger.
They need that tankiness. They need the peel right now. Evil getting busted down like nobody's business.
Ultimate was used by Aulus just to try to slow it down. I think it's a little bit too early in my opinion, but Side SG is leading the siege right now at the top side. Luminon Blast will get cancelled by Carrot, which is a very good play by the way, but Pebble is actually right in the enemy's base, trying to use a darkening shot, but too easy for Angelo. Will be able to pounce. The damage coming out from the Beatrix will finally actually help to take down Too Easy for Angelo, as members of Side SG will focus on the turrets instead. Turrets is the ones that wins the game, but the kills, not really.
It doesn't matter if you have so much kill. Ooh, the snipe onto Pebble. Pretty solid hit, I must say. And JS Love here standing and peeling for the team. KX, a little bit too much damage right now. The jump comes in from the Esmeralda, but it's not going to be enough. And here comes Pebble with the flicker and the ultimate. JS Love is going to get pulled all the way back, popping the immortality. Ram here to stand and peel in front for his team. Numenor Blast comes out and Carrot is there to cancel it.
Carrot
cancels it
pulling
twice.
out the Kufra card twice that could make every single Kufra mates smile a little bit better. That the Mummy does do a lot of cancellations in terms of the engage coming outside SG, but now, you know, Evil at least they hit the power spike. Level 13 on top of the Owlers, but too easy for Angel. 515 in terms of the kill, 15, level 15 as well. You can see Coconut starting to dish out kind of a bit more damage, but then again, the counterpart, KX Springs, should be the preferred one, but this sneak attack.
It's the calm before the storm. JS Love is gonna scout out the rest of Evil, and here comes the flank, and all the way is gonna be stopping Pebble right now. Carrot with the ultimate to stop anybody, but no, they are so split apart right now. But Esmeralda, is he going to be able to survive this? It's going to be a 1v4. No, he's going to get taken down, and it is going to be a 4-man down here for Evil. Too easy for Angelo. Will be here to sweep out Coconut and instantly demolishes him and busted under the turret's nose. Scythe SG will take the first game, ladies and gentlemen.
Grand Finals game number 1 goes into Scythe SG. I think this is kind of what the doctor ordered in terms of the statistics, in terms of the evidence, but I really respect what Powerful is trying to do with the Owlers pick. I think that is actually wonderful. However, I think they gave up too much in the earlier parts of the game. Evil should have the strong. It's not say Evil should have the stronger gold laner in the gold lane. You need to have Carrot to constantly gank and even Salmon to constantly gank, and then you grow Coconut as much as possible. But then again, Scythe SG knows how to deal with late game compositions, and there goes this problem, right? If you are going up against a more experienced team, they know how to counter your late game conditions, and then again, what should you do? You're in a pickle.
Honestly, right now, I feel the draft, there's nothing wrong with the draft, right?
There's nothing wrong with the draft.
There's nothing wrong with the draft. It's more of a execution and the play-wise. Evil were a little bit flustered, don't you think? They were a little bit like...
Idolas on the other side.
They're like, what am I supposed to do here? And Evil, they weren't composed. They were a little bit like here and there, and then Scythe SG literally reads them like a book.
Yeah, and not only just that, I also had to comment that Scythe SG, yes, I know we've been singing praises of Scythe SG all throughout the qualifiers, right? But this is another thing, target prioritization.
Oh, that's true.
You see time and time again, they ignored Carrot. Carrot could dance naked in front of them and they would not even care.
No, they
will go for the Salmon. They will go for Salmon, they will go for Powerful and the damage dealers, and that is what makes Scythe SG very scary.
Yeah, I mean, Scythe SG, they literally climb the tree to get that Coconut that they want.
Yeah.
Coconut.
Beatrix, right?
Yep,
that's
exactly.
Beatrix player, right?
There was a joke. Come on, guys, please laugh. Say ha in the chat. Thank you, love you guys. But Scythe SG right now, one game up. Jeez, stop it! You're making me look bad here, man.
I'm gonna make your cheek flush like your red hair. Yeah, but you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, Scythe SG, they had the momentum, they turned it to their favor. Evil, like you said, during the match, they were giving away so much that, there wasn't an answer, there wasn't a real answer to a Scythe SG, right? They were like, oh yeah.
They do have the answers, I think. They do have the answer in that lower E. They do have the answer with the Kufra to cancel off the Luminon Blast. I don't remember seeing any Luminon Blast that is basically impactful. There is one or two, but not a lot. And that goes to show, Evil does have the micro, but then in terms of the macro and the veterancy card, I think they are a little bit
further behind.
But don't count them out just yet. This is game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Evil banning away the Valentina, SSG, while Scythe SG bans away the Selena.
Honestly, Valentino ban. They're probably gonna ban Lancelot though. They're probably gonna ban Lancelot, but SSG right now, Scythe. What could they possibly? They could just ban out the Roger, right?
Well, Scythe SG, I think they may want to leak the Roger to actually do out some drama. I don't know. That's just how I'm thinking as well. The Phobias will get taken away. This does hint a bit of issue. Usually, you wouldn't ban away the Phobias unless you are planning to go with very assassin-y things. Evil.
Oh, this would be so juicy.
This is going to be a very interesting match, ladies and gentlemen, because, you know, Evo, okay, they're going to go back to the Kufra duty this time around, but before that, flashing and hovering the picks that they may actually leak out, SSG, is this the mind games that Evo will want to actually do?
Kufra jungle? Really? Oh, but that would be such a good counter to Lancelot, right? Honest to God.
Guys, I was just joking about the Kufra jungle, okay? This is not me!
It's real!
Oh my goodness, we were talking about this, right? Okay, at least I can blame Jace of the Caster Curse, right? This is not what I mean!
You were like, Jace was saying, hey, you
Kufra
know,
jungle in other regions.
Kufra jungle in another region. I'm like, oh yeah, sounds good though. But honestly, it's a very good counter. Soft counters, hard counters, all very well overall, make good plays. And then he's like, no, I don't believe it's gonna be happening in Singapore. And I was like, what's there on the screen? Powerful with the Kufra on the retribution.
My goodness, Evil is like, yeah, you know what?
They're very evil.
Let's just make Jace regret his existence right now in this chair. And like, okay.
Honestly, if they lose, it's on you.
Yeah, they have someone to blame, and that's why it's actually very scary. So, I recommend against. I did actually put it in the disclaimer earlier just now. I recommend against the Kufra jungle unless you know exactly what you want to do. But
what if they do? Because they're all the way here, they have secured their spot, you know, they're just testing out waters.
Yeah, but okay, let's test out waters. I think, you know, Scythe SG, they're going to go back to the same thing. Too easy for Angelo pulling out the Lancelot card as well. KX Springs going back to the Beatrix. Very just common suspects, very comfortable pick from the side of Scythe SG, but Evo right now picking up the Yves and the Dyroth.
Ooh, the Lilia ban.
Lilia ban is good.
And Pebble is gonna... What? Magic Bane? Magic Bane?
Oh no.
It's gonna be a Magic Bane, guys.
Oh no.
It's gonna be a Magic Bane.
Okay, it's a hover. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a hover. We don't talk about hovers, right? But yeah. Yeah. I'm actually still taken aback. I can't believe how Evo is actually gonna go ahead with the Kufra jungle, but okay, they could turn this around, right? Evo could turn this around. In the minds of Scythe SG, this is a Kufra tank. So okay, it's still not too bad. It's not too bad. Boils down to these two picks right now. SSG locks in the Paquito towards the XP lane, and now the moment of truth, I would say.
My dream came true, guys. I called the Mia. They're hovering Mia. Please play Mia. Oh, Kimi. Oh, Natalia though. Natalia would be so good here.
I'm just bracing for impact, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just bracing for the impact.
Are you bracing for it?
I am bracing for the impact. I'm not gonna toss in what I think and what I feel anymore. I feel like what Evo is doing, especially with this Kufra pickup, has tossed me off a little bit. 8 seconds on the clock as we kind of lock back in. By the way, Natalia is going to win Hobbit, and now is going to lock it away in. Wow. I think Scythe SG will be very confused right now. Natalia jungle? Or
wait, what?
Is it?
No, what's going on? What is this? Is this a troll game from Evo?
Not only just that, SSG, I think they're going for a Mathilda Mage.
Yeah, I think
Rafaela support. They do have a lot of firepower, I agree. I think Scythe SG can still pull this off.
Oh,
but looking at Evo though, they are really evil.
They are so evil and schemy. Oh, yep, no, they're going back to the original. I feel that Natalia would be the roam, and then, you know, Kufra is there to try to slow down the jungle, prevent any invades.
What is this, ladies and gentlemen? What is this? Kufra?
Prevent any invades.
Okay, they're gonna blame Jace for this loss right now. I'm waiting for it. All right, I am waiting for it. For a moment, they just suddenly switch everything arrival. Damn, they're pure evil.
They're pure evil. They are leaking evil. And ladies and gentlemen, right now it's going to be the second game for Evil up against Scythe SG here in the MPL Grand Final for the qualifiers. It is going to be a 1 game up for Scythe SG up against Evil. Evil needs to win another one in order for it to make it 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1, at least SG, I think their draft should be the winning draft, question mark. You can see how long this Kufra is going to take to try to clear the jungle for now. I think this Kufra will be more on like, you know, just to set the pace, try to engage hard as well as possible. But like I said, the Natalia, also another cheese pick, focusing on trying to, you know, stall down KX Springs as this Beatrix. Ooh, it's up to how Evil plays this. This is actually going to be interesting.
Ooh, Evil. They are so schemy right now. If only ML was 7 players, I would say these are the 7 deadly sins. But Evil only has 5 right now. But oh, the aggression from Carrot is insane on the Natalia. And not to forget, guys, Natalia do have an invincibility passive, right? It's going to grant him so much mobility there and catch everyone off guard.
Yeah, gold lead definitely in the favor of Evil right now. Scythe SG not falling too far. Natalia needs to spread this invisible tendrils. I feel like Evil is on borrowed time. They need to try to end the game quickly, try to get the lead quickly, as quick as possible. I think Scythe SG, they're not actually careful. If they're not careful, they may actually fall into this cheese strat going in, ultimate going out. Will be able to secure the first blood of this particular game. Too easy for Angelo. 4 members right here. They're just going to focus on the top side instead.
Oh, what a bad rotation here from Evil. They committed 2 men all the way to top. Honestly, I would feel that they should, you know, commit to the bottom side, at least trade back the turret and resources. Powerful a little bit on the back foot here. Has to suffer from this.
Yeah, because you don't really do any damage, and now Too Easy for Angelo will be able to pick up Salmon for absolutely free right in the second tier turret, and now they're going to rotate over to the Turtle. Evil at least has a winning lane against this Beatrix, which is understandable because Natalia has been plaguing the gold laner from the side of Scythe SG.
And the Turtle going down to a Scythe SG. Like I said, Scythe SG positioning on point. They're so precise, they know what they want to do, and they are very objective-minded.
Yep, they know, they're basically, big damage coming out from Jace's as well. Run, force the Flicker out of trouble. And if Flicker like 1 second, no, not say 1 second, 1 millisecond slower, you'll be actually dead meat. But, you know, Scythe SG securing the Turtle earlier just now is actually wonderful. But powerful, farming the jungle once again. I think there's no point for the Kufra to try to farm the jungle. He needs to try to engage and build momentum, especially for the Brody and the Dyraf.
They need to make their big play, right? They need a solid engager, they need that solid CC lockdown, and most importantly, they need a shredder. That's why Coconut has been playing the Brody. The shred is insane. Oh, the stun comes out. JS Love looks very, very, very low. Torn apart memory is going to secure him right there.
Right there, the fight isn't over yet. Circling Eagle will be able to activate right into Nibiru's passion. Then damage has been done, but real world manipulation slowing KX Spring all the way down. Evil, once again, proving that they wouldn't go down without a fight, picking a cheese Kufra strat. It's too easy for Angelo trying to chase down the tank instead. That's a little bit awkward if you ask me. And now Salmon, he's actually falling through. Too easy for Angelo, looking a little bit low. The triangle comes in, trying to outplay them, but then the Natalia comes in, executes the assassin.
Woohoo! That's why you play execute on Natalia and instantly gets traded it back. But it's towards JS Love. No problem with that. But Evil here scheming something up.
Oh,
so dirty.
Oh my goodness. They are doing not only just the players dirty, they're also doing the viewers dirty. Pulling out a Kufra tank to basically, you know, confuse Too Easy for Angelo just a little bit. Now who do I target? Do I target the enemy core, or do I target someone else? And now if it's like Carrot on this Natalia, but once again, like I said, Evil is on borrowed time. They need to try to end the game quickly. They need to secure turtles as quickly as possible. If not, Scythe SG should be able to come back from this.
Scythe SG, they're a little bit rocky. Their momentum was a little bit off. The tempo is a little wonky right now. So Scythe SG, they need to literally big brain this. Like, what is Evil gonna do next? What is their next big brain move?
Yeah, 3 members down right there, zoning, ultimates going in, 2 members too easy for Angelo, but nice stun coming out from the side of Evo. Coconut will not be able to survive. Powerful coming in a little bit late, will be able to stun out, too easy for Angelo, doesn't have the puncture, doesn't have the thorn rolls. Okay, maybe just in time to get all the way out. And now Salmon will be the next target. Powerful, the one that has been neglected, tries to dish out the damage, but he's not able to peel because there's no one there to peel as he bounces on top of Pebble time and time again. The bouncing ball does a lot of damage, but then again, Scythe SG does have renewed firepower to take him down.
Oh, Scythe SG winning just in terms of firepower, like you said, Jace. Evil, they were scheming something, but they just couldn't execute it well, right?
Yeah, I think they do have, at a certain point of time, they do have enough firepower, they do have enough, sustainability. What Powerful did was correct. And what Scythe SG did is also correct. They were a little bit confused about the target prioritization right now. At least they secured Coconut's hopes, which is great. But Carrot has been very, very painful against Scythe SG, and immediately you see that rotation, that lane swap coming out from the Scythe SG, right?
Very fast.
Very fast, and that Rafaela, don't forget, it's also a counter to the Natalia.
Ooh, that's a great point, Jace. I mean, she can just use the healing and just walk away, but oh, JS Love takes a little bit too much damage here from Carrot, but no problem. Walks away scot-free, and the bottom tier 1 turret is going to go down.
Yep.
Oh, and a big ultimate from Powerful here.
Big ultimate from Powerful, big ultimate for Salmon as well, but he will not be able to survive the day. Too easy and for Angelo, slides all the way in, slides all the way out like a guy on Tinder. It's DMs as well, but unfortunately, Coconut will be able to catch him all the way out, stun him all the way down. 3 versus 3 right now is the manpower left alive. The Kufra, I don't know, is just farming a little bit too much for my taste, and I feel like, Evo needs to use this Kufra to try to gain more objectives. Scythe is taking Turtle again and again.
Scythe, they have the positioning, like I said, and playing a Kufra, there's little to none mobility there. Right? You're just prioritizing, preventing invade. That's the pro. But the con is that you do not have vision, you do not have mobility. Yes, you have to engage, but at what cost?
At what cost indeed? I think, Scythe SG once again has taken a little bit too much from Evo. I think it's the 3rd turtle given over to Scythe SG already, and now Evo will focus down at the bottom side. Look at Powerful, so how tanky it is. Rum, just focusing on the wrong person, but nice flicker coming out from Rum. Will be able to dodge that, but the members of Evo will be able to collapse on them. But Scythe SG right now trying to engulf the collapser of their XP laner, looking for more. KX Spring spreading the damage. Salmon walking the wrong way. That is not the correct way to base. Gotta recalibrate. That GPS will fall.
He's a little lost. He's like, is my base that side or this side? I can't remember which way I went.
Oh my goodness. But then again, I think Evo, like I said, borrowed time. Evo slowly losing priority. You would need to expect Powerful and the Kufra and the Natalia to roam together to try to pick up as much kills as possible to try to rack up the damage as well as the momentum. But Scythe SG is yanking that momentum away, taking away the first tier turrets already from
good catch.
Evo. Nice catch by the way, but at least we'll be able to shut down Pebble for once, and now Powerful just bounces all the way up. Then Natalia from Carrot follows suit. JS Love actually will fall. Rum now holding the fort and trying to peel for KX Springs, but too easy for Angelo. Pick in the perfect time to go all the way in, but would not be able to assassinate anyone. Powerful still wrecking some havoc, but KX Springs will be able to find the footing down. Coconut sends the first kill right into easy for Angelo's face.
That's a trade in favor towards Evil there, guys. That was a very, very good. I would say it's kind of scuffy. It was good, but it was scuffy.
It was a little bit scrappy. It's not the thing that you will brag, hey, I won, but I'm hiding that, that knife that stabbed right at my back.
Judas?
But here's the thing, Evo did not convert that wipeout or near wipeout to a turret takedown, which is actually for free and the top side.
That was pretty bad. I mean, they were all low, there was no pushing power, especially coming out from the Kufra. Kufra has little to none damage. He's just there for the CCs, he's just there to prevent the invades. That's his role. That's all he has to do.
Yeah, I think Rum spotted Carrot with the exclamation mark already, but it's Scythe SG working on the lore right now. I think, Scythe SG, the patience has ended. They have already enough of this Kufra shenanigans, but here goes. Circling Eagle will be able to find J6 as well. The stun coming in for the other side will be able to stall Salmon right now. Out of real world manipulation and out of manpower. Now you see how Scythe actually pushes Evo over into a 3 one composition, but then again, they're not going to commit because they don't need to.
Look at the
The
positioning.
Lord is marching all the way down, but Powerful charging out the stun will be able to catch JS Love bouncing away, trying to flicker all the way out, wouldn't be able to survive for this time being, as too easy for Angelo. Fair swing, flickers forward so aggressively. Two members from the side of Evil is super low, but that's what side needs. They just need to take down the turrets and win this game.
Oh my god, and the Lord pushing in here. The jump from Powerful, is it going to be enough? But no, he's going to get stunned up by Rafaela here, and the Lord goes slashing away. And Scythe SG, they're looking for the pressure, but no, down goes the Lord. They do not have any minions. In return, they're going to take down the tier 2 top turret here on the side of Evil. Evil, they are so far behind in resources. Scythe SG, they need this. They just need to capitalize on the lead that they already have.
Yeah, good. The cheese strat works, but then again, you see Carrot just sliding all the way back, but the Rafaela heal will be able to survive it. But Powerful, nice time coming in. Would there be the follow-up? The Salmon lands out real world manipulation, trying to bounce over and try to spread down the damage, but then again, Evil is actually a little bit too far behind. The ultimate coming out from the Rafaela will be able to slow the members down, but Powerful charges out to leap and try to find more pickoffs, but then again, Jace's, nice pickoff off the screen right there, will be a pick up KX Spring as Carrot just picks up another kill from the side of SG, and now they have to fall back.
Wow, Pebble with the sneaky outplay again. Pebble has been putting on a show for us today, Jace. Pebble outdoing himself. He's a big boy now. But look at where Evil is at right now. They're taking down the tier 1 turret, and Rum just trying to hold them back.
But holding on a second, ladies and gentlemen, Side SG now running low in terms of the momentum. As long as Evil keeps Coconut alive, they can take down turrets. Just take a look at the amount of time they need to take down the turret, and Powerful would be able to push JS Love right onto the wall. It's very easy for Angelo, would not be able to live long enough to actually defend. Nibiru repression, desperate attempt from Side SG to wave clear as Coconut. Man, as long as Evil keep Coconut alive, they still have a chance in the game number 2.
Pebble taking so much damage here from Carrot. I would say Powerful finally made a big play there, timing the bouncing ball just to stop. Too easy for Angelo from going in and going ham.
Yeah, cheese strat. I think this is the cheesiest strat I've ever seen.
So cheesy.
In this qualifier at the very least. We saw Notorious Viking pull out the Johnson and Kadita, but this one, I think it caught me off guard. It caught Scythe off guard. They're forced to pick a Rafaela, which is don't really have a lot of damage power as well, but here we go. Another engage coming in. Powerful trying to bounce, run, no way to run right now, but unfortunately Carrot will fall. KX Springs will take some damage at the same time, but Powerful will be able to cheat right there. Coconut tries to spread the damage, but now Powerful decides to re-engage. Salmon has no real world manipulation left, but the members of Side SG will be able to walk away, but Coconut, I don't think this is where you want to be. The puncture will actually secure the kill as Powerful tries to stall for Salmon, but Salmon doesn't really have the power anymore. And down goes Powerful.
Salmon popping that real world manipulation without seeing the map at all. Scythe SG took advantage of that and instantly demolishes everyone. And honestly, Powerful,
they were so greedy.
So greedy. Powerful, you know, he's like, hey, we want to fight. Let's go. I can win you again.
No, Powerful is correct. The positioning of Powerful is correct, but Coconut shouldn't have flickered forward to try to take that kill. Don't forget, too easy for Angelo is an assassin that eats marksmen for breakfast. If you don't have someone to heal for you, you're basically dead. Evil just greeted away that lead they've fought so hard to secure.
It's literally like running into the wild and, you know, let the lions eat you, like, hey, come catch me. You know, and then that's too easy for Angelo. Too easy for Angelo is the lions or the tigers. They are
the
here
whole
to
team of Side SG is basically the lions. It's like you just yeeted yourself into the zoo's enclosure and all the lions are looking at you. Like,
the lions like, yo, what's up, man? Come, let me eat you. Just, there's no point running, man. Just come over. Let me eat your hand.
Yeah, and now, you know, the enhanced Lord marching down the mid lane. Powerful, still farming. Okay, at least does have the orange and purple buff. Would prefer for it to go the purple buff into, you know, Salmon and the orange buff into Coconut. I feel like at this point of time, Powerful, this engage should be big, but the Lord will be able to charge all the way in. Salmon tries the real world manipulation, but will get a deny because of the stun. The damage has been done. Run was the first to fall. Powerful as well, but now Evil will find himself without any peel at all.
It's a 1-for-1 trade here for Evil and Scythe SG, but Carrot here, waiting to pounce onto too easy for Angelo, baiting it out, but Coconut jumps all the way in, but he's gonna get punished for it.
Oh no, it is going to be another massacre happening because Coconut just decides to yeet himself into the lion's pit, and now Side SG will be able to walk all the way into the evil side of the base. There is no one left to defend. Natalia, defend? What are you even talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Remote manipulation goes out. Holy Baptism will not be able to stop Salmon, but Carrot still hanging on a little bit. Powerful coming back online. This could be it. This could actually turn this around. Pepper will get stunned as the GG push from Side SG fails.
Oh, Evil, they're finally... Oh, Pebble gets a kill down onto Salmon right now, and Powerful. Can he do this on his own? It's 1v3, man. Where's the help? Scythe SG, Pebble using the circling eagle. Down goes the Rafaela. Pebble looks very, very low, but he's still surviving. But Powerful! Oh my god, how is he surviving this? And Pebble is going to get down right here. And a very good comeback here from Evil. Right by the skin of their teeth, Jay.
Scythe SG has lost their patience. They wanted to end this game. They wanted to go home. But Evil's like, no. I am going to bounce on top of you. I'm going to send Natalia straight in your face and assassinate you one after another. And now the game seems like it's been reset. The only good thing that Side SG has is that they do have all 3 lanes, super minions marching against them. But then again, you got to take a look at this Kufra, right? This Kufra has withstand the test of time, the test of damage, and nothing goes in to kill him.
He's literally an artifact right now. He's a true museum artifact. But Scythe SG, can they take advantage of this positioning?
I think Evil, if they play their cards right, they may actually sneak a game away. Now Scythe SG, look at that. They're a little bit hesitant on this Lord right now. They don't really want to engage. They don't really have enough magic damage, in my opinion, because, you know, Pebble, Mathilda, it's a bit short range. You jump in and that's it.
You're out of utilities.
You're out of utilities. So Evil right now, look at them, having fun at the Lord Pit, just building, just baiting Side SG to walk in.
They're baiting a big fight here, but where's the Dyrov? Dyrov, could he get a good prominent position? He gets the stand up and he's going to get down, popping the immortality right now. And Evil going all the way in. Ram looks very, very low right now, but all the way in the back line. JS Love is going to get a stun onto Salmon. Down goes the Paquito. Too easy for Angelo. Can he get this down? Yes, he can. Down goes the D-Roll, but oh, the suppressed Winter Truncheon coming up. Pebble's going to get taken down by Powerful right now. JS Love looking to be the next victim, but a 2-man knockup onto Too Easy for Angelo. And JS Love, real one manipulation from Salmon. Get popped out. KX, he looks very, very low right now. Too easy for Angelo is going to pop the immortality. Is a 2-on-3 right now. Carrot's going to get him down. KX Springs is going to go down, and it's a full team wipe for Evil, ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on?
Oh my God.
This game reeks of 10-year-old cheese. Evil cheesing this game all the way back, bringing the Carrot, bringing the Kufra tank, Kufra jungle, in fact, and now they have the opportunity to walk all the way to the Lord Pit, but Scythe SG is starting to respawn all the way back. If Kara actually lands down, providing so much vision over there, it's gonna be scary. But the problem is, Evil has a very open base, and now they have to walk all the way back. Ram. First target right here, tries to end the game. He's a little bit late for dinner right now, and will get knocked all the way out. And now it's a 5v4.
Evil do have the upper hand, but here comes Realm Manipulation and the circling eagle to catch down, but no, a monster kill coming out for the Natalia. Carrot going crazy. Look at the tire of the damage onto JS Love. It's not going to be enough though. Evil.
What is this?
My gosh.
This reeks of 10-year-old cheese. What Scythe SG has to do is a backdoor, but I think they're a little bit concerned about Evil taking the Lord. I think Scythe SG a little bit hesitant right now, but Powerful is just jumping on top of JS Love. They don't want Scythe SG to go all the way back, but all eyes on Too Easy for Angelo, looking a little bit low right now. The Lord literally slow as well, but it is going to be Powerful stealing away the Lord from Scythe SG, and also taking it Too Easy for Angelo for the fun at the same time. 4-man collapsing on Scythe SG. It's gonna be a nice catch though, but Ram. The damage
man
is there.
standing.
Still standing, but not for long. Coconut, Powerful. What a tag team.
Oh my gosh. Evil with the smelliest cheese coming out here. in the grand finals, guys. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, not enough respawn timing coming in. Pebbles, the one man against the world, will not be able to do anything. The one siege minion still alive, but here comes the bigger minion marching into the screen as Evo will take one game from Scythe SG.
Oh my gosh. I think I got so excited I kind of pulled something there.
What do you pull?
I kind of pulled something around my ribcage area. Oh my gosh. That was so insane coming up from Evil, ladies and gentlemen. Solid cheese. Blue cheese, whatever kind of cheese, Gouda cheese, any kind of cheese.
It's like for people who don't eat durians, you mix cheese, garlic, and durian.
Hey, that's all three of my favorite things together, man.
Yeah, I actually like all these three things. It's smelly. Hey, high five.
Let's go, smelly tea.
But seriously, this is crazy coming out from the side of Evo. Okay, at least the custom skills did not work this time
God
around.
bless.
They can actually say, hey, by the way, Jace recommended the Owlers. It doesn't work. But now at least, hey, Jace recommended the Kufra earlier just now. And it works. Just take a look at the amount of damage that Powerful was able to do.
My gosh. 83,000 on the Kufra, 190,000 damage taken. So much burst, so much space created. I do not know how they pulled this out of the bag, but you know what? You predicted the Kufra, I predicted the cat out of the bag. Same here.
What cat? What's the cat?
I'm just saying that Evo have something up their sleeve, remember?
Oh, okay.
And then you were
I wasn't
predicting the Kufra.
I wasn't like exactly, okay, I wasn't exactly predicting, but more like, I think Scythe SG also was taken aback. The Rafaela was a oh no pick.
Oh no.
Yeah, they pick up Natalia. No one actually expected that, and then forced to play a Rafaela. JSL was supposed to play the Natalia. In fact, it was Mathilda that JSL should be playing. And then after that, what Scythe SG did is to survive through the onslaught for KX Spring, constantly under threat. If you're a gold laner out there and you see a Natalia on the enemy side,
bye-bye.
Yes, you know how much hate and how much fury and despise that one hero is. Yes, I know.
I would like, you know, when I see a Natalia, I would just take my phone.
But you're not a gold laner.
I used to be.
Oh, okay.
Now you know, I used to be a gold laner and a main tanker, but I'm slowly getting back into tank. You know, I was playing gold lane after season 2 of MPL ended. I was playing gold lane for a while, and I was like, okay, let's play gold lane, you know, because I can't change the type of a game just as a tank. Even I make big plays, but the team doesn't communicate with me, you know, and I'm just so frustrated with it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, welcome to the gold lane.
So, you know, I returned back to the tank role. I was like, you know what? I don't care anymore, man. Just
Man, I need a break.
Same, man. I need a...
Jesus, that was something that Evil, yeah, saving strats all the way to now. And then, you know, Scythe SG, because they don't really have the double marksman to take down the Kufra tank jungle. I always say Kufra tank. It's like
almost
those
second nature, right?
It's
Kufra
almost
tank,
second
Kufra
nature
tank.
already. And the Kufra tank, and then Scythe SG taken the back, forced to pick the Rafaela. They lack in the magic damage, and that's why now then the Eve looks very promising.
What do you think is a better alternative to Mathilda?
No, they picked the Mathilda first.
So they thought Mathilda was going to play support.
Exactly.
And then the Natalia came out, they're like,
Natalia was the last pick coming up from the side of Evil. They've been saving that all throughout. Don't forget, they've been bringing Scythe SG on a wild goose chase. They thought it's going to be a Kufra tank. They thought wrong. They bamboozled all of us, and they bamboozled Scythe SG.
Honestly, I feel, you know, they could bring back something weird, like Natalia roam,
Oh, no.
Selena roam.
Please stop.
Marty's
Stop.
roam.
Stop.
Marty's roam tank, guys.
Stop.
Impunity, I'm looking at you guys.
Stop, I cannot take it anymore.
Marty's, something random. Faramis, who knows? Faramis,
I
coming out of nowhere.
think that's the only way that how Davids can actually slay down Goliaths. It's really to
Using a pebble.
Come on, that joke is a little bit too old. He's Goliath now. David, Evil could pull out these weird, you know, like weird heroes that I believe Scythe SG wasn't really prepared for. Like, it's not that you don't really play and prepare against a Natalia.
You can't.
You don't really prepare against a Kufra. See,
Jungle.
there you go again.
Kufra
Kufra jungle. And now it's like, Evil, it must be feeling a bit good about themselves.
Yeah, even they're like, cheese all over myself. No, it's not a song, I just made it up on the go.
Oh my goodness.
They're like spreading in cheese, you know, they're bathing in cheese, melted cheese. I don't know, cheese is kind of hot. Taking the cheese and just...
Oh my goodness. Now, I am interested in what Evo has to offer. Side SG, I think, locking in the Mathilda was kind of early for them, I would say. But I don't think they were actually expecting this. I'm not expecting this at all. So Side SG should be on their tippy toes right now, anticipating for any weird cheese that Evo may pull out. Don't forget, Side SG had to deal with another cheese earlier just now. Notorious Vikings.
They did. They had to deal with a Kadita Johnson, and honestly, I wouldn't even see that coming. I mean, apart from the Johnson's ultimate. But the Kadita is... Honestly, Kadita is so underlooked, or rather overlooked, right? She has so good burst, but the only cons is that she's so squishy.
Yep, she is, but she's able to, sneak away in a very interesting fashion. I don't want to start calling out predictions anymore, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a little bit...
That's me.
This is out of the box, all right?
That's me.
Evo is
trying to become me.
Prediction. No, when you predict, there must be supporting evidence, right? It feels like whatever Evo is doing is like, I'm going to pick this because I like it. You know those kind of people?
Like, why?
I like it.
Like that, lor?
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
Yeah. I love to play this. Why not? But they made it work.
They made it work.
It's a good gamble.
They tossed Side SG out. That was their championship point, by the way, for the Side SG. And they were all taken aback.
Wow. Valentina instantly banned here. They do not want anyone stealing their ultimates.
Yeah, agreed, because if they're gonna... I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to say anything.
You don't want to say anything? Okay, let's see. Sicilian ban, pretty normal. She's a very good snowballer into the late game especially. You can't buy two Athena shields, right? It's not gonna stack that way.
No. Don't stack that way.
It doesn't stack that way, guys. It's a unique passive. But it does give you magic defense though. Just saying.
I'm currently lost for words, but Evo right now...
Minisita?
I don't...
Fanny?
Ban away the Phobius once again. It feels like going back. Side SG! No, I'm done with you. I'm done with what you want to do with me. I'm done. I am just gonna ban away the Kufra. Oh my god.
Honestly, right now, I do smell a lot of Kufra bans coming out in MPL in the regular season. I'm really predicting it right now. I'm just going to put it out there.
No.
I feel a Kufra ban so much. Even Lawsy loves to play a good Kufra, right? And Carrot picking up that Lolita because very smart play. They banned...
Oh my god, Tuesday and Angelo was like...
This right there, that's the Kufra counter.
Bans the Kufra.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
He bans the Kufra, he picks up the Fanny for themselves,
and
then
Selena.
And the Selena, that one's okay, but you can sense Too Easy for Angelo's like, I think I played enough. Time to pull out that nuclear weapon, right?
What's this? What's this? Okay, God bless.
Okay,
I got so scared.
Beatrix, the Lolita getting picked up, that is great, but now, the shields doesn't exactly protect from Fanny's blades, but it does protect the Abyssal arrows. The Beatrix is a solid choice. You never go wrong with a Beatrix because of how flexible she is. And of course, the Eve gets picked up right here from the side of Evo.
Eve, a solid pick here, might be able to slow down or even stun up the Fanny, preventing her from going anywhere with the real world manipulation. And Carrot with the Numenor Blast to add on top of that. Yeah, and Beatrix to shred everybody down.
Yeah, the one-click block. It feels like Evo is going back into the the standard wombo combo build where you try to clash as much as possible with the Luminum Blast, and then after that with the real world manipulation. These two ultimates synergizes very well, and then of course don't forget the Miru's Passion and even the Bandit's Rage as well. If you want to add in more flavor and more spice, more damage, Evo does have a very solid damage wombo combo, provided if they stick together.
Oh no, glue is open, guys.
Rum picking up the glue once again. I'm not surprised if JS Love decides to go for what's that called? The Estes as well. I think Estes will fit very well.
That's true.
Yes, you can. It's okay to leave the mid lane very open, because this time around you don't need. Your main role is not to clear the mid lane if you are a Selena mage. You allow Too Easy for Angelo to swoop in and just pick up the farm and then walk away, right? But now SSG Side SG bans away the Roger, which is what Powerful likes to play.
Makes sense. Pretty. Wait. What is Salmon hovering?
No. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Salmon hovering over, man?
I don't want to see that as of yet, but the Clint will be banned away from the side of Side SG. The marksman's
smelling it.
left for the side of KX Springs. Popo and Koopa. No, not
Brody?
even Popo and Koopa. Not even the Brody. Brody will be better, I think.
Yeah.
Because of Popo and Koopa, I think the projectiles will get blocked by the Lolita as well. So the shield, right? So that's something. If you notice, they're also having some difficulties going into this kind of draft this time round. The pick time is a little bit longer, but okay. Harif, Gold Lane. Here we go.
Harif Gold Lane, finally bringing it back.
How many times do I have to throw away my homework?
You don't do homework. That's the point. You don't do homework. Faramis, I called it, guys.
That's it.
I called it.
That's it.
I called it, guys.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. This is Faramis going into Rome. And Faramis actually makes sense. There's method to this madness right here from the side of Evil because there's a glue on the other side. And you know, yes, Side SG is going to have a lot of firepower with the Harif and the Selena and even the Fanny as well. But you will be constantly killing someone over and over and over again if you use the Faramis ultimate as well. So I like what Evil has picked up. But I feel like, you know, Scythe SG also picked up something very interesting because the Harif bombs, the Harif projectiles don't get blocked by Lolita if I'm not mistaken.
No, no, it does not get blocked.
Something of a problem, I would say, if we
Kagura?
want to point out from the side of Scythe SG's draft, is that they don't really have any attack damage. It's mostly magical damage. Evil, on the other hand, they do have a good spread. And now they're just going to play who is the jungler, right? You saw them swapping.
Who is it? Who is it going to be? Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Salmon? Is it going to be Coconut? Is it going to be
Oh
Powerful?
my goodness, stop.
Oh, is it
My
Coconut?
brain.
It's going to be Powerful. No.
Okay,
no. Yeah,
okay.
Makes
Oh,
sense.
they're making us tip on our toes. Like, after they locked in, they immediately start changing all the battle spells.
they're like,
oh, who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
Yeah, so it's going to be a Lolita.
Oh my god.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, Beatrix Gold Lane, Paquito Jungle, Lolita on the tank, Eve in the mid lane, and Faramis on the EXP lane.
I think that is okay because you want to use the Faramis against that glue. But ladies and gentlemen, onto I don't know what kind of series this has been. Crazy game number 2. A very unorthodox game number 3 coming off the side of Evil. But there is method to this madness. The Faramis counters the glue. But here we go. This is game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm running out of breath because Evil has just made my blood pressure goes all the way back up and all the way back down again.
I'm running out of room to jump around here, Jace. I'm literally running out of room. But SSG up against Evil. Guys, this is game number 3. And honestly, I'm siding towards SSG here, man. The draft-wise, SSG just seems more viable because of that debuff from that Kagura to top it all off. But the cons about it, too much magic.
Too much magic damage is not a very good recipe unless, you know, you're going to cycle everyone from the side of Evil to build into magic resist. Therefore, you know, too easy for Angelo could just spin to win and spread damage all across the board. I think that's one way that they could try to do this. But then, you know, I haven't seen a Harif in a long time.
Same here.
Haven't seen a Harif. The last time I saw a Harif in the gold lane, I think it was Pokemon who actually used it.
Yeah.
But then again,
signature.
Yep, signature. One stun goes in, will not be able to catch anything. A very slow-paced game coming out from both of these two teams.
SSG right now, they're playing a little bit more cautious now. They're not a gung-ho attack, but it does look like that Fanny does have the aggression. But as a opponent right now, you see a Fanny on the opponent team, you do not stand near the wall. Die, don't go near the wall.
Yeah, but it's also depending on how Evil wants to play. Like, if Evil were to walk into a choke point, I think that's what how Side SG will decide to fight. In fact, they're going to fight it right now.
Oh, too easy for Angelo. Takes a little bit too much damage from Salmon and Powerful. But Powerful, if he timed it right, too easy for Angelo, will just mess things up. He's just going to be thrown off his probably nice old sim chair.
My god, you...
Yes, that's me.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited to see how this Faramis plays out.
Yeah, I am. I am basically thinking about what the Faramis would do. There's an innate problem in Evil's side of the draft. And of course, Side SG, I pointed out, there's too much magic damage. But Evil, yes, they do have one small little tank, the 1-point click stun on top of the Fanny, which is okay. But you don't really have, you know, the fighters to basically
Coconut,
fight
can
you.
he survive
but Coconut a little bit low right there. Too easy for Angelo, unable to seal that deal.
The burn and the retribution there, trying to slow Coconut down, and the Lolita there to support. Abyssal Arrow goes out. Salmon gets a little bit low. Pebble goes very, very low. And the first blood is going to go towards Salmon right now. But he's going to get traded for Pebble here. But Rum looks so low with a split. But no, he's not going to be able to survive here.
Ladies and gentlemen, how do you counter a glue?
You don't.
Firearmist.
You just bust him down.
No, you have a firearmist. Jace just went in, just used one skill, and then you can see how the damage just bounces around when Rum is all in the split. And now Powerful using this knockout punch actually rivals Too Easy for Angelo.
Yeah, like I said, the timing has to be on point to prevent that Fanny from flying or cabling around.
Yeah, these knockout punches really knock a lot of momentum out of Too Easy for Angelo's the cable. So this is something that I would say Evo. I think they actually walk into a bit of a mad draft, but I think that, like I said earlier, this is actually a correct draft.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid draft coming out here.
Yep. Umbrella will be able to yin yang overturn, will not be able to land down the damage on the Salmon. At the same time, KX Spring will lose his life. Not even the ultimate from the Harif will be able to finish that off with the help of the Wesker damage.
Zaman Force, not enough force here for the side of Scythe SG onto KX.
Yeah, because KX Spring is going to try to dive on top of Coconut, right? So what Coconut is going to do, just going to use Wesker. If you notice, he's actually swapped into the Wesker. Now, Powerful this time around. This is the first Paquito in the qualifiers to actually, you know, do Paquito things, especially if you pick him as a jungler.
Powerful, looking pretty powerful now, doing decent damage here onto the side of Scythe SG. Evo.
They're holding back. They were holding back on us.
They're holding back.
Yeah, they were holding back on us.
We love to see a good one here. And Faramis, is he going to pop the ultimate? Too easy for Angelo, gets the damage down. He is going to pop the ultimate down. Is he going to do any return damage here? No collateral damage coming out from Evo.
Yeah, Evo, I think what Scythe SG did was correct. And now Jace is using that to just try to scout out the bushes right there. And now, you know, Scythe SG will be able to push Evo all the way back away from the turtle pit. But, you know, it's very easy for Too Easy for Angelo to just spin all the way back.
But Carrot could just do a nice solid Numenon Blast. One big one, juicy ultimate.
Yeah, I think it's very vital for JSL to put a trap right there. If you notice that he was actually standing on that bush right now, but here it goes. Carrot will be able to land down the stun. The damage will be able to allow Powerful to just delete the Selena right off the bat. Too easy for Angelo. Will be able to cabling out nice cables though, but then again will fall a little bit short. Takes down Jace's before walking away as now Rum goes into the split. You don't see the Firemates around, and that is cue for him to basically go into that form right now. He just needs to possess, and he will be able to possess Powerful right now. But he enters the turret range, forced to back away.
Rum. Very good disengagement there onto the side of Evil. Rum playing the ultimate team game right now. Honestly, that was a very fair trade. 4-4 right now, Evil against Scythe. But Evil do have a 1,000 goal lead. 1,000 only.
1,000 gold lead is not really a big thing, especially if you spread it all across the board. On average, each of them has 200 gold. That's only just one small little component.
Ooh, quick math.
Not even a full component right now. But here you go, Powerful with the Paquito is actually finally doing the correct thing. KX Springs finally dealing the damage, but Coconut there will be able to snipe him all the way down.
What a precise gunplay there from Coconut to snipe down KX Spring to trade it back for the team. Although Powerful did get shut down, but good team communication there, good team play, traded it back, but here comes Too Easy for Angelo. He's gonna go down onto Coconut, but is he gonna be able to survive this? No, Carrot does not get the stun onto Too Easy for Angelo because it's just too fast.
I have no idea how many cables you did right there. It's like, where are you actually going? At one point, you should have basically based on physics, you should be stuck in the middle of the cables. But here we go. Too easy for Angelo. He's just showing us why you really need to ban the Fanny away. He's actually running out of patience. He just wants to end this game.
He's like, quick, I got dinner. Go.
I got dinner plans.
He got dinner plans. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna go for dinner. Why is it in the third game? Never mind, I just pick Fanny lah. I'll just use the Fanny, man.
Yep.
Just use the Fanny. All hope is gone. Let's go a gung-ho attack.
Yep. But right now, Turtle still being contested by the side of Scythe SG. Evo is already there, but I'm not too sure why the Paquito decides to just walk away. they're just gonna go into this weird stalemate as long as they catch up one person on the side SG. But look at Too Easy for Angel looking a little bit low right there, forced to cable away. The arrow will not be able to connect, and it's just Jesus versus Rum. If you notice Evil, they don't really want to care. The Luminous Blast will be able to land, but Pebble will be able to just bounce away. JS Love looking a little bit low, forced to pop the conceal. As Powerful just deletes off Pebble.
Powerful with the aggression here coming out to take down Pebble along with the Numenon Blast from Carrot. Pretty solid play, I would say, and that gives the space for Evil to push and probably take down the tier 1 turret. But look at where Too Easy for Angelo. He's gonna go dash back and forth. He's gonna take down Coconut, but the ultimate from the Faramir is gonna get popped out. It's so gonna be the real world manipulation. Too Easy for Angelo is gonna go down. Rum. So still standing strong. Down goes the Faramir. Double kill comes out, but is it gonna be enough? Can they trade it back? Rum is gonna go down, and so is KX.
My goodness me, coming out from Evil, using the Faramir's ultimate, and Sai just basically tunnel vision right on in. They're just gonna fight the Faramir's right in the ultimate. It's just, you know, it's just basic logic to try not to fight the Faramir's in the ultimate, but side SG did. They allowed Evil to take down the mid lane turret already, cracking it open, and I'm not too sure whether Powerful actually made it to take down the turtle earlier just now, but I saw him basically pathing all the way down. I feel like Powerful entering that fight right on time. If not, you know, Evil may not be able to win that fight.
3-for-2 trade in favor towards Evil, but Scythe SG, they do have the same amount of kills, but they do not have the same amount of gold right now. 3,000 gold lead here for Evil. 3,000 gold lead, man.
3,000 gold
slowly pulling away.
Yep, that's a alarming sign right now, but Powerful will be able to scout out Too Easy for Angelo. You can see how he's just gonna knock all the way out. Zaman Falls will be able to land, but KX3 is not fighting in it. He doesn't really have to go down reduction, and down he goes. The real world manipulation will be activated as well, and pushing Too Easy for Angelo away. The sniper will not be able to connect, but Eva will be able to take down this Bitland side turret without any trouble at all.
Powerful live by the hair. Right there. His HP was literally 1 dot, 1 pixel, right? And then the edge of the real world manipulation is just gonna stop. But Too Easy for Angelo. It takes a little bit too much. Force the cable away.
Wow. You see even Too Easy for Angelo building, I think that was an Athena shield already being built already. You can see how terrified they are with that Faramir, and now Evo will actually engage. Too Easy for Angelo not in the area right now. Jace is just landing down the pressure, but here comes Powerful with the flank. The backline is so wide open, and JS Love falls. Kara tried to chase again, but Pebble will actually fall down for a double kill from the side of Pebble, and now Too Easy for Angelo. This is not a place where they want to fight.
Oh my gosh, and the ultimate from the Faramir is going to get popped right now. Zaman Falls from KX, a desperation ultimate here. Powerful keeps on flanking, and the flank, I forgot to say, man, 3 for none. Pretty solid play from Evil.
Pretty solid play. Powerful basically just, you know, knocking out every single member from the side of the side SG. Yes, there's a tank in that glue, but the problem is Too Easy for Angelo. Oh my goodness. You can see how Salmon actually was still able to survive for a moment of time while Too Easy Angelo is busy with, you know, taking down the Eve. Evil sneaks away the Lord.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty solid hold up. You know, the bait play was there, trying to hold up. Too Easy for Angelo, holding them all the way back, preventing him from sniping away the Lord.
Yep, stun going in, Faramis a little bit unfazed. He could just basically walk on away. The snipe coming out for Coconut, but Rum goes all the way into the ultimate form right now. Will be able to possess on top of G's at the corner on the edge, and he comes all the way back, lands the flame shot on top of JS Love. What is happening?
Right at the tip here, and Pebble is going to get pressured all the way back, but no, that Faramis ghost is going to go down. Rum is going to be able to possess onto Coconut right now, but with the help of Carrot, can they capitalize on this?
Yeah, you know, I wish my teammates would basically do this. When the glue possesses me, they like to hit the glue for some weird reason.
You should leave me alone, man. Just leave me alone.
Social distancing.
1 meter, don't come near me. COVID.
Literally. But then again, side SG finds themselves even Too Easy for Angelo pulls out the fanny.
Has to pull it out.
Evil. They're unfazed. They don't really care. They're going to take the Lord. They're going to march it all the way down to the bottom lane as well as Evil will spring the attack. Big fight happening. Too Easy for Angelo. A little bit too late. Will be deleting. Side SG down again. Too Easy for Angelo tried to spin but would not have enough sustain to take them down. The crack. The base has been cracked open as
Oh,
Evo
the
jumps in
flicker!
at the edge of the ultimate once again as Evo will bash onto Makoro and take this champion.
Oh my gosh, Evil getting the game away from Scythe SG. Everyone here in the studio is mind blown, guys. We thought Scythe SG was gonna win it, but no. Powerful did a strong snowball there to take everyone down, even pulling the Faramis out along with the Lolita. Like I said, Jace, we're predicting the future. You're gonna become like me. The more we cast together, the more we're gonna start predicting.
No.
You're becoming like me.
No,
Admit
stop.
it.
Stop.
Admit me, man. Admit it. You're gonna become like me, man.
All right, let's take a look at the breakdown right there, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at the whole draft, maybe a little bit crazy to pull up in a tournament, especially going into the grand final, but Jace's, that pick was really good going up against the members of SSG, right?
Calm down, man.
I think they committed way too much into magic defense.
Yeah.
But then again, if you notice, magic attack, sorry, but then again, if you notice Evil, not a single, not saying not a single, but not a lot of magic resist items being built. They prioritizes on the boots, magic resist, that's enough magic resist they need. And then after that, they just proceeded on to build tanky. Just look at that Yves, right? Like going in with the brute force breastplate and also the anti-cuirass as well.
That's just for the fanny.
Just for the fanny, and just take a look, 24% damage absorbed by that Yves.
Wow, solid play coming up from both sides, but oh my gosh, everyone here is stunned. Pulling the cat out of the bag. Jace, just admit it, man. You're gonna become like me. Sooner or later, we're gonna start predicting the future. You know, we've seen a million possible, possibilities, and Faramis is in one of them, and so is the Kufra Hyper.
And what's next? The Doctor Strange 1 meme?
Maybe the one, the one where EVOS doesn't win.
Wow! Don't you guys heard that? You guys gotta quote that. But GG, well played over the side of Evil, managed to making thus far against the Titans, and they were able to slay them all, and they did a perfect run all throughout the upper brackets, all throughout. Going up against Scythe SG, one T-Strat with the Kufra jungle, and then at the last part of the game, they pull out a Faramis. This is a game that they need to analyze. I would say, yes, I thought, Evil, they don't really have the champion, the hero pool,
say
right?
That before we start.
Yeah, they don't have a hero pool. I was worried for them, but Evil's like, yeah, let's prove Jay's wrong a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. And they're like, got you. And then they're like, Scythe, even though, Scythe SG, they do have a very good execution, very good team play, very good positioning. But they are not ready for this. They were not ready.
They were caught off guard. And if you notice the game number 3, Scythe SG tried to big brain, but they got big brained themselves.
Ooh, bamboozled.
They got bamboozled by Evil. And then I like the fact just now in game number 3, when we went into the draft, when they ended up the draft, all of them was like, guess who is, there's the roulette thing.
Who is the jungle today?
Yeah, there's that roulette thing going all the way in for all of them. I think it's really, really planned.
I like this coming out from Evil here. I do love the team composition. I do love the players themselves, but we have to see how they perform in the regular season along with Scythe SG.
Yep, that's correct, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, congratulations once again to Evil and of course Scythe SG for making it all the way to the MPL Singapore actual roster itself. Boom. And we will be seeing you guys pretty soon. I know we were literally dying to watch MPL Singapore because we really want to see who's going to be crowned the Season 3 champion. Will it be EVOS, coming back again as the Season 3 champion, or will it be someone else totally new? Evil as well, bamboozled all of us. Honestly, it proves something very interesting, right?
I don't wanna jinx this. Right?
No.
What if Evil won MPL Season 3?
We shall soon find out, ladies and gentlemen. With that said, thank you very much for joining. I hope you guys enjoyed. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Vertigo, and earlier just now was Grabby Cheeks. We will see you in MPL Singapore.
adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's sport is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy!
Guess what's in my bag? A homemade
Monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Take legendary! Take my royal station! Take my royal station under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Take leave it to me! Take my royal station! Killing spree! Imperial justice! Take the
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
killing spree!
Second skill, go, Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy